Hello, this is Greg Allison from Galactic Greg coming to you live on 21 September 22. Time on deck is 06:36 a.m. Central Standard Time. It is 07:36 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, not Standard Time, and Kennedy Space Center, from which this video is coming to you. I had a faux pas trying to log on earlier. For some reason, my Zoom said I wasn't authorized to live stream, which I've been doing all along. I just had to reset it. Anyway, here we are. This is a tanking test. So what is going to happen here is we're going to fill this booster, hopefully, if all things go well, with cryogens, making sure there's no leaks or no issues, then offload it. If all works well, on the 27th of September, hopefully we're go for launch. Cross your fingers and let's see if we can make this bird fly next week. But this tanking test has to be done today. Some few of you might be interested in this, so I'm just going to let it play. I may not be commenting regularly. The launch director was commenting. There was somebody that got inside the stay out zone that had to be expelled. Now there may be some switches to a Soyuz launch with some crews in the course of this video, and so it will switch back. And occasionally I may have to mute this if I have to talk directly in the console. I am on console this morning. That's on a separate computer and in another room nearby. I will be back and forth, but I got an earpiece I can listen in if I step away. So I hope everybody will be well this morning. I want to open up my auxiliary laptop. Oh, I see we got Arnold Smith in the house, number one. Thank you, Arnold. Elton Butterfield, Mad Cow Perkins. Good morning to all you guys. Got Ken watching. Once again, we're not going to see a launch this morning. You'll see some cryogenic flow. You'll see off-gassing of cold liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. But this morning is a tanking test. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you, Tim. How you doing? So you will hear the announcer speak occasionally. You may hear me chime in because I'm on the comm. I got what's going on from the comm side. I got a console I'm watching. Hey, J Mac, how are you doing? So, I tried to spell it out in the title to make it clear. This is a tanking test. And on the 27th of September, hopefully we'll do the launch attempt. Of course, you guys do help me build credit toward my...
The launch team here at the Kennedy Space Center is moving through their procedures to prepare to begin the cryo loading of the core stage with its propellants. They've fired up the circulation pumps and activated the heaters, and they've configured the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen valves for loading. The ground launch sequencer has been activated. That is the computer that tracks violations that could pop up. There you see a shot of inside firing room 1. Seated to the left in the upper deck is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. To her right, to her left rather, right on the screen is the Assistant Launch Director Jeremy Graber. And you're looking into firing room 2, which has support personnel for today's tanking operation. There are 4 firing rooms here at the Launch Control Center. So as they prepare the valves and get ready to pre-chill the system, the tanks that they'll be filling on the core stage there, you see it there, nice shot. Core stage in the center. Core stage with its rusty orangish color. That's from the thermal protection system. It's a foam that's sprayed on to the center stage there to insulate it. That helps keep the cryos cold. And at minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit for liquid hydrogen and minus 297 degrees Fahrenheit for liquid oxygen, that thermal protection really helps.
Guys, let me know. Can you also hear that well? I've
So
got to
once
turn
the
volume
fuel
down a
starts
little
going
bit
in,
because
it
my
immediately
console
starts
earpiece
to
is not
boil.
that loud.
Those gases will be vented off
Yeah, we could use some more thumbs up, folks.
until it's filled.
Let me know. Can y'all hear? Can y'all still hear the announcer very well? Give me
That center tank there, as you're looking at the bottom of it, that's the largest tank. Is just inside of
okay,
the
good.
butterscotch colored thermal protection system. That's 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen that can be held in that portion of the rocket. Just above that is the liquid oxygen at 196,000 gallons. Liquid oxygen far denser than liquid hydrogen, and so it takes longer to fill it up. That's going to be the long pole in the operation today, right around the order of 3 hours or so. All in all, that core stage booster is 212 feet tall, about 27.5 feet in diameter.
It's just the core stage. That's the first stage he's talking about.
That diameter, the same as the space shuttle external tank.
The interim cryogenic propulsion stage sits on top of that. The Orion service module and capsule and launch escape system sits on top of all that.
So what's coming up next is the launch team is going to pre-chill the lines that run from the hydrogen cryosphere, which holds
Okay, I might cut the audio
900,000
down a little bit more then. The audio actually is a little too loud
Close
for
to
me. It's kind of
900,000
disturbing
gallons
me
of
with my console.
liquid oxygen.
So if it's all good, hang on.
I
Cut it
should
down
say
a
the
little bit
liquid
more.
oxygen cryosphere holds 900,000 gallons, and the liquid hydrogen cryosphere holds 850,000 gallons, very close in terms of capacity. There is a new liquid hydrogen tank being built right now so that it can have a greater capacity. It's 1.25 million gallons, almost a 50% increase in capacity.
Can y'all hear good? I think I turned it down a little bit. I may have to go some more on it.
In this shot, you see to the left, the water tower. That's for the sound suppression
All right,
and
guys, let me know.
overpressure system.
Is it loud
Flow
enough?
water onto the pad
Am I loud enough?
when it's time to launch in order to reduce the acoustic shock that can actually damage the rocket upon liftoff.
That's what the water's
It also helps keep the pad
rainbirds.
cool. Millions of gallons of water will flood the deck of the mobile launcher, as well as
That mobile
underneath the
launcher
flame
is
trench.
full of electronics. It's got
When
like
we're ready
servers,
to
big
launch.
electronics racks all through it. It's amazing that stuff survives.
And then the far
What
left
goes
left
on
of your
above
screen,
it.
that's one of the 3 lightning towers
I've been inside
that
that
are
thing.
out
It is
there
amazing.
that help protect
Blew my mind when I saw all the
this
electronics in there.
322-foot tall rocket from a lightning strike. Those launch towers are, those lightning towers are 600 feet tall and have a catenary wire system that connects them all.
Well, Michael, at least it's all
And
pointy at the top end.
They've been helpful. In fact, taking
The
some
rocket
lightning
ought to be.
strikes when we've had some really stormy weather over the past few months.
Yeah, looks like you can see
No
rain
issue
in the
or
background there.
Problems were
Yes,
associated
can you
with
see
those
my
strikes.
cursor? There's actually rain right here. Yeah, you see that? That's rain.
Sunrise was at 10 minutes after 7 a.m. Eastern time. But with clouds and storm cells off the coast, you can see there that we've got some overcast skies. Weather officer says that shouldn't be an issue for today's tanking test. But we are right on the line when it comes
That's right,
to
J-Mac.
lightning.
The locks
There is a
sensor, and it's
20%
up on
chance that
top.
we could have some
So
lightning
that means
affect
this
the
thing,
operation.
tank has to bear a
You
lot
can't
of
have
extra
lightning
weight
once
to
they
have the
start
locks
the
tank on
flow
top.
of cryogenic propellants into the
George
rocket.
von
So
Prognau, one of the
we're
old
eyeing some
Germans I
storms
used to
off
know,
to the
used to always want to put the locks
off
tank
to
at
the
the
east,
bottom
just
to
off our
save
coast
structural
here.
weight on the external tank. But I think you get some flight stability by having a weight.
So
on the
far, though,
top
so
end.
good. We are green on
So
weather at the moment,
I don't know.
but keeping some eye on
He
some
thought he could
activity
definitely make for
offshore.
a lot of external tank if the locks
This is
tank
Artemis
was at
launch
the
control.
bottom. A lot of rockets it is. The locks tank comes below. That's actually the way it is on interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which sits on top of the core stage. This is not landing in the Bermuda Triangle when it flies. The core stage will probably go down, depending on what trajectory, I'd say in the Indian Ocean. It could be the Pacific. Actually, I think it's going to come down the Pacific Ocean. But NASA's real careful to control their trajectories so that they know that the stages are going down in wide open oceans. Unlike China, who just lets things fall where they may. The solid rocket boosters will come down in the Atlantic. They used to be recoverable. They used to parachute down, but these are not recoverable. We're not going to be hit with one of those. Those things are heavy. If you had a boat out there, of course, there's notice to airmen and notice to seamen filed before the launch. This launch is intended for, it's a beautiful shot. This launch is intended, you can see the catenary wires above. That's to protect from lightning. It's like a cross on the screen. Can y'all see that? Yes, the smallest atom there is the hydrogen. That's why it's such an escape artist and gives us that, and it's so darn cold. That's why it's hard to have effective seals to hold that stuff. Yeah, that's like a dart. And we got some kind of non-conformance. They haven't started the loading operation. They got to clear non-conformance first. Right now I can't hear my console. So you guys, if you continue watching through this, even if you just let it play when you walk away, it will help me. I'm trying to build up the hours required for monetization of Galactic Greg's channel. I'm slightly over halfway there. That last, when I take the last launch attempt, that really helped a lot. So help me out, guys. Maybe we can get this channel going. YouTube is really stomping hard on my Green Greg's channel, for those of you that know me from over there, which is most of you, I think. 8:46 in Nova Scotia. Good to see you from Nova Scotia. Hydrogen is most abundant, but not as a free element on Earth. On Earth, sometimes you can get it out of an oil well, mainly helium. But about the only way you find on Earth is combined with water, combined with oxygen and water. Hydrogen is one atom that's so light it will go up in the upper atmosphere and eventually escape Earth. All right, there we got 14 in the room. Once again, this is a tanking test. This goes well, we'll be able to launch on the 27th, hopefully. YouTube is like China and China is. Yeah. All right, I got 15 thumbs up, 16 watching. If you haven't gave me a thumbs up, please do. This is a tanking test. The objective is to see if we can go through and cycle this thing through a fuel tanking successfully without any issues. If that, and see what can be learned, see if there's something that has to be fixed. If all goes according to plan, the 27th of September, we'll be able to, we'll have a launch availability. Actually, there is a launch window today, but they're not going to launch today because it gives them a shorter mission time, 29 days versus, I think, 42 days. So they're going to go for the 27th, if all works out. I think the launch window, though, on the 27th is only 90 minutes. So they got to get it all done within then. So if they have many issues, that would be a problem on the 27th. Most of the launch windows are either 90 minutes or 2 hours. The next after that opportunity would be the 2nd of October, which I hope it's not then. That's a Sunday. That won't really disturb my worm harvesting. I got some girls do most of the work, but yeah, the Sunday launch dates are kind of rough on me. So on the launch days, we really start like at midnight or 11 and the night before. That's what we did last time. It was like 10 or 11 the night before, and we did that a couple times. So we could be up essentially all night supporting the launch. This tanking test started a little later. It didn't have to be certain. There's a nice shot, guys. See all the umbilicals going into the Orion. You can see where the crew would actually access the Orion. I don't even know why they got that in there right now, because there's no crew. This is an uncrewed mission. When it does fly, I guess they're just testing that everything's going to work. And it does probably give some stability to the rocket, especially when it's loaded, because it's resting entirely on the bolts of the solid rocket boosters. Those are frangible bolts. They will be exploded upon liftoff. So those are actually explosive bolts. That the most of the way this rocket's sitting on is the explosive bolts on the solid rocket boosters. And the thrust structure, mainly there's the I-beam that goes through the inner tank that carries most of the load of this vehicle, weight load. You don't hear that stuff in the announcement here, right?
Okay, we have a milestone here that we just passed. The core stage liquid oxygen transfer line chill down has begun. This is roughly a 15-minute operation. This will chill down the lines that run from the cryosphere, which you can just see at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That's the cryosphere. And it will run the propellant, pre-chill the propellant. They'll run a little bit of propellant inside the lines. They'll back it off, but the gas that will then flash off from that propellant then helps to cool and chill the lines down as they prepare it for the super chilled liquid oxygen to come through there. This is all for thermal conditioning, reducing the shock to the system as they get ready to flow end to end from the cryosphere into the rocket.
So the weight of this booster is held by explosive bolts. Really, the access arms provide very, very, very little support because they're interfaces. You don't want to put a load through electrical connectors and all the other. Now there is some attachment to it, but you got to be careful how much load you're applying at those points. Those are not really load bearing points. I mean, they do bear a little bit. It might help them wind loads and stuff like that a little bit, but not much. You can see to the left at the bottom that structure to the left is actually bringing umbilicals up to and fueling the core stage through that area. See my cursor right here? I've got a control that's supposed to hide my picture. I can't show my picture because I'm on console. Can't show that, but it don't hide it for some reason. I have had it do it when I was in a conference, but when it's just me on here, it won't hide that screen. So that's why you got a yellow block in the upper right-hand corner. Oh, they still could have issues cooling down the engine 3 because it does have different plumbing. It's a little more resistive to low flow rates. But hopefully they will modify the procedures to get an earlier head start on that. That's the idea. Hey, Granny, how you doing? So the whole objective today is to fill this rocket up with fuel, cryogenic fuel, make sure we don't have any leaks or any other issues. And if there is some issues, get it fixed, get it prepared, hopefully, so we can launch this thing on the 27th. We still haven't gotten the launch waiver approval from the range, the 45th Space Group. NASA's obviously confident they'll get that. I think the biggest criteria they got to pass is a voltage test on the flight termination system batteries. A flight termination system is a system that would blow this rocket up should it go errant to keep it from coming back on civilian population. I mean, guys, there's enough energy. This thing's got the power of a small atom bomb. You don't want it coming down in Titusville or Cocoa Beach or Orlando, God forbid. So they have to be able to destroy the rocket if it goes off course. That is a requirement for public safety. I'm awake, kind of. Well, I've been up since a little after 4 my time. Yeah, that's what Alan Shepard used to say when he'd get on top of a rocket. Yeah, built below us better. I think it scares me as a prime contractor on this. It's the same company that can't seem to make CST 100 fly right. We do have our prime contractor. They changed the seal out, Arnold. They believe that the seal had some contamination, some FOD, foreign object debris, what we call FOD. Some of that got in there. Jag Grayson rocket, I will drive. I got a friend that Tim Pickens. He's been on this channel a couple times. Put a rocket motor. We built up a rocket motor and put it in this pickup truck. I got to fire it, but I hadn't got to ride in it. So there's also I had another friend who him and Tim both did rocket powered bicycles, and the other guy did a rocket powered canoe. That's the guy that passed away. Him and 2 other guys were killed at a cold flow test.
Good morning and welcome to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's 8 a.m. Eastern Time here at the Space Coast, the center of your screen. The Artemis 1 rocket, the Space Launch System and Orion spacecraft on the pad at 39B. Currently, we are at the very beginning of the Artemis 1 cryogenic demonstration test. This is a test to validate the fueling operations for super chilled propellants that go into the lower stage, the core stage, and the upper stage. This rocket, of course, we're looking forward to the launch of this rocket that will be the flight test of NASA's Deep Space Exploration System, the Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket, as well as the supporting ground systems here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
I don't think he's reading from anything particularly.
The tanking test, currently we are in transfer line chill down. These are the lines that run from the cryospheres that hold close to 900,000 gallons of propellant. They are pre-chilling the lines that run from there to the rocket. We're going to begin with the core stage. This is the lower part of the rocket. We're going to tank the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen. We start with liquid oxygen and then move to liquid hydrogen. If you've been following the operation, there have been some challenges with the liquid hydrogen. We had a leak during the last launch attempt. That's been remedied and fixed. And now the team is testing that out, as well as a new loading procedure that's different from the first attempts, more similar to the green run at Stennis, where the launch teams tested the core stage and fired the engines.
The stage
team modeling it more after that procedure in order to prevent thermal stress on the system. So they're going to be really easing the liquid hydrogen in today with this new procedure. And of course, we're keeping track of all the milestones. In your shot, you can see that it's an overcast day to start here on the east coast of Florida. We are green for weather, but the launch weather officer is keeping a close eye on some storm cells off in the distance. And you can see some of them right there at the horizon in this shot. The concern would be any storm cell that contained lightning. It's not a problem if it comes over top and rains on us. No issue there today. We're not, we don't have an appointment to go to the moon today.
That's on the 27th.
But if that cell has lightning in it, then it is a concern for tanking.
Yeah, you don't want
So
this
again,
thing
watching closely, there's currently a cell that's directly east of us, but more than 20 miles away offshore. So keeping a close eye on that. We got started today at 7:30 a.m. with the launch director giving the go for cryo load. We're a little off the timeline, but there is no launch window today, so shouldn't be an impact at all to the procedures. And we're marking off our milestones. The shot you're looking at right here is one of the boosters on the side and the core stage in the center. And this is actually an engineer that's running that camera, getting a close look at the core stage. Once we start tanking propellant into that stage, it will be critical for engineers to keep a close eye on the entirety of that rocket booster. Make sure they don't see anything that that looks like an issue. This is the rocket that's sending us back to the moon for the benefit of all humanity. Scientific discovery, economic benefits, and inspiration, all for a new generation of explorers, the Artemis generation. If you'd like to know more about the Artemis 1 mission, go to our website. Our website is nasa.gov/Artemis. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis to learn more. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Dragons, you had some questions earlier. The objective is to go to the moon. This will be a test, pull-up test of the system to go to the moon. The next mission will be flying a crew around the moon. The third mission is intended to be landing on the moon, kind of like we did in Apollo days. Apollo days, though, there were a number of unmanned Saturn V launches. We flew Apollo 8 around the moon with no lander. We flew Apollo 9 was a low Earth orbit test of the lander. And Apollo 10 went around the moon with a lander, but no landing. Apollo 11 landed on the moon. Dragons, this is there's so little mass compared to the mass of the moon from a little rocket, a little system like this. There will be the best scientific instruments. If you threw 1 million of these at the moon, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. There'd be no measurable. You could throw billions of these at the moon. Seriously, the moon is so large, it's got so much mass, so much momentum, this would make no difference. People don't understand perspective. The moon is huge, it's massive. This thing is puny compared to the moon. Puny. It's a bitsy beyond puny. It is nothing. And if we don't go, the Chinese are going to the moon. They're going in a big way. And we'll be doing it soon. They're building a launcher far more powerful than this one, far more powerful than the SpaceX Starship even. And they've got a 1 megawatt space reactor they're developing. They've got plans for lunar base. And if China gets the moon, yeah, if you want to see impact on Earth, literally machine gun fire rate, small scale nuclear impacts wherever they want to send them, whenever they want to send them, and you can do nothing about it unless you're also on the moon to stop that from happening. I'm going to do a video on that soon. I'm still working out the math. I got the math that neglects the acceleration of gravity once it reaches Earth's atmosphere. That part I haven't added in, but I'm looking at 53% of the explosive yield of the Hiroshima atomic bomb for each impactor, which is more powerful than most tactical nukes. Fired for effect wherever they want them at machine gun fire rates from the moon, coming in at 25,000 miles per hour. You're not going to stop it. There is no way to stop that unless you're on the moon and can stop that stuff from launching in the first place. Arnold, a mosquito would weigh a lot more than a 747 than 1 billion of these would on the moon. Not hearing anything on my console. It's strangely quiet. The moon is the ultimate military high ground. No, there are no bases on the moon. Yeah, I've worked up the math for the energy of impact. I've got it all in my handwritten notes. I got to transfer all that stuff to PowerPoint. And I will do a presentation in the not too just hopefully in the next day or 2 or 3. I'd hope to already had it done. I just got a lot of other things I got going. It's hard to find the time to put all that together. I don't know, Chris. I've met Neil, I've seen him, but I've never got to know Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong was very reclusive. I happen to know Buzz Aldrin pretty well. Buzz Aldrin has actually called my house twice. Moonraker, yeah, that was a nice movie. That was supposedly a space station. That was cute. Cute movie. A lot of the reigning women are rebelling and burning their hijabs. You believe everything you get from Siri. Ask Siri if it controls the world. Ask Siri who owns the earth. That's some really crazy questions. I don't know. I don't use those apps. My phone has Bixby on it. I don't ever use it. Those apps concern me. Although it'd probably be good to train AI so it thinks more like us by talking to it more. Deep function 100,000 minus 1, or aka DPFX 59s. I've been to the company that landed Venera on Venus. It's called Inky. It's in Moscow. I've been there, talked to them, met the people. Spent some time with them, even riding around in Moscow in a van with one of the project engineers who worked on that program that landed on Venus. Russia is the only nation that's actually landed a satellite, a probe, a lander on the surface of Venus. Nobody else has done that to date. They have no people on Venus. Russian space program is pretty impressive, but the only human launch vehicle they got is the Soyuz. So they're not up to going to Venus. That's a pretty view. Earth belongs to herself. I won't argue with that. What does if you ask Siri, what would Siri say? Well, actually, they didn't plant a flag, as far as I know. Well, actually, according to the so-called moon, well, the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, you can't claim a planet or a body like that. We can't claim the moon either. But you can, by certain aspects of civil law and common law, you can claim areas of operation where you're actually operating for operational purposes. And that is how you can get around and actually establish bases and mine moons, asteroids, and things like that. There is precedence for that. I did a video on that on space property rights. I was one of the guys who fought real hard against the law of the sea treaty because of what that could have entailed for future interpretations of space property rights. I fought against, prior to that, I fought against something called the Moon Treaty. We won our fight against the Moon Treaty, but we lost our fight against the law of the sea treaty. Law of the sea treaty is also known as lost. So we lost. However, the Chinese are already in flagrant violation of the law of the sea treaty, so they will violate the 1967 Outer Space Treaty. And in my humble opinion, that makes the whole thing invalid. All right, J Mac, who granted you the title? God granted it to you, you might have a valid claim. Everybody on Earth voted to go along with that. Klaus Schwab thinks he's got it in his pocket. King Charles III may think he's got it. Yep, Arnold. That was an amazing mission because the surface of Venus is as hot as the tip of, actually, the surface of Venus is twice as hot as the tip of a soldering iron. And the pressure, the atmospheric pressure is 90 times the pressure on Earth. You would be crushed if you went down the surface of Venus, crushed and incinerated. Yeah, and he told us to take care of it, right, dragons? Read Revelations. We're supposed to be mindful stewards of the earth. Right. You're right. Take care of it.
It's 8:15 this morning here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida with a beautiful shot overlooking the Atlantic Ocean here from Pad 39B. I'm Daryl Nail with NASA Communications here inside Firing Room 1 with 91 systems engineers who are currently configuring the Space Launch System for a tanking test, the cryogenic demonstration test today to tank both the liquid hydrogen tanks in the lower and upper stage and the liquid oxygen tanks. It's a very complex procedure. And to give us an update now, I've got the technical assistant to the launch director, Wes Mosdale, here to talk a little bit about the beginning of the operation and how we're doing so far. Wes, thanks for being here.
Hey, good morning, Daryl. It's great to be here this morning. Let's see, the countdown is progressing very well, very smooth. We've had very few issues so far. We got into lock shutdown here just a few minutes ago, and that's progressing nominally. We were held up a little bit at the beginning of tanking for a couple issues, and we were closing out the pad. Part of that closeout is to pressurize the machine rooms, the electrical rooms on the mobile launcher, and we had some readings which were toggling just in and out of our limits, and so we took a little extra time to verify that we were acceptable to continue there, and we are. Our teams are confident we're in a good configuration there, and we wanted to re-verify that the blast danger area was clear for tanking, which it was, and so loading is underway.
And that's a great sign, and you're ticking off the milestones as we go along here. As we just explain to the audience why it's so important to chill down these lines before you actually flow super chilled propellants through there.
Sure. Well, obviously those propellants are very cold, and we want to prevent any thermal shock to those systems. So we start off by flowing cold gas through those to get them chilled and conditioned before we begin the flow of liquid up to the vehicle.
We're green for weather. We're looking here at a shot that shows a little bit of the sky. Got some overcast skies, some clouds around, but we're green for weather to start tanking. That's obviously something that with some storms offshore, launch weather officers keep an eye on that.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye on that as we progress today. As part of our pre-tanking preparations, we get a brief from the launch weather officer to verify that we're within our acceptable lightning constraints, which we were for today. And now that loading is underway, lightning is not as big of a concern for us, but we'll continue to monitor that. But as you said, we're go for loading at this point.
Now the team is obviously going to be very aware, and especially the cryo team on the liquid hydrogen side for the revised loading operation. I guess a new loading operation, right? What's been called a kinder, gentler loading of the liquid hydrogen. Talk a little bit about some of the milestones that are coming up that are key. For instance, around the 10 o'clock hour, we're going to go into core stage LH2 fast fill, but then check that engine bleed kickstart, and then later that LH2 pre-press test.
That's right. So as far as you mentioned the revised loading procedures. So really that entails really a slower chill down of the hydrogen side. One of the potential causes for that leak that our team has determined is the rate at which we chill down that hydrogen QD. So part of our revised procedures has us taking a little bit of extra time to do a slower chill down of that system and make sure that it's conditioned properly, as I mentioned earlier, to help prevent that thermal shock. And once we do get into fast fill, we will go into the engine bleed kickstart, which involves pressurizing closing the vent valve on the hydrogen tank and building up a little pressure in the tank to help force that hydrogen through the engines and get that bleed going. And then we open back up that vent valve and go into that bleed process.
Yeah, and then the pre-press test comes a little bit later, somewhere around 1 o'clock Eastern time. That will be another big moment for the hydrogen team.
That's right. That's when we'll really get the true verification that our 4-inch QD is good. We'll pressurize the tank up to flight level, verify that we can maintain that pre-pressurization configuration, and do our high flow bleed check, which will be really the final verification that our cryo system, the hydrogen system, is in the right configuration to proceed with terminal count for our launch attempt.
Very good. The team, of course, started this operation a couple days ago with a call to stations, but today it's the cryogenic portion, which is the big focus of this entire operation. Seems like what's your feel in the mood of the team this morning?
I think the team is really excited to get through this test. Everybody's been working hard these last few weeks. We went and demated that umbilical. We changed out the seal. The team did really an outstanding job managing that work at the pad and around the weather and other environmental things we had out there. So the team is, feels like we really have a great shot today at getting through tanking, and I think everybody is excited to get through that successful tanking today.
And thank you for mentioning the work that went out there on the pad, because the ground team that was out there working that had to face a lot of issues with the weather, right? Because that's an area that's so sensitive. You have to have an enclosure around it, want to keep all the weather out. And they were scheduling that work around times when it was raining. And for the past few weeks, we have had heavy rainstorms here on the east coast of Florida.
That's right. Weather has certainly been a challenge for us, but as you mentioned, the team really we laid out the schedule every day. We took the weather into account, and so kind of planned the work around those weather windows. Understood, the durations for each of the activities we had and how that fit into the forecast. And we worked closely with the forecasters over at the 45th Weather Squadron over there to make sure that we had acceptable windows to get that work done. And as you said, breaking into the hydrogen system, maintaining the cleanliness is of utmost importance, and our team did a great job in doing that work outside at the pad.
And now it's time to test that work.
That's right.
Wes Mosdale, Technical Assistant to Launch Director, thank you for taking time from your console to explain the operation this morning and give us an update. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you.
Thanks, Daryl. I appreciate it.
All right. You heard the update there from Wes Mosdale, and we continue to track milestones as the cryogenic demonstration test continues. This is Artemis Launch Control.
All right, to the speak. Excuse me. Yeah, 21 thumbs, good. My precious, my precious, my precious. Cryogenic is liquid gas. It's a gas at room temperature, but when you cool it down enough, for example, dragons, the liquid hydrogen is at minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a bit cool. Yeah, that is beautiful. That is lovely. Sunrise over the Atlantic there. Pride goeth before destruction, J. Mac. So it's in the Bible. Pride goeth before destruction. That was the devil's sin, was pride. He got too proud of himself. Or his original, his first sin. Oh, where's the oil refinery down at? Deep function. Tweakers. What are we talking about? What are tweakers, Chris? Educate me. Curiosity robbed us of Eden. Well, there you go. Try the fruit of knowledge. That's what's the Adam's apple. Huh? They get stuck in the throat. The woman gleefully swallowed. The man couldn't handle it. The Adam's apple. Two fires in last year. That's wild. All right, guys, if y'all stick with me and watch this, that'll help me earn the hours needed toward getting this channel monetized. I'm slightly over halfway there. That's 4,000 hours. I'm just over 2,000. It was choking and got days. I think I'd want to choke too if I was just swallowed the apple. It was going to cost my progeny and thousands of years in biting briars and snakes. Kicked out of Eden. Thank you, Granny. We just lost 2 people watching. Wow. Oh, well. All right, guys. So what we're watching here is the tanking test of the Artemis 1 rocket. Once again, trying to get the entire thing filled up with cryogenic fuel to make sure everything works right, to address, so they can address issues if they can. There is a scheduled launch attempt for the 27th of September. The next fall back date would be 2 October. These launch dates require a waiver to be approved by the range on the batteries of the FTS, flight termination system. So far, the batteries appear to be within the voltage range they need to be in. So there is an expectation that that waiver will be approved. Now, that's not a given fact. So we're having to watch that. The lightning, you can see the shimmering waves. Look at that. You can see the waves moving in the lower left-hand side of the screen. That's pretty. Sun shining off those waves through that hole in the cloud. The hole in the cloud's up on the right, and it's shining down to the left side of the launch tower there. That's real pretty. Anyway, about to resume the countdown clock. 2, 1, start. Yep, it's counting down now. Minus 6 hours, 40 minutes, and counting. You'll hear the announcer probably come on and say it in a minute. The countdown clock is a minus 6 hours and 40 minutes and counting down. I'm surprised the announcer hadn't popped in yet. He probably will in a minute. Lilith fell before Lucifer? Really? That is beautiful. Hello, Joseph. How you doing? All right, what we're watching here today, guys, is the tanking test of the Artemis 1 launch vehicle. The objective is to, well, you can see the sun has moved. The sun was on the right, now she's moving left. Well, the Earth is moving. Apparently, it looks like the sun's moving. So we got the tanking test, the Artemis 1 launch vehicle today. If all goes well, we should be launching on the 27th, and I hope to be carrying that live too. If I have to go in the office, I might not be able to carry it live. Everybody, please give me a thumbs up. Helps with the algorithms. Who knows I need that help. And if y'all can just watch this, and if you got to walk away for something, that's fine. You can just let this run and watch it through. It'll help me build up the hours I need. I'm trying to get this channel monetized. And it takes 4,000 hours of watch time within any given period of a year. And I'm just a little over 2,000. And probably almost half of that came from the previous launch attempt. That in my video on India. Actually, that's funny. They have correct pronouns. Oh my God. We're going to make the trip back down. Oh, you're going to watch it, Joseph. You get one there. Okay, good. Where are you located, Joseph? Seated in the tree of life. Now, how did you wind up there? Hello, Elton. How you doing? Yeah, we're getting some likes now. That says, you know, what happens is the people cycle through. People will come in and stay a little bit and then move on. They may come back in and out. I don't know. George Burns is God. Yeah, he played that pretty well. Hey, I love George Burns as an actor, right? Who else played God? Well, what was his name? Guy with a makes all the Jim Carrey. I've heard George Burns. Me, I know likey Jim Carrey. Not really. He's anybody that's anti-2A is not my best friend. He should have stayed as the Grinch. The Grinch is much more fitting for Jim Carrey. No, he didn't play God. He played somebody granted magical powers by God. That's right. I don't know. I didn't watch that maybe. Watching a NASCAR race. This early? The live stream has a delay to it. Morgan Freeman. Okay, what about that? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry about that. They sleep. I didn't watch the movie. I just saw some takes on it. Yeah, I don't know when they're going to make that decision, Joseph. Hopefully, right after this tanking test. Some people think they're waiting on this tanking test to make the decision. It became satanic. Jim Carrey, I think he really is in real life. All right, we might be scaring people out of here with all this talk. I need to check out my video with Les Johnson I just posted on this channel just last night. He's got an experiment that's sitting on this vehicle right now in the Orion stage adapter. It's in a box the size of a boot box. And when it deploys, it goes around the moon. It's going to deploy a light cell, a solar light sail that will be propelled by the pressure of light on it. And it's going to go to asteroid 2020 GE. So it'll be the first application of a light cell going to a destination in space. It all works out. And that's going to be amazing, guys. And I have known Les Johnson for decades. He's a really good guy. He's a real nice guy. And so is his wife. You know, I've been to his house a few times. Went to recital of his son at a church, playing violin. The sky's clear overhead. You can see, if you can look carefully, you might see the catenary wires. They're barely visible on my screen. They make a crisscross X behind the launch tower. Those are protected against lightning. They were more visible earlier in the video. It was a little darker. If they should take the bulk of any lightning strike, but still some of it will get around. So you got to worry if you got a fully fueled rocket. You don't want to fuel a rocket if you think there's going to be lightning around, because that makes it's a very powerful explosive. Drops, how you doing? I hadn't seen you here in a while. Good to see you. Drops, are you an engineer? Somebody had suggested me that you're an engineer. So Drops had a video post, I believe, yesterday on his channel, guys. His wife, mainly. Very good, J Mac. Oh, the guy on the sun, he wants to go on the 29th now. I will have a guest today on Green Griggs, though. later today, I'm expecting David Pine. Probably, I don't know if we'll go live or not. We'll probably record it. But David Pine, she'll be back on my channel again. We're going to be talking about Putin's speech on green rigs. Yeah, could be all the religious talk. Might have ran some of the viewers off. We only got 19 in the room. We had 27 thumbs up. On Lee's channel, Lee Wilbarger, he'll shut you down if you talk religious stuff. I don't have any issue with that. This, especially on Green Greg's channel, but this people over here on the science and engineering side are not as appreciative of religious discussions we might be on Green Greg's channel. So let's see. JMac, my bad. Let's see. What was that? Processing. I'm an information systems engineer. Okay. All the sun, how you doing? Yeah, well, I don't know what we're going to title the talk video yet, but Putin did a speech and there's some other things happen that kind of adds to the
Couple
video I
updates
posted
here
yesterday.
for some milestones reached at 8:42 a.m. We went into core stage liquid oxygen slow fill. Again, core stage liquid oxygen slow fill has now begun.
All right, Dragons.
So the chilling of the transfer line is complete. We are now in slow fill for liquid oxygen. And on the liquid hydrogen side, we
Good,
just
J-Mac.
got the go to proceed with propellant load for liquid hydrogen.
Very good.
Just got the go to proceed with the loading of liquid hydrogen propellant into the core stage. So again, liquid oxygen now in slow fill. Liquid hydrogen has the go to proceed. They are now going to begin chilling down the transfer lines. This is Artemis Launch Control.
J-Mac, that's what we hope, right? Hopefully they don't have the Tesla bot strain to replace us. I don't think so. Guys, a lot of people are afraid of AI. I'm not as concerned about AI as I am the man behind the curtain. You've probably heard me say that before. I think there's always going to be a man behind the curtain. AI is a tool. It's a tool of people. Dragons, an EMP is what I would be concerned with, and that would probably do away with AI. Yep, that will probably do away with AI. Should we get an EMP? But we hope not for an EMP. And I really, I have put forward. I think I did a video on. I might have did it on this channel. I have a hard time seeing AI get sentient for a number of reasons. Like I've done computer engineering, guys. Part of every computer is arithmetic logic in it. All they do is correlate high and low voltages. We call that adding ones and zeros. I'll go more of that in the future. You're right, it is a multiverse. We couldn't have free will if the universe were not a multiverse. Frame box. I'm just reading notes. We got the debt going on. It's going to take, it takes hours to do the hydrogen load. Give me some tea, guys. I can't talk all the time. I still got to monitor my console, and I got some other work I've actually got working on too. Elton, you gone? Glad you're here. Thank you for joining. Well, they had a leak the first time. We had a leak the last time. We had it almost full the previous attempt.
Just about 10 minutes before 9
Technical
a.m.
week 50.
Eastern Time here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking at a live picture of Launch Complex 39B, where the Space Launch System is on the pad, and currently cryogenic loading operation demonstration test is underway. We are flowing liquid oxygen into the rocket at this moment. And we are currently chilling down the other side of the propellant, the liquid hydrogen, chilling down the lines that lead from the cryosphere to the mobile launch pad. So far, procedure is going very well. The cryogenic loading operation in sync.
Now, this is a fueling test, guys.
And we currently stand at roughly 5% full on the liquid oxygen side. Again, we're just about 5% full. It's a 196,000 gallon tank, but the liquid oxygen is very dense, so it takes some time to fill that. We're going to be in slow fill for just about 15 minutes, and then we're going to transfer to fast fill, and that's roughly 3 hours, the long pole in the tent, so to speak. Want to also make you aware of a programming note. You can see on your screen there, we're tracking the capacity of the liquid oxygen tank, and you can see there, minus 295 degrees Fahrenheit, super chilled liquid oxygen. This is the oxidizer that, when combined with the liquid hydrogen, creates the thrust upon ignition to lift that rocket, help lift that rocket off the ground. Today is a test, and a test only. You can see it's 5% full. I want to get back to the programming note I mentioned. We have a busy day here at NASA. Coming up at 8:55 a.m. Eastern Time in just a few minutes. Those of you watching this cryo demo test on NASA TV's public channel, you will be switched over to Johnson Space Center's launch coverage of the Soyuz rocket and spacecraft, carrying a new crew to the International Space Station. Here at Kennedy, we will continue coverage of the cryo demo on NASA's official media channel. You can see there at the bottom of your screen, that is the link. That is where you'll find the tanking test if you're not on it already. If you are, again, on the NASA public channel, we'll be switching to coverage from our friends at Johnson Space Center for the Soyuz launch. After the completion of the Soyuz launch coverage, tanking coverage will resume to NASA TV's public channel. Again, that's set to begin here in just a few seconds. This is Artemis Launch Control.
You guys want to see the launch, Soyuz launch instead? Might be more exciting than watching the tanking test. Can't handle that sound. Yeah. Too much. Today we're performing a tanking test of the Artemis 1 booster. It is a fueling test. Launch is intended for the 27th, but they are about to do a Soyuz launch. I could go to the other channel and we could watch the tanking test continue, but if you'd rather, we can sit and actually see a live launch with crew going to the space station. So y'all tell me what you'd rather watch, guys. There was a woodpecker one time built a nest inside an external tank of a space shuttle sitting on the bed. It was out there so long. Yeah, they'll come back to the test after they do the Soyuz launch. They will come back to the test. Go. Wow. Stuff. You want to watch the Soyuz test? No, they're not launching Artemis today. Today's a tanking test. But if we stay on this channel, we will see the Soyuz launch in just a minute. So you will get to see a rocket launch. It will be carried from the Johnson Space Center from their feet, but it will actually, the launch is in Russia. Maybe Kazakhstan. I don't think HIMARS can't yet. got 16 in the room now. According to this, that's supposed to start at 9 a.m. It's 9 a.m. according to my clock, Eastern time. All right, well, you get to see a rocket launch here. You hang on. No, their launch facility is much higher in latitude. That's why the space station flies so far north. Is that and the United States had to come up with a whole new external tank in order to lighten the load to be able to fly to that launch altitude. So what does the space shuttle external tank that helped build the space station to get the same launch inclination, because your inclination depends on your latitude you launch from. Yeah, the Earth is a sphere, and that's why we had to come up with a new external tank. So they come up with an external tank that has lithium instead of it has lithium aluminum instead of just aluminum in the oxidizer tank and in the liquid hydrogen tank, especially the oxidizer tank. That saved a lot of weight on the external tank and enabled the space shuttle to be able to get payloads up to that high launch inclination from which the Russians launched their Soyuz. Here we go. We're about to watch a launch here. Now they got rid of that junky music. I will increase the volume a little bit.
You are looking live at launch site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, where a Soyuz 2.1A booster stands fully fueled, ready for launch to send an American astronaut and 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts into orbit on a fast-track to-orbit journey to reach the International Space Station that will be their home for the next 6 months. Good morning from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room as countdown clocks are ticking backward for the launch of the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft atop its Soyuz booster at 8:54 and 49 seconds a.m. Central Time, 6:54 and 49 seconds p.m. in Baikonur, about 7 minutes after sunset in the Central Asian desert. The weather in Baikonur is ideal, 85 degrees Fahrenheit, cloudless sky for today's launch. Earlier today, the Soyuz booster was fueled for launch by engineers in Baikonur, a process that was completed a few hours ago. The launch control team in Baikonur reporting that all systems are go for launch, working no issues as the countdown enters its final phase. Here in Mission Control, the team is watching over the Expedition 67 crew and station systems on the International Space Station. The Orbit 2 team having just completed a shift handover from the overnight Orbit 1 team, preparing to support the arrival of Soyuz MS-22 later today. The station population will increase temporarily from 7 to 10 with the addition of NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and his Roscosmos crewmates, Soyuz Commander Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. The crew is all set to begin its 3-hour flight to the International Space Station, docking scheduled at 12:11 p.m. Central Time to the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Once the hatches are opened between the newly arrived Soyuz and the station, the new residents will be greeted by Station Commander Oleg Artemiev of Roscosmos and his Roscosmos crewmates, Denis Matveyev and Sergei Korsakov, along with NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, and European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. She will take over as Expedition 68 commander during a change of command ceremony next week, before Artemiev, Matveyev, and Korsakov depart in their Soyuz MS-21 spacecraft, headed for a parachute-assisted landing on September 29th on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Frank Rubio today becomes the first American to launch on a Soyuz spacecraft since Mark Vande Heyde did so in March of 2021. Rubio is flying on the Soyuz MS-22 vehicle, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Anna Kikina is flying to the station as part of the SpaceX Crew Dragon Crew 5 crew that includes NASA astronauts Nicole Mann and Josh Cassada and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Koichi Wakata. This ensuring a reciprocal method of maintaining maximum launch and landing capability for safe space station operations. The Crew 5 crew is in quarantine now, preparing for their launch to the station early next month. Here in Mission Control, as mentioned, a shift handover just completed. At the bottom of your screen is Flight Director Allison Bollinger. She will be the flight director on console throughout the day today for launch, docking, and the subsequent hatch opening later this afternoon. That will enable Rubio, Prokopyev, and Petelin to take residence on board the International Outpost. At the top of your screen, veteran astronaut Jessica Meir. She'll be talking to the space station crew throughout the day when required.
And there is Ace Hardware in
Half a
Singapore.
world away
Okay,
at the
cool.
Russian Mission Control Center on
Thanks
the
for joining
outskirts
from
of
Singapore. That's
Moscow.
awesome.
The Russian flight controllers are carefully watching
So you have
all
Harbor
the data
Freight
on their
and
consoles.
Ace Hardware
They
in
will take
Singapore.
over
Wow.
control of the flight of the Soyuz MS-22 to the International Space Station about 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch. After third stage shutdown on the Soyuz booster and spacecraft separation, they will then be in control of Soyuz operations all the way through its planned automated docking to the Rosviet module. That you're hearing music that is being piped into the Soyuz spacecraft by launch controllers at the blockhouse in Baikonur, a time-honored tradition. The launch now less than 50 minutes away. We'll
I hope I don't get a copyright strike on that
in about
Russian music
20
being
minutes from
Soyuz.
now. This is a live view of Soyuz MS-22 on the launch pad at Baikonur. Site 31 is the launch site for today. Liftoff again scheduled for 8:54 and 49 seconds a.m. Central Time.
Yeah, I know that's true.
6:54 and 49 seconds p.m. in Baikonur. The countdown proceeding on schedule. No issues being reported by the engineers down in Baikonur. Atop the Soyuz 2.1A booster strapped into their seats in the descent module or center section of the Soyuz spacecraft are NASA's Frank Rubio and Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin of Roscosmos. Prokopyev, as Soyuz commander, is in the center seat of the descent module, flanked on his left by Petelin, serving as board engineer number 1, and to Prokopiev's right, NASA's Frank Rubio, serving as board engineer 2. For Rubio and Petelin, this will be their first flight into space. For Prokopyev, his second flight into space. From time to time through the interpreter that you'll be hearing regarding ascent performance calls, you'll hear the Soyuz call sign of Altai. That is a mountain range in Central and Eastern Asia. Each Soyuz commander selects a call sign for their Soyuz vehicle from launch to docking, and again, from undocking through landing. Altai is Prokopiev's call sign for his Soyuz vehicle. If you're just joining us, again, you're looking live at Site 31 of the Baikonur Cosmodrome in the Central Asian Desert as we stand 48 minutes and 17 seconds away from liftoff of the 3 new residents to the International Space Station, Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopyev, and Dmitry Patelin.
But they don't play Barrett guitar. I hope I don't get a copyright strike on this music.
Again, that's music being piped into the spacecraft for the cosmonauts Prokopyev and Patelin, and for the NASA astronaut Frank Rubio to listen to, basically keeping them relaxed in the final minutes of the countdown that will lead to launch about 47.5 minutes from now. The crew flew to the Baikonur Cosmodrome from their training base at Star City on September 5th for final pre-launch training and inspections of their Soyuz spacecraft. While that was ongoing, the Soyuz MS-22 was encapsulated into the upper stage of the Soyuz booster in the integration building. And after the 3 stages of the booster were mated together late last week, the Soyuz rocket, as you see in this video, began its trek to the launch pad last Sunday, hauled to the pad horizontally on a rail car in a process that took about 40 minutes to complete. Once at the pad, the Soyuz was raised hydraulically to its vertical position for final pre-launch preparations. We continue to watch countdown clocks ticking backward for the launch of the next crew to the International Space Station 46.5 minutes from now. Out on the launch pad at Site 31 of the Baikonur Cosmodrome, the Soyuz booster is poised for launch, fully fueled with kerosene and liquid oxygen as the propellant. The Soyuz 2.1A is the ticket to ride for crews launching from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Let's take a closer look at that Soyuz booster.
The strap-ons
The
are
Soyuz
liquid.
rocket stands 162 feet tall, weighs
all
about
liquid engines.
640,000 pounds, and consists of the Soyuz spacecraft inside a protective shroud at the top and the 3-stage Soyuz 2.1A booster below. The first stage has 4 liquid engines strapped to the side of the core vehicle. Each will burn for 1 minute and 58 seconds before they drop away. The core engine of the first stage also serves as the second stage and continues to burn until 4 minutes and 57 seconds into the flight. The third stage has a single engine that will ignite before the separation of the second stage, helping to push it away safely. It will burn until the 8 minutes and 46 seconds mark of the flight, and at that point, the Soyuz spacecraft will separate from the third stage, having arrived at its preliminary orbit.
Turn the volume down, okay. It is a little loud for me.
Launch Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan
Y'all
is
still
what
hear
we're
it?
looking at right now in the Central Asian Desert. Again, the weather
Kerbal
is
Space
ideal
Program, there you go.
as we are approaching sunset.
Y'all
at
hear
the
this
launch
well?
site. Sunset will occur at about 6:47 p.m. in Baikonur, about 7 minutes before liftoff. We'll talk a bit more about the orbital mechanics of this 2-orbit rendezvous for Rubio, Prokopyev, and Patelin in just a moment. Again, atop that Soyuz 2.1A booster,
If I'm
strapped
gonna
into
need a
their
strike,
seats
I've
in the
already got
descent module of the Soyuz are NASA's Frank
That's what you're
Rubio
talking about.
and
If I'm gonna
Sergei
get a strike,
Prokopyev
it's
and
already
Dmitry Patelin of Roscosmos, as the countdown is now 44.5 minutes from launch. The Soyuz spacecraft, the MS-22, which will be headed to the International Space Station a short time from now, is comprised of 3 sections. Let's take a look at the.
They'll give you a
Soyuz
strike on-
spacecraft that
I've
soon
got
will be
strikes
delivering
on
Rubio,
when I was
Prokopyev,
walking
and
around on
Patelin
audio,
to
I
the
couldn't even hear.
International Outpost.
Their stupid AI can hear that stuff and you can't even hear me on
The
there.
whole Soyuz spacecraft is 24.5 feet long with an overall volume of 177 cubic feet and comprised of 3 modules. The descent module, situated in the middle of the Soyuz vehicle, contains customized seats for the crew members during launch, entry, and landing, and contains all the controls and displays necessary for the flight. It also houses life support systems, batteries for the re-entry and landing, and the parachute and soft landing rocket engines that slow the Soyuz just before touchdown as the spacecraft lands in Kazakhstan.
That's the only part that comes back.
There are 8 hydrogen peroxide thrusters located on the module, which are used to control the spacecraft's orientation or attitude during the descent until parachute deployment. The descent module also contains a guidance, navigation, and control system used to maneuver the vehicle during the descent phase of the mission. This descent module is 7.3 feet long with a diameter of 7.1 feet and a habitable volume of 124 cubic feet. It is the only portion of the Soyuz that survives the return to Earth. The orbital module at the top is 9.8 feet long. It connects to the descent module via pressurized hatch. This is where the crew has a small amount of room to move around following launch during the flight to the space station. It has a docking mechanism, hatch, and rendezvous antennas located at the front end. The docking mechanism is used to dock with the space station, and the hatch allows entry into the orbiting complex. The rendezvous antennas are used by the automated docking system, which uses radar, to maneuver toward the station for docking. There's also a forward-looking window in the module that the crew can use to take manual measurements of distance and closing speed with a laser rangefinder in the event of failure of the rendezvous radar system. The propulsion module houses the oxygen storage tanks, the main engine, and the attitude control thrusters, avionics, and communication and control equipment. The propulsion portion of this module handles all orbital maneuvers, including those needed for the rendezvous with the space station and the deorbit burn at the end of the spacecraft's mission. Before they are deployed, the two solar arrays are folded against the body of the propulsion module, which, along with the orbital module, separates from the descent module after the deorbit burn. The solar panels span almost 35 feet. The entire spacecraft serves not only as a crew transport vehicle to and from the space station, but also as an emergency return vehicle in the unlikely event the crew needs to leave the station unexpectedly.
And you'll be seeing a lot more of that Soyuz spacecraft a few hours from now as it approaches for a docking to the Rassvet module of the International Space Station. This is a split screen morning. On the left side of your screen, NASA's Space Launch System, 322 feet tall, sitting on Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center in the process of undergoing a cryogenic propellant tanking test that could pave the way, if successful, for the maiden launch of the SLS on September 27th to send the Orion spacecraft on a 40-day mission around the moon and back to Earth. Everything so far going well. The go for tanking occurred about 6:25 a.m. Central Time, with cryogenic propellant loading starting just before 7 a.m. Central Time, 8 a.m.
YouTube
Eastern Time. On the right side of your screen, of course, in the Baikonur Cosmodrome at Site 31 is the fully fueled Soyuz 2.1A booster. So halfway around the world from each other, NASA extending its reach both with future Artemis operations and replenishment and extension of a crew to the International Space Station with today's Soyuz launch of Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopyev, and Dmitry Petelin.
Oh, no, there's yeah, I'm just going to block that music completely for a bit. They start getting close to launch or something's happening, I'll play it. Let's see. Yep, still playing. I could do without the music.
Baikonur by launch controllers to the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft and its 3 occupants who are strapped into the center section of the Soyuz. The descent stage, Sergei Prokopyev, the Soyuz commander, is in the middle seat, flanked to his left by Dmitry Petelin of Roscosmos, and to his right by NASA's Frank Rubio. The countdown is proceeding toward a launch just over 39 minutes from now. We should get a final go, no-go for launch within the next 10 minutes. The launch, again, will be 8 minutes and 45 seconds between liftoff and third stage shutdown of the Soyuz booster and spacecraft separation, placing the Soyuz in its initial preliminary orbit to begin the chase to reach the International Space Station. The way today's orbital mechanics work is that the Soyuz booster will launch into a narrow phase angle of about 13 degrees. It's basically like going up an off ramp or an on ramp onto a freeway, making sure you're in the correct lane. with the launch time calculated for this fast-track two-orbit rendezvous to ensure that the rotation of the Earth carries the Baikonur Cosmodrome into the plane of the International Space Station's orbit at the precise moment. There is only a 10-second launch window available for the Soyuz vehicle. Once a third stage shutdown and orbital insertion occurs for Soyuz, along with spacecraft separation, the Soyuz will automatically deploy its twin solar arrays and its navigational antennas and will begin the chase to catch up to the International Space Station. A series of automated rendezvous burns will take place over the next 2 hours or so following launch to place the Soyuz in the neighborhood of the International Space Station for final approach, a fly around that will begin at about 11:50 a.m. Central Time. That will precisely align the Soyuz forward docking probe with the Rassvet module on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station's Russian segment. There'll be a brief period of station keeping to allow the flight controllers at the control center in Korolev to assess the precise alignment of the Soyuz with the Rassvet module before approval is given for final approach. If everything is going as planned, this should be an automated approach, although Prokopiev will be standing by to take over manual control of the flying of the Soyuz in the event there should be a problem with the Corps' automated rendezvous system on the Soyuz vehicle. If everything goes as planned, docking is scheduled at 12:11 p.m. Central Time, 1:11 p.m. Eastern Time, followed by the closing of the hooks to form a hard mate between the Soyuz and the International Space Station.
Let's mute that again. We don't need that music giving us strikes, so we're going to avoid it. All right, guys, so that's what they're doing there. It's amazing how flat it is around there. So we should see a launch of the Soyuz rocket as we're doing the tanking for our Artemis rocket. Then they'll go back to the Artemis. And I think they're going to cut away when they do the docking. When this actually docks, we'll see this thing arrive at station. Hopefully then there won't be any more Ruski music. They say the music should relax them. I wonder what happened to somebody slipped in the Ukrainian song Bayraktar. Yeah, you got to be brave to climb on these rockets. You're really playing Russian roulette every time you get on a rocket. You are playing a game of Russian roulette. The only question is, how many cylinders are there in the revolver and how many rounds are in the cylinder? Let's see if they're talking. Ah, music. You can see the support towers are moving away. Just getting ready to launch. Now, it's got hold downs down here. These are the hold downs. They pop open as this thing flies up. They have weights on them. So when this thing has the thrust, puts enough pressure on, these just fall back. This is what's holding it down. These are unlike our explosive bolts that will hold down the solid rocket boosters on the space shuttle and now on the Artemis rocket. So this is a different design. The Apollo system actually had hold downs more like this. These are weighted swing arms. They're holding it down. There's weights up, but when the thrust coming up exceeds a certain point, these just automatically kick back. Well, I have a 90-second launch window. Well, that's when Kazakhstan is perfectly lined up, this Baikonur launch site with the orbit of the space station. It may be because of they are at the peak of the sine wave, is what it looks like as it's going across the Earth, Earth's surface. That's what it looks like, it's a sine wave. It's really because the orbit is an ellipse and Earth turns under the ellipse. That's what makes the ground track look like a sine wave. And you can, if you put people along the paths, you can actually see these things go over according to that sine wave. That is proof positive that Earth's a sphere. So many people have problems with that. There's so many ways to prove the Earth is round. It's not funny. It looks mighty flat in that picture, though. That's a flat area there. But it's not. Earth's a sphere. 7 miles to horizon, and it starts dropping off. You can see cryogenic vapors coming out of this rocket too. You see some vapors down here, the engine section, the bird flying behind it. Those towers are laying down. I wish they'd show us the countdown clock. Let's see if they're playing music or talking.
Temperature and was it 5 degrees Fahrenheit, not a cloud in the sky. The launch to occur about 7 minutes after sunset. It should be spectacular as the Soyuz arcs out to the northeast, headed for the International Space Station.
Oh, cool. It's going to be a night launch.
This is a 2-orbit rendezvous today, precisely calculated. It will take just over 3 hours for Rubio, Prokopiev, and Patelin to reach their destination through a series of pre-programmed automated engine firings that will first elevate and increase their altitude toward the station after third stage separation on the Soyuz booster and separation of the Soyuz spacecraft from the third stage. The stair-step fashion that they will undertake to reach the vicinity of the International Space Station will be undertaken through a series of so-called impulse burns of the Soyuz engine that will steadily close the gap between themselves and the international outpost over the 3-hour plus period that will follow liftoff.
Yeah, I need that music. 30 minutes, 10 seconds to launch. I don't know if they have any built-in holds like NASA does. All right, and it should be dark there when this launches, so that'll be cool. Night launches are always spectacular. I just have to kill that music, guys. Yeah, this was earlier today. If the astronauts are on, this has got to be a playback video. Shouldn't be any music with this. Let's see.
Hotel crew quarters to begin final pre-launch activities. The crew departed the Cosmonaut Hotel and boarded a bus for their 40-minute ride to the integration and suit-up facility at Building 254 inside the Baikonur Cosmodrome. You see them in their traditional and familiar walkout.
American on the left.
From the Cosmonaut Hotel, the backup crew following them: Oleg Kononenko, Laurel O'Hara, Nikolai Chubb.
Gosh, you got to play that music now? Come on. Play that crazy music constantly. Anytime the announcer's not talking or playing music.
Sergei Prokopiev in the middle, Dmitry Patelin on the left.
There's the American on the right now. The two guys are Russians. They're all hugging and holding. On the verge of war, and we're all hugging up. Hang on. Oh my gosh, the music. I accidentally hit the pause, so it puts this video behind. Oh my God, they just can't quit playing that music. If you're just watching, you wonder why I'm trying to mute the music. I'm trying to prevent a copyright strike, or sometimes YouTube will let you delete portions of a video with music in it. But I'll have to either delete the video or the portions of the music in it after this post if they recognize this music, and I assume they will. It's Yuri Gagarin on the left there. That's what that picture is to the left. That's Yuri Gagarin. All right, let's see if they stop playing music. No, they just can't quit playing the music. Yeah, in Russia, they won't get a copyright strike. We might. You know, we never heard the song or music, or don't care anything about it. There we go. No music. Up there it is. Let me just swing songs. Bye, Daddy. Love you, Dad. Get blown up in space. Off the bus goes. I just can't quit playing that music. That bus, purple bus. I wonder if Barney owns that bus. Purple dinosaur. They're going to the International Space Station. Hey, Sierra Star, how are you doing? Sierra Star, I've not seen you in the chat room in a while. Tell me, Sierra Star, did they deduct that from your credit card? That super chat that never showed up? I never saw it in the chat room, and that video, you said it was $40. That video did not get that. They don't show me that kind of income on that video. I like total of $17. I had other super chats, and there was some advertising running on it. So there's no way that I got credit for that. If they deducted that, Sierra Star, you need to complain to your credit card company and to YouTube. They should not have deducted that from the credit card. All right, let's see if they quit playing the music. No, they just got to keep playing that music. Holy smoke, guys. Maybe by playing just a little snippet in between, they won't cut those sections. I'm sitting and listening to the console as I'm talking. It's kind of, they don't have a lot today that's in my area going on because they're not firing up all the avionics for the tanking test. There could be some. I could have to get real active in a hurry here, guys, on my console. Actually, as I'm doing this, I'm actually reviewing another document. Yeah, they do keep a firearm in case they have bears when they come back down. Bears or wolves. They had a Soyuz that went way off course and crashed in the wilderness. It took them some days to get to the astronauts. And yeah, they were defending themselves from bears. It was refunded? Oh, okay. Thank you, Sierra Star. I'm glad to know it was refunded because I never saw. There's two things I didn't see. One, I didn't see it come across the chat. Cowboy Rogers notified me that you had posted on my on Lee's network, but I was logged out, and so when I logged in, I didn't see it. And Cowboy said, if you're logged out, somebody's post don't show up. So I stay logged out of Lee's network a lot because if I don't, my phone's constantly pinging from all the messages there. It's ping, 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 ping. It just don't stop. And that's a little bit more than I can handle. Hey, Katie, how you doing? Yeah, there's some kind of faux pas in the system. At least you get refunded for it. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. So the system works. Some kids got a tiara on. There you go. Daddy going to space. Oh no. Let's hope her daddy comes back to her. Ah, they're still playing that music. Holy smoke. Look at her. She's center stage. Kid is. Family's big in Russia, guys. You give them credit for that. Them old instruments behind them. Some of the equipment's probably from the 60s. Let's see if we're playing music. Yep, they can't stop the music. Holy smoke. I'll give you full screen for a little bit. That's American. So we're still buying some ride shares from the Russians. Well, it should be close to launch time now. I'll set the countdown clock, but it said T-minus 30 minutes a little while ago. That's the backup crew. All right, I believe the LOX is 22% full on the Artemis. They are fueling liquid hydrogen so far, no issue. So far, everything looks good on the tanking test for the Artemis 1. This video, after they do the launch, will return to that. I don't know why they're playing all this stuff now. Let's see if they're still playing music.
The crew, you see at the top of your screen, Sergei Krikalev, who flew twice on space shuttle missions to the International Space Station.
Oh my God.
This exchange of pleasantries between the crew and the Roscosmos managers essentially amounts to a report on the readiness of the vehicle for launch.
I have been to
final
Roscosmos
wishes,
headquarters.
before the crew departs the integration building to head for the launch pad itself.
And they got to play that music. Anytime he's not talking, that music's playing. So one of those Russians is actually flown apparently on the space shuttle twice. So apparently they got some family in there too, but this is Roscosmos management is talking to them. Roscosmos is a Russian company that runs their space program. It's actually the Russian space program, it's their government. It's kind of hard to tell them apart. But I have been to the headquarters of Roscosmos. I've been to the company called Inky that built the Venetian lander Venera.
ISS program manager offering their final well wishes for a successful launch that is now just 18 minutes and 50 seconds away.
All right, I'm toggling back and forth so I can control the volume. I can't turn the volume up or down on the full screen. trying to avoid copyright strikes in case that Russian music, which we don't recognize, is copyright, and it probably is. And I imagine the AI will recognize it too. And I will have to, after this video post, I'll have to delete major sections of this video because of that, probably, if I don't get an out and out copyright strike.
The Site 254 integration building. And you'll see in a moment, Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander, reporting that he and his crewmates are ready to proceed to the launch pad.
It's probably hard to walk in. Morning, Hans. Yeah, I got my coffee. I've been up since 4 something.
With that, the trio boarded their bus about 3.5 hours ago for the ride to launch site 31, a trip that took almost 1 hour to complete. Here you see the bus with the crew arriving at the pad. The crew climbing a few stairs that you'll see in a moment, waving goodbye to well-wishers and entering the elevator for the ride to the top of the Soyuz rocket to board their spacecraft, which they've now been aboard for the past 2+ hours.
Where's that music? Dadgum. Too much music over here. Yeah, I got a little, I had to delete music from my NASA video a couple weeks ago. Kind of blew my mind. Yikes. The Russians aren't sending their ethnic Russian people to the front line. That way people in Russia don't get all the bad news about the battlefield. Keeps the morale for the war up in Russia. That's a fact. They're mainly using people from the other districts in Russia to go to the battle. They may change soon, though, as they go to full mobilization after the speech Putin gave.
To board their spacecraft, which they've now been aboard for a little over 2 hours.
Man, I just can't go fast enough to stop that music. I might keep in this screen.
We are now back live with a view of the Soyuz MS-22 rocket on the launch pad at Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Launch is scheduled just 14.5 minutes from now at 8:54 and 49 seconds a.m. Central Time, 6:54 and 49 seconds p.m. in Baikonur, about 7 minutes after sunset. Atop the 2.1A booster strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz, NASA's Frank Rubio, along with Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin of Roscosmos. As mentioned earlier, Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander, is in the center seat of the descent module of the Soyuz MS-22, Petelin to his left and Rubio to his right. At the time of launch, the International Space Station will be flying over northwest Uzbekistan. The station and the Expedition 67 crew will pass directly over the Baikonur Cosmodrome 1 minute, 58 seconds after launch, and will leapfrog past the ascending Soyuz vehicle as it heads to orbit. 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch, the third stage engine of the Soyuz booster will shut down, and the Soyuz will separate from its launch vehicle in a preliminary orbit, deploying its solar arrays and its navigational antennas. At that point, the three crew members will be trailing the space station by about 1,000 miles. The chase will begin, resulting in a docking to the Rassvet module of the International Space Station at 12:11 p.m. Central Time today.
More music.
The Director of Flight Operations here at
I
the
got
Johnson
toggle
Space
switch
Center and NASA's Chief Astronaut Reed Wiseman all in Baikonur to watch Frank Rubio begin his mission, and NASA Public Affairs Officer Dan Hewitt, who filed this report a short time ago.
Thanks, Rob, and greetings from Baikonur. As you said, a small group of medical and support personnel, along with some NASA leadership, are on hand here in Kazakhstan to support Frank's launch today. The delegation includes NASA's International Space Station Program Manager, Joel Montalbano. He sat on the State Commission on Tuesday to give formal approval to move forward with launch. Several of our key personnel, including our chief astronaut, Reed Wiseman, have been living in quarantine alongside Rubio just during all of his final preparations here, which have all continued along smoothly. It's been clear skies throughout the week's events and is shaping up to be picturesque with liftoff coming in the twilight hours here at the Cosmodrome. We're all gathered within sight of the launch pad and have some additional personnel staged with SAR forces to support any contingency situations. Now, Rubio's looking to join his 2017 astronaut class colleagues Jessica Watkins and Bob Hines on board the station, and he's had fellow classmate Laurel O'Hara here on hand as part of the backup crew in advance of her own launch next spring. So everything remains go here in Baikonur. Good luck to the crew of Soyuz MS-22, and I'll hand it back over to Rob in Mission Control Houston to continue with the countdown.
Thanks, Dan. Hewitt, who's at the viewing site just a couple of miles away from the 2.1A booster that you see on the launch pad as the sun begins to set over the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Sunset actually about 3 minutes from now, with the launch taking place just over 10 minutes from now at 8:54 and 49 seconds a.m. Central Time, 6:54 and 49 seconds p.m. in Baikonur.
Rescue aids are ready. Altair 16.3, second camera is on. We are watching the flight engineer 2. Copy.
We're approaching the T-minus 9 minute mark in the countdown. Preparations are continuing in good fashion at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. No issues reported. We're about 2 minutes away from the completion of pre-launch operations. At this point in the countdown, the Soyuz's first and second stage engines are ready for launch, telemetry having been received from the rocket indicating that all primary and backup systems are set to support liftoff. Once again, at the time of launch, the International Space Station will be flying 259 miles over northern Uzbekistan, some 335 statute miles behind the Soyuz as it leaves the launch pad. A very narrow phase angle for launch for orbital insertion that will ensure the beginning of a 2-orbit, 3+ hour rendezvous to reach the International Space Station. And during the Soyuz climb to orbit, the ISS will leapfrog ahead of Soyuz, and Soyuz will then be catching up to the International Space Station through a series of pre-programmed rendezvous burns.
That's just the way they do countdowns, Chris, T minus. That's the way they do them. Time minus. Once the mission goes, it's time plus. So it's mission time is kind of how they consider it.
The launch will be broadcasted. Altai 1, copy all. Everything is nominal on board. We are ready for launch.
Sergei Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander, reporting back to launch controllers in Baikonur that everything is in readiness aboard the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft. You see the booster on the launch pad. Again, the 2 umbilical towers that are buttressed up against the Soyuz, the first will retract at about the T-minus 30 or 35 second mark. The second of those 2 umbilicals will retract at about the 12-second mark before launch, initiating the auto sequence start for engine ignition and ultimately for liftoff. Inside 6.5 minutes from launch, a launch key has been inserted in the launch bunker. This is a real key that transitions the launch sequence into automatic mode. And launch controllers down at Baikonur reporting that the range is clear, the Soyuz rocket ready to begin its journey.
Launch key inserted.
The 3 crew members strapped into their seats in the center section of the descent module have closed their visors for launch. Sergei Prokopiev reporting that everything is in readiness on board the Soyuz, flanked to his right by NASA's Frank Rubio and to his left by Roscosmos cosmonaut Dmitry Petelin. 5.5 minutes until launch. Onboard systems will be switching to onboard control. The commander's cockpit displays now activated.
Having a
Passing
problem with
now
the
the 5-minute mark
temperature
into the
on
countdown.
Artemis 1.
Strip chart recorders in the Launch Control Center now activated. They will be recording telemetry from the launch vehicle during liftoff and its climb to orbit. The sun setting on the Central Asian desert, everything in readiness for launch at 8:54 and 49 seconds a.m. Central Time, 6:54 and 49 seconds p.m. Baikonur time.
They have a narrow launch window, but they've launched so many of these, they should be able to hit it. Plus, this is not really that
The
complex.
Soyuz 2.1A booster fuel lines and other elements of the rocket engines now being purged with nitrogen to fireproof them, to remove vapors of fuel and oxidizer for the final minutes of the countdown. Moments from now, a key will be placed in the drainage position. The valves through which evaporated or gaseous oxygen escapes from the fuel tanks into the atmosphere are closed. As the fuel begins to drain back into the tanks, at the same time, the valves providing liquid oxygen to replenish those tanks will be lost by the natural boil off or evaporation. Coming up on the T-minus 3 minute mark in the count. The drainage has now been completed. T-minus 2 minutes, 45 seconds until launch. The fuel oxidizer tanks now being pressurized to optimize fuel flow to provide additional structural rigidity to the launch vehicle on the pad.
Booster propellant tank pressurization initiated.
Tank pressurization underway. Everything in good shape as we approach the T-minus 2 minute mark in the count.
The vehicle is nominal. Copy.
Passing through 2 minutes. Coming up on the termination of the ground propellant feed to the Soyuz booster. T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds until launch. The Soyuz about to go on internal power.
I'll see this bird fly, I do believe. They have launched so many of these. This is a, until SpaceX come along, this is the most launched vehicle in the world. May still be. Used to be the most
This
reliable.
in-cabin view showing at the bottom of your screen, Sergei Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander, and at the top of your screen, Dmitry Petelin, Frank Rubio on the right of Prokopiev out of the field of view here. We are now 50 seconds from launch.
See launch.
Vehicle switch to internal power. First umbilical tower separation.
First umbilical should be retracting, and there it goes. The second umbilical will retract at about the T-minus 15 second mark. The second umbilical has retracted. This will initiate the auto sequence start. T-minus 10 seconds and counting. We have engine start.
Tower separation.
Turbo pumps coming up to flight speed.
Turbo pumps, flight speed,
And liftoff. A sunset start to the mission of Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin to the International Space Station.
All right.
10 seconds. Flight is nominal.
Good first stage performance reported from the blockhouse at Baikonur. The Soyuz delivering 930,000 pounds of thrust from its 4 boosters and single engine.
L plus 20, L plus 20.
Arcing out to the northeast from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Nominally.
35 seconds into the flight. Everything looking good so far. Good roll, pitch, and yaw program.
You get to see a launch today.
The vehicle reported structural stability is good.
Stable.
Approaching the 1 minute mark into the flight.
He's feeling well. Vehicle is nominal.
Once this
Copy.
launch is
Velocity
played
now
through, they
about
will
1,100 miles per hour.
go switch back to the Artemis tanking test. And then when these guys get up to space station, they will switch back to here for the
reported to be
rendezvous.
nominal from the blockhouse at Baikonur.
Nominal.
Docking.
Vehicle is nominal. Crew is feeling well.
Prokopiev reporting the crew is feeling well. Coming up on the 1 minute, 20-second mark into the flight. Now passing through the area of maximum dynamic pressure.
Good morning, wild animal. Animal.
L plus 80 parameters are nominal.
This is the Soyuz rocket launch.
1 minute,
Artemis is
35
still doing a
seconds into
tank
the flight.
testing on the Pad 39B at Kennedy Space Center. This is the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Pressure in room parameter is above nominal. Copy casual parameter of nominal. Correct? Affirmative.
33 degrees. Wow.
There's that.
There's the boosters. The boosters are just come off. Watch
And
them
we've
spinning.
had first stage separation.
They're tumbling.
Well, crew is feeling well. Casual pressure parameter is nominal. Copy. Casual is nominal. Please report pressure.
It's like you can see reflections of them
8.
in the plume. There's only 3
834.
boosters.
2 minutes, 35 seconds into
There
the
could be
flight.
some fairings that come off
Second
too.
stage engine operating nominally.
The second stage engine is operating normally. Now a view from the upper stage of the Soyuz booster as it continues to climb uphill.
100.
Launch shroud now has been jettisoned.
Yeah, that shroud is part of
The
the
Soyuz booster at about 48 miles an
launch shroud.
altitude,
That's part of what we were saying. Launch shroud and the boosters.
traveling about 5,200 miles an hour,
Oh, it might just be the launch shroud.
some 72 miles
All the
downrange.
pieces. Tumbling. Look how the plume is expanding. The higher you get, the more the plume expands.
Plus 190.
3 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight.
3 minutes, yeah, the boosters have separated.
C indication control descent available vehicle is nominal. Copy indication is on.
All good reports so far. The flight reported as nominal as we approach the 4 minute mark into the flight.
Pressure reached 100.
Taking about 8 minutes to get to orbit.
1500 for a moment. Copy.
Second stage engine continues to burn as planned as we approach the 4 minute, 15-second mark into the flight, about halfway through powered flight now.
Copy.
About 15 seconds away from second stage shutdown and the ignition of the third stage.
L plus 270 parameters are nominal.
We got an American and 2 Russians
Second
on
stage
this Russian
separation
spacecraft
confirmed.
going to the International
Second
Space
stage
Station.
shutdown and separation is confirmed.
Well, I just got
Soyuz now,
notification.
climbing to orbit on the singular power of its third stage engine. 5 minutes, 12 seconds into the flight, about 3.5 minutes of powered flight remaining.
L plus 310. Launch vehicle is stable. Vehicle is nominal. Crew is feeling well.
Prokopiev reports that the crew is doing well. This third stage engine providing 67,000 pounds of thrust for the remaining 3 minutes of powered flight.
Retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges today responded to Putin's remarks, saying the United States would strike Russian military headquarters if they nuked.
We've now
Right.
hit the 6 minute mark into the flight, everything going as planned. A true
Here we are.
trajectory so far for the Soyuz booster.
As people are flying to
Now
space,
flying on the third
Russians and Americans
stage
together,
propulsion of its singular engine.
talking.
Good roll, pitch, and
World War
yaw.
III with
Reported
Russia.
good structural stability
Oh,
reported.
guys, can you believe it? degrees Fahrenheit. Gosh, Elton, where are you located?
380 seconds. The engine of the third stage is working nominally. For 400 seconds, the stabilization of the article is in place. It is stable outside.
Good structural stability of the Soyuz vehicle at the 7-minute mark into the flight, about 1 minute, 45 seconds of powered flight remaining. Yaw, pitch and roll, all reported to be nominal. At the time of third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation, control of the Soyuz vehicle through docking will transition to the flight control team at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. Seven minutes, 30 seconds into the flight. Again, this view from a camera on the upper stage of the Soyuz booster, which should also provide us a view of the solar array deploy shortly after spacecraft separation.
Nominal crew is feeling great.
The crew reported to be feeling great, in the words of Sergei Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander. We have now reached the 8-minute mark into the flight, 45 seconds away from third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation.
For aging, the parameters of the
Oh, what? I don't know, Chris. I'm also listening to my
and
console.
everything is nominal
Might have
on
missed
orbit,
that.
and the crew is feeling great. We're waiting for the separation.
The crew on board the Soyuz
We're having a sensor
MS-22,
issue with our
Rubio,
Artemis.
Prokopiev, and Patelin now about 15 seconds away from third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation.
10 seconds. $520.
And we have third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation. You see the third stage dropping away. Time tag commands now will deploy the solar arrays and the navigational antennas.
We're in orbit.
Outside
Those
Moscow.
guys are in orbit.
Outside Moscow.
Guys, I gotta have some coffee. You might hear that pouring. I don't know. Been up since 4 this
And
morning.
we now have confirmation of a perfect solar array and navigational
You
antenna.
can see the
deployed.
console. You can see the burn
Soyuz
console behind it. Looks
MS-22
like
now in its preliminary orbit, and the chase has begun to catch up to the International
They'll have to
Space
raise the
Station
orbit.
with
They'll
the
do
docking planned
another
just 3
couple of
hours from now after a 2-orbit journey. Docking scheduled at 12:11 p.m. Central Time.
12:11 my time. So they're using Houston time because that's where the Johnson Space Center is at. Using Eastern time for the Kennedy Space Center and go back to Artemis. I'm in Central Time Zone. I'm in Alabama. I'm the same time zone as Houston.
Outside Moscow. If you read me, if you can copy me, then please continue for
Hey, Magnetic.
35
Good to see you, Diamond.
and
Is this Diamond?
us again.
Magnetic Reversal News. I'm watching all
Outside
morning.
2, how do you read it? RP1, RP2 is closed. Yes, RPV1 and RPV2.
Good to
Yes,
see you
what
here.
about the separation contact? How did it go? It went nominally. How do you read me? This is outside 1. Outside 1, read you loud and clear, and we copy. Everything went nominally. Yes, there was a drop in comm and a delay in comm for a little bit. Now everything is nominal. Now we work for page 36. Yes, the control is complete. Right. Right now we'll be working with ENPO2. So you need to select the display, and we confirm RDR
Pouring rain. Wow. It's dry here.
along the roll axis is
Y'all need the
here.
rain. Everybody go check out magnetic
monitoring that.
reversal news
And
channel.
the TV system is on, and we're waiting for the first measurement from you. First measurement, 170421, pressure 788, or pressure 801.
This is Mission Control Houston, back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers now proceeding on to monitor the progress of the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft to the International Space Station, with docking scheduled just a little over 3 hours from now. The launch, as you just saw, occurred on time at 8:54 and 49 seconds a.m. Central Time. 6:54 and 49 seconds p.m. at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, just a few minutes after sunset. All of the ascent activities occurred on time and were perfectly normal. The perfect ascent to orbit, third stage shutdown occurring 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch, right on time, enabling the 3 crew members on board the Soyuz spacecraft, Frank Rubio, Dmitry Patelin, and the Soyuz commander Sergei Prokopiev, to begin all the procedures that will lead towards an automated rendezvous and docking to the Rosviet module of the International Space Station at 12:11 p.m. Central Time. Our docking coverage will begin a little over 2 hours from now at 11:15 a.m. Central, 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time on the public channel. Meanwhile, we're going to return the public channel to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where the cryogenic tanking test of the Space Launch System is continuing out on Launch Pad 39B. So we have a double dip for you today, the Soyuz launch and upcoming rendezvous and docking of the 3 new residents of the International Space Station, and the cryogenic tanking test that, if successful, could lead to a launch, the maiden launch of the Space Launch System on September 27th. For now, that'll wrap up our coverage of the launch of Soyuz MS-22 to the International Space Station. We'll see you back here in 2 hours for the rendezvous and docking coverage. In the meantime, this is Mission Control Houston.
All right, hopefully we'll be back to the Space Launch System, Artemis 1 on the pad here in a minute. It is fueling. I muted the sound because I know even NASA music can get me a copyright strike. That's already happened. Playing the public domain, I don't know. It's kind of weird. So they should be switching over a little bit. The Artemis fueling is still progressing. Tanks are filling. Beautiful Earth there. Does the Soyuz have a gravity test toy? Probably not. They're more practical on Soyuz. Oh yeah, there is a hurricane in the Gulf. It's what, Cat? Get up, Cat 4. Fiona, how do you pronounce her? Hope she don't come see me. I don't want her. They are predicting rain for us though, Diamond. They're predicting rain in a couple of days. I guess that's why. Here we are. Now we're back to Artemis. Now we'll be out of the risky music. I turned the sound back on. Leak. Thanks, Diamond.
Welcome back to coverage of the Artemis 1 cryogenic demonstration test timeline here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Welcoming those who are watching NASA's public channel back to our coverage. We are currently monitoring the cryogenic tanking of the Space Launch System rocket, which you see on your screen there. We started prop load at 7:30 a.m. this morning, flowing liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. But at 5 minutes past 10 a.m. this morning Eastern time, we went into stop flow on the liquid hydrogen side. The area you're looking at is the tail service mast umbilical. That is the gray protrusion that comes up at the zero deck on the mobile launch platform. And you can see the lines that go into the bottom of the rocket.
There.
Those are the fuel lines,
right here.
amongst other lines, provide gaseous
Here.
gaseous commodities to operate valves, as well as fluid lines for hydraulic maneuvers. This shot here, you're looking
Okay, very good.
exactly
Thanks.
at the location where just minutes ago the liquid
Thanks,
hydrogen
Diamond.
team detected
Invest 98. That's a heck of a name.
a leak.
Invest 98. Really?
Stand by.
Been a bit busy past couple of days. I haven't monitored the weather. Thanks for keeping us up to date. Hey, Francois.
Just listening to the launch team. LHY, the liquid hydrogen team, reporting to the NASA test director that the leak has the same signature as the previous leak that caused a launch scrub on September 3rd.
Oh, no, that's not good. Darn seals are
The
problematic.
percentage hydrogen that was detected was 7%, according to the hydrogen team. And so now they have just gotten signed off a plan from the launch director, a pre-plan in the case of a leak like this, which is one that they did. You may be familiar with if you followed our launch coverage of the first launch attempt. This is a similar pattern, plan that was used to warm up the line that goes into the rocket and fills it with hydrogen. You're looking inside now at the firing room 1. And in the center of that room is the cryogenic propulsion team, and they are the ones that are working this current plan. They're going to let the line warm up. They've allowed it to stop flow. They're going to allow it to warm up a little bit, and then in the hopes that when they start flow again, it will reseat the connection in hopes of curing the leak.
Yeah, that's just one of the
You
things
take a
they
look
do.
at that.
Sometimes they
area
leak,
in
sometimes
the
that'll
lower
work.
portion of the rocket where they are working that.
They found some foreign object debris in the seal from the last time around. It doesn't take
There's
much
an
to break the
8-inch
seal.
fuel line. This is the
I need
fuel
them
line
out.
that
Those have to
provides
be so
liquid
tight.
hydrogen into the bottom of the rocket.
And
It
hydrogen
goes
being
from
the
tail
light
service
element
mast
it is,
umbilical on the left
it's
into the rocket on the right.
it's the ultimate escape artist. And then when you're running it
And
so
at
cold,
that point where they connect, that is the umbilical disconnect point. Once the rocket lifts off the pad, the fuel lines must disconnect at
Yeah.
that moment.
that's why you
Once
have
the boosters light, that is when the umbilicals disconnect. And in that point where they are connected, there is a flight plate on the rocket side and a ground plate on the ground side
yep, that's what
where
they're
they
doing.
disconnect. And it is in that area. We've got a shot of it. It is in that area right there. That's the connection point. The vapor you see is liquid
On the space
oxygen.
shuttle on one
It's
mission, they
actually
had to
not,
go, they went through 20 cycles.
indicative of the liquid
one
hydrogen
summer.
leak. That leak is
I
actually
think in
contained
1990.
in
They
between
had all
the
kind of problems.
plates
with
there.
And said they've been flying for
The
9
square
years,
plate,
and
you
then they
can't
just hit a
see
spate
the
of
entire square
problems
plate,
with
you see
leakage.
part of it. And inside that plate, where the lines connect into the rocket and fill the
Liquid
tank
hydrogen
with
is
liquid
rough to
hydrogen.
handle.
That's where
Supposed to
they
be the
saw a
most
7%
efficient rocket fuel.
hydrogen.
It is the most efficient. It's more
leak.
efficient than methane, but it's a
And
lot
so
harder
it
to handle.
automatically went into stop flow. The configuration is
Spaceship,
safe.
super
now they're
heavy, and
allowing
spaceship
that
will be using
line
liquid
right
methane
there
a lot.
to warm
Liquid
up a
methane
bit
is nowhere near as cold. It's much
for
heavier
about a
element.
half hour.
It's not anywhere near
and
as
they're
hard to
going
handle
to
as this.
Reinitialize
Not as
the flowing
efficient,
of
but it looks like
propellant
it's good enough for
back into
Starship.
the rocket. Again, launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson signed off on the plan to warm up the line. We're currently in stop flow on liquid hydrogen, and they are slowing the fill on the liquid oxygen side, which is currently at around 45% filled. Again, 45% filled on the liquid oxygen side. Liquid hydrogen currently in stop flow while the team works a plan to warm up the line and try to reseat a connection point into the rocket in hopes of curing a leak that was detected at just 5 minutes past 10 a.m. This is Artemis Launch Control.
That's not purging, Chris. That's probably from the leak. But you do get boil off of these cryogenic fuels. But given so much coming from that area, that's probably due to the leak of liquid hydrogen. Well, actually, they may be purging the engines. You're right, because the engine purges from below. That is coming down too low to be from the quick disconnectors. So some of that's coming up out of the engines. You're correct on that. I stand corrected. You're right. Chris, that is coming from down into at the end of the engines. That get a bit of gas. So they're probably trying to cool the engines down a little bit, but warming up but that's probably what was already in the system. So right now they're trying to warm up now they're actually not going to fire the engines. So they're going to try to warm up the connector there, quick disconnect, see if it'll reseat. Which to do that, they just quit flowing the hot cryogen fuel through it, and it will naturally warm up. We're looking at pre-planned contingency options. Should they not get this to fix the leak? So most unfortunate, they're having a leak there again. They had changed the previous seal. But, you know, if you think about in most systems we use, the seals are usually a rubber gasket, and they work by being malleable. When you tighten down the interface between the two different connectors, their malleability fills any gaps that's there so you don't get leakage through the seal, especially if you got a system under high pressure. Like, think about your water hose. It usually has, garden hose usually has a little rubber seal that goes in it, right? And you find these rubber seals in all kinds of systems. Well, you can't use regular rubber at these temperatures because rubber gets non-malleable. You got to have something that's malleable at minus 423 degrees. That's hard to find. Something that's still malleable enough to seal a connector at minus 423 degrees. That's tough. We've done it. This has been done many, many times, but it's not easy. They've had problems with liquid hydrogen way back. Rocket engineers love it because it's the most efficient fuel by a long shot. But if you're looking for practicality in everyday operations, this is a problem. And that's why SpaceX went with liquid methane instead, which is minus 100, maybe 16 degrees. It's even warmer than LOX. We haven't had any problems handling LOX. It's been liquid hydrogen because, again, liquid hydrogen is a lighter element. It's the smallest element we have. It escapes through just about anything. It's easy to leak. And LOX being a heavier molecule, don't leak as bad. Plus, this stuff is a lot colder, which means the interfaces are going to be much more challenged at these cold temperatures to get a proper seal. The slightest bit of debris, a human hair, would cause this thing not to seal right. A bug crawling in it would be a problem. And there's a lot of bugs in Florida. A skeeter might cause a problem. All right, so we're talking about other contingencies now if this warm up don't work. So they got another rabbit or two up their head. Hopefully we can pull this off and get a tank and test. If not, I don't expect it to be a launch on the 27th. They might try to go for the 2nd of October, but there's only so far we can push this before we absolutely have to roll back and change out batteries and a lot of other things. It's a lot of stuff in this vehicle that have to be changed out if it sits on the pad very much longer. And the expectation that we get a waiver from the range is probably going to be negative. At this point, I don't know if NASA want to push it past the 2nd of October. So I'm thinking the 27th and the 2nd of October is the main dates. And given the problems we're seeing right now, it's getting more like the 2nd of October for a launch date. Unless they can pull a rabbit out of their hat and get this fixed real fast, which they might. Yeah, Chris, that's mighty cold. Minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit. I knew some guys in the lab that had a DWAR of liquid nitrogen. They would catch, they'd catch rat and dip the rat into the liquid nitrogen. I guess it was a dead rat. And they'd hold it by its tail and they'd pick it out of the liquid nitrogen, sling it up against the wall, and they said that rat would shatter like glass. Liquid nitrogen is not as cold as liquid hydrogen. Now, what I have done, now bear in mind this, LOX, liquid oxygen, if you have one little particle of contaminant in the LOX feed line, when that, because LOX is such an oxidizer, such a powerful oxidizer, if that LOX hits the tiniest particle, that's under pressure too, that piece, a big part of it. If that LOX finds one little particle contaminant in that feed line, it can explode. It can blow. You have to really clean those feed lines out very well. And they used to use trike to do that. Now, trike is an environmental bugaboo these days. Man, when I was in the Army, we used to be elbows deep in vats of trike washing rifle parts, or bolts and things. Oh my gosh, we didn't know that was stuff was supposed to be so bad for you. I mean, I've been up to my elbows in trike, but it's contaminated groundwater in a lot of places, so trike is not good. But anyway, it's one of the best ways to clean out your oxidizer feed lines, though, is trike. One little particle of contaminant in the feed line will cause it to explode. Now, here's the other funny thing. I've taken a DWAR of LOX after we did a hybrid LOX hybrid test at the airstrip just behind my house with that rocket motor stand. It's actually on the back of my truck right now. I have poured LOX on grass and went around stomping the blades of grass and watched them shatter. I have done that, knowing full well how explosive it is on contact. Known as an oxidizer, I have poured LOX onto grass, froze the grass, and walked around stomping it out, fully knowing that. I told that to one of my liquid engine propulsion safety guys. His eyes got about as big around as two saucers. He shook his head and goes, "Oh, I wouldn't do that." So I told him, "Oh, I wouldn't do that." So yeah, already did it. Vaseline on it. There you go. Now, Vaseline at those temperatures, I don't know what that would do. Minus 423 degrees is mighty cold. But yeah, the grass did shatter. It's a good way to mow your yard, man. Just to freeze it and bust it. That's the rocket engineer way to mow a yard. Pour locks on it and walk around and stomp it out. Yeah, oh my beer, what's this? Yeah, well, it's a little bit risky. Well, Tim Pickens and I were both doing it together. And we fully knew the explosive nature of locks. I've lived dangerously. I've run for my life from a rocket coming at me on the deck of a boat on one occasion. That rocket's now hanging up in Straight to El Brewery in Huntsville, Alabama, from their ceiling with a raccoon on it. If you ever go in there, their main door, look, when you walk in the main door out of the parking lot of the campus there, I think it's campus 209, look to your left. There's two rockets hanging in the ceiling. Look to your left, and the one hanging to my left is my Halo Space Launch 2 rocket. That thing got hung on the launch gantry when we were trying to get the balloon to take off, and it shot like an arrow directly at us, and we ran from our lives. We had a rocket blow up on a test stand, actually the predecessor to that one, and it came down. I was the closest person to it. I was behind a big darn pine tree. It went over my head and came down in a pine tree behind me, right in the middle of where a bunch of our guys were. Bill Brown was probably the guy that would have hit if James Hawkins hadn't shoved him out of the way. Had some adventures in rocketry, guys. Getting stranded in the middle of the ocean, 200 miles out with no engines, no provisions, not knowing where the heck we are. I've been lost at sea. Been hunting rocket parts that we sent up on balloon flights in the rural mountains of East Tennessee, North Georgia, Northeast Alabama, you know, the places where they film stuff like Deliverance. I had a lot of Northerners in my team. I always told the guys, okay, guys, when you meet the locals, let me do all the talking. Y'all just stay quiet. We found bear scat all around some of these places we were looking. So there were bears in the area. God knows what else. People, I'd be more afraid of, you know, get more to worry about. Wow, that's a lot of stuff coming up there. Yeah, that's coming out of the engine. I hadn't heard anything about the engine purge. I'm on the comm line. Mostly what I'm listening to is avionics, but they're talking a little bit about this warm up and the cycle and some of that too. Yeah, yeah, we watched rockets at the edge of space, guys. $5 to 6% full on the liquid hydrogen. The LOX is about 50% full. I think that's what I just heard. If the liquid hydrogen goes below 2%, they got to offload some of the LOX. They may be letting some of that just purge through the engine, so it may be part of just that's probably what's happening. It's just something to boil off what's like it. But the leak they're worried about is at the interface plate to the left of the aft tail section. There you see or actually engine compartment. You see where the umbilicals are going in. Although you can't really see that leak there, but that's what they're really concerned about. Same place they had the leak before. This other stuff is just purge. If the liquid hydrogen goes above 7% within that area, you got a potential for a fire. It's not safe. So they got to be careful with that. Hey, you're the local. That's good to know, Chris. Chris, you're local here, right? Not local KSC. I believe you talked before. Handheld die for forming priming cups. Animals up. I got two animals here. I've got a forge, but it's not set up. It's got beauty berries growing in the middle of my old forge right now. Oh, central South Carolina. Okay. Yeah, I went to basic and AIT in South Carolina. Fort Jackson, right next to Columbia, their state capital. Then I went to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, then Fort Greely, Alaska. That's us bowling off. Look at that, guys. I'm sitting there trying to listen to the console, but it's really quiet on the console at the moment. They're working on their contingency plans right now. You talking priming cups? You mean priming cups for smoke pole, right? That you feed in through the muzzle end. Hang on, guys. Ah, armor manufacturing. Okay. Well, that's too bad. Yeah, I stepped away from a minute to answer Mama Nature's call outdoors. Found 4 lovely persimmons. That's my breakfast right now. I've been trying to do a carnivore diet, but I'm making an exception for these persimmons. Bad thing is, it's probably almost as bad as eating ice cream. Down by Kathy, 84. I want to check out Magnetic Reversal News. Not subscribed, subscribe. All right, Elton. Check out Oppenheimer Ranch Project. Subscribe to that. Yeah, there's where you're right.
10:40 a.m. Eastern Time here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Looking at a live image of Launch Complex 39B, where the Artemis rocket is currently on the pad undergoing a cryogenic demonstration test. We had a stop flow on the liquid hydrogen side at 10:05 a.m. I want to update you on what's been happening there. We are currently in the midst of a troubleshooting effort by cryogenic engineers to try and cure a leak that was detected. We had a stop flow in one of the 2 super chilled propellants that the launch team is testing in their loading operation today. This is the liquid hydrogen side. It showed the same signature as a previous leak. It happened at the same moment that the super chilled liquid hydrogen was transitioning from slow fill to fast through those very lines that you're seeing on your screen now. That is coming from the tail service mast umbilical going into the rocket. There are plates on both sides. In between those plates are the connection point. They disconnect at T0 to allow the rocket to lift off and go into space. That's also where they fill the propellant. So in the cavity between those lines, they have leak detectors to make sure that the seal is tight and that when that minus 423 Fahrenheit hydrogen is going through there, as long as no hydrogen is leaking, they're safe to continue fueling the rocket. While a leak was detected, mass spectrometers contained inside that cavity reported a 7% concentration of hydrogen.
That's too high.
And again, right at the moment that they transitioned from slow fill to fast fill.
Goes right at fast
Which
fill.
is very similar to what happened during the second launch attempt on September 3rd. Currently, the team is working a plan to troubleshoot. As we stand in terms of the propellants on board the rocket, we've
I was
got
telling you
roughly
earlier.
58% filled on the liquid oxygen side. They have slowed their pumps a bit, given the situation on the liquid hydrogen side. Hydrogen is in stop flow, so they are sitting at 6%. But that propellant that is in the tank will boil, is boiling, and it will
Hi, Desert Rose. Good to see you.
slowly deplete down, which the launch team is keeping a close eye on.
That's why I was telling you earlier. The LOX
Troubleshooting plan
LOX tanks on
is to
top
allow
is heavy.
that line that goes into the rocket to warm up. They've purged the line with helium. This allows the quick disconnect, as it's called, that connects into that plate there to warm up. They warm it up for about a half hour, and then they're going to resume flow back in to the core stage. We're inside Fire Room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center Launch Control Center, where engineers are currently carrying out their pre-plan. The hope is that the warm-up of that line will allow it to reseat in that seal. And if there's been a gap that was created, that it will tighten up and reseal that quick disconnect to the 8-inch fuel line for the
No, I'm
liquid
not on that
hydrogen.
rocket.
Hoping that that will
I'm
carry the
actually on
week.
console, similar to some of those guys there, but I'm
Liquid,
I'm doing
the
it
liquid
wrong.
oxygen team has advised the NASA test
We
director
do have some
that
guys in the office on
um,
consoles, but I'm
if the
actually
liquid
monitor. I got two
hydrogen
monitors
goes
in front of me.
below 2%,
One
they will
has
need
got a
to
readout of all the
stop flow
systems, and my other monitor,
so that they don't violate
That's for
what's
me
called an
pulling up
aft strut
files I
constraint.
need to look at to research any
The
problems.
aft strut is
popped
what
up
connects
in the
the two
avionics.
solid rocket boosters there on the side to
It
the
had
core
one
stage. As the
temperature
core
sensor
stage
that
is
wasn't
filled
reading right,
with super chilled propellants,
but it's
it
not
moves,
stopped
the
us.
metal shrinks ever so slightly, but enough to put strain. So they want the propellants filled in proportion to each other.
That's what I was telling you. That the
And
if
that
the
proportion is
liquid
over
hydrogen
50%,
goes below 2%,
50%
you
of
have to
liquid
offload
oxygen side
locks.
after they reach 5% on the liquid hydrogen side.
You can't fill any more locks right now. And if
And so
the
you
liquid
can see we
hydrogen's
met
at
that
the top,
aft
it's
strut
heavier.
constraint at the moment, but the liquid oxygen team is advising that if it that 6% starts going down and reaches 2%, they're going to have to stop their pumps as well. Again, troubleshooting for the liquid hydrogen line after a leak was detected just about 40 minutes ago. They're warming up the line. And any minute now, we're going to resume flow back into the core stage, see if they can reseat
No, I'm here.
the connection to the rocket. This is Artemis Launch Control.
See, I'm wearing earphones, so y'all can't hear the console. If y'all could hear the console conversation, I'd be in great trouble. And I'm not going to repeat anything that is sensitive. Anything I would tell you is what this launch announcer would say, nothing different. In fact, it usually tells you what I've said later, just like you did there. I said that earlier. The locks was half full, and that if the liquid hydrogen went down below 2%, yeah, you could have a problem with that lock tank because it's heavy and it's up top. It needs some pressure in the tanks below it for structural integrity. There you go. We just looked at it. Not Rex. Guys, if you never met Desert Rose, she is a real sweetheart. Fortunately, some of us got to meet at LeakCon. So I met Diamond, Desert Rose. I think that was the first time I met Rex, too. Ah, thank you, Desert. Yeah, this is a test. If they can pass this test, hopefully we would be able to launch this on the 27th. If they have issues here and can't resolve them, we won't meet the 27th launch date. The next likely launch date would be the 2nd of October. If we can't meet that, then I have to roll this thing back and redo a bunch of batteries in it. So they're working out a way to try to get this thing back into the fast fill mode. That's the discussion going on the console. That's what I'm listening to. They're having some issues with storage tank pressure. Oh, you don't like hot, huh? You fly airplanes, desert? That's funny, Kathy. Lightning could be an ignition source. Especially if it ruptures a tank. I'm listening to console guys. That's why I'm quiet. The red button we worry about, Rose, is the one that belongs to the range safety officer. He's the one that blow the rocket up. Oh, you have problems with don't touch? Good to know, Rose. Hey, somebody stop that. Hey, mods, check that out. That ban this person, mods. Thank you. Thank you, Rose. Add them from the channel. That's right, Chris. Watch list. What are you talking about there, Chris? Oh, for your comment. Oh, Lord, Kathy. Kathy, you can't be the range safety officer. Oh, Chris. Put on your shirt. You're going to be in trouble. All right, get that chat bot out, guys. We don't need no stinking adult website. We got each other. Yeah, let's keep the channel clean, guys. Family channel. Morning, Hans Hammond. How you doing? Oh, Chris. When Chat 69 comes out of timeout, ban them completely. Trying to kick you out. Who is? Not me. Missouri. Oh, that sounds good, Hans. Sizewell Ranch. That's awesome. Probably in better weather too. A lot of talk about storage tank pressures on the console. YouTube kicked you out? Oh my gosh. Folks, this chat bot's trying to post stuff. It's not posting because it was timed out. When they come out of the timeout, they need to be permanently hidden from the channel. All right, Hans, you got a wrench. Knock those guys in the head when they come back. Yeah. Oh, your nose art's even better. Well, that's a better place for a prepper. All of a sudden, said they were banned. Oh, said they were banned. Who's that? Oh, somebody got rid of those X-rated chat bots. We don't need that. We're family channel. Missouri, Arkansas, good places for preppers. $16 miles away. Oh my gosh. Lots of Angus feed. Perfect, fans. Perfect. Prepper paradise. Oh, you gotta go do, Ron. Okay. Well, glad you were here, Desert. Hey, you can leave us playing in the background. Thanks, Desert, for dropping in. We'll probably be here a few hours. We got to see what's going to happen with this vehicle, and then we'll also go into a docking test.
Eastern time. This is Artemis Launch Control with an update on the hydrogen leak that was detected inside the Space Launch System core stage. The team recommended and the launch director approved a troubleshooting plan to try and seal a leak on the liquid hydrogen side. It's located, and you're looking at your screen there. You have the tail service mast umbilical, the large gray structure coming up from the zero deck of the mobile launcher, and then to the right of it, the rocket. And those lines that go between them contain in them the liquid hydrogen line as well as the liquid oxygen line. The team has a pre-planned procedure that they go through when they reach a hydrogen leak. This is similar to the one that they did during the second launch attempt on September 3rd. They have allowed the line to warm up. They purged the line, allowed that liquid hydrogen line to warm up, and now they're going to begin flow again through there. The hope is that the warming of the line allows the seal where they believe there's a leak to kind of reseat against the quick disconnect, the 8-inch line that fills the tank with liquid hydrogen. But there's a slight change to this plan that they just got approval from the launch director. A slight change to this plan. It's different from previous plans during the second launch attempt, and that is that they're going to drop the pressure on the storage tank.
So it's talking about storage tank
to less than 5% PSI. They're going to drop that. That is very low pressure for this operation.
So we'll feed it.
And then as they recover flow into the tank, into the cryosphere, they're going to very slowly and as kind and as gentle as they can step up the pressure for the fill of the hydrogen. So a little bit of different approach here to the warm up and recover fill that they've done previously. They were already taking great care to not thermally shock the system, going very slow with the chill down, going very slow with slow fill, and then even to the transition to fast fill where the pump speeds are running. I'm sorry, there's no pump speed, no pump on the liquid hydrogen side. Rather, they increase the pressure at a very slow rate to allow that liquid hydrogen to flow in. So that's the plan. It's been signed off on, and the liquid hydrogen team is putting it into work right now. You're looking at the area where that liquid hydrogen flows into the rocket, and it's on the other side of that flight plate, that square plate, where the leak was detected. It was a 7% hydrogen leak detected by the sensors in there. And so from there, they're hoping that that reseats the leak. The leak stopped immediately once they stopped flow. So we're standing by. We'll let you know how the flow goes and the recovery. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Oh, guys. Hey, Hans, what is cemental kettle? Cemental kettle. I don't know that breed. What is that? Sounds cool, living in a log cabin. Sounds really cool. Cemental, okay. More tender meat than Angus, great for steaks and burgers. Crossbred with Angus. Now, Angus has a wonderful flavor. Now, what we used to do when I grew up, we'd have a milk cow, and all the rest of our cattle were beef, polled Herefords. But what we would do is we would cross the polled Hereford bull to the milk cow. Of course, she needed a calf to make milk. But her offspring, the offspring of a dairy cow, dairy meat's like got no flavor. It's real tender, has no flavor. So when we crossed the beef bull to the dairy cow, we had a very flavorful, tender meat. All the beef I ate growing up was very tender and very flavorful. Not quite the taste of an Angus, but the polled Herefords do have a nice beef. So that's how we did it when I was growing up. And we did raise cattle. That was our main thing. We had some pigs too for a while, but cattle was always our main thing. What years were you in the Army there, Hans? Oh, sorry to hear about you being injured there, Hans. Thanks for your service. I was in the Army from 79 to 83 myself. A bit earlier than you, my friend.
Okay, the team is in revert and recovery. They ran that procedure and now getting ready to begin liquid hydrogen flow back into the vehicle. Again, getting ready to flow liquid hydrogen again back into the rocket from the tail service mast umbilical that you see on your screen. We're going to get that flow going here momentarily.
We'll know shortly whether that worked or not. There's always a chance that it works. It has worked on occasion, but most times not. Sometimes it works, but it's not something you can bank on. We shall see in a moment. They're trying everything they can. When you buy an RPG and then an IED, oh my gosh, you got a double whammy. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Yeah, thank you for your service. You paid quite a price. I thought I was getting sent to Iran at one time. We were all packed up, ready to go during the Iranian hostage crisis. The unit I was in after I got out did go after I went to Alaska. The unit I was in at Fort Bragg when I'm going to Grenada. They saw a little action there. But I have not been in a combat zone myself, except for running from my own rockets. And pranks I pulled as a kid, it got me shot at a few times. I have been shot at more than once. Yeah, I used to like pulling pranks as a kid. One of my favorite pranks was playing Bigfoot. I don't think that was the first prank that got me shot at, though. Yeah, we were all packed up and told we were going to Iran. I had to do. I lived off post, but I had to stay on post. I was sequestered to stay on post. I slept in my arms room. I was a unit armorer. I had a company of 250 people. We only had 200 M16s. We had a couple of 38 revolvers and a couple of M60s, but not enough weapons for everyone in the unit. The sad thing is, this was during Jimmy Carter's day. I actually only had 40 M16s that would work. Only 40. Believe it or not. And the problem with almost every one of them was the little spring that goes to the ejector pin that kicks the round out once it's been extracted from the chamber, spent casing, I should say. The other problem was the actual extractor, which is a flat spring. Those were missing, broke, not working. Scads of them. A bucket full of them at the time might have cost you $1. I had them on requisition, and Jimmy Carter's army, they were starving it financially. You couldn't get nothing. It was a ragbag army today. You couldn't get nothing. Nothing would come in. And suddenly they were trying to send us to Iran with all this crap for weapons. It wouldn't work. Well, that's really what they sent over there. They had all kind of spare parts issues with the units that actually went. Their equipment didn't work. You know, we had an airplane crashing into a helicopter. What, a C-130 hit a helicopter? UH-1, I guess. I don't know, remember, but it was quite a fiasco. I was angry because you guys are going to send us off, and this is all we got. I was really angry with POTUS, the commander in chief at the time. Of course, you couldn't talk him down. That was, get you in trouble. But still, I was not a happy camper. Here they were talking about sending us off. We had to do our wheels. We got our shots. All our stuff was packed on the airfield at the tarmac of Pope Air Force Base, ready to go into the airplane. And then all at once, they, every day the crescendo was building higher and higher. They kept talking World War I. You start dreaming it. Of course, you've been there, fans, but armor is a good assignment. And exit training, I have to run for that. Okay. Take care of yourself. Glad you were here, Hans. All right, all of a sudden, up seat back in a little bit. Hopefully, we'll know in a few minutes if this tanking procedure worked, if that warm up took care of it. If it's seated, we'll know in a few minutes. We're starting to resume the flow of liquid hydrogen. They'll flow it slowly, and then they'll fill it a little faster. It's when you start filling fast that's caused the problem in the past. We'll see what's happening here in a minute. So after all that crescendo buildup, suddenly one day nothing had happened around yet. Suddenly one day they said, "Okay, everybody can go home." I thought, "What? Really? Nothing's happened." They actually told us we were going. See the attached bolts there. They're explosive bolts too, from the SRBs to the main. There's explosive bolt to the main structure of the 4-stage air, the engine section. So I went home, lying in my bed. First morning home in several days, maybe a week, half asleep. Radio was playing. Suddenly I'm hearing talk of exploding airplane crashing into helicopters, bus loaded, radios getting captured, blah, blah. At first I thought I was dreaming because if you think you're going to combat, you start dreaming about it. Then I realized it was real. This was happening. It was a radio. I shot out of that bed. I thought the phone was going to ring any minute and it was going to tell me to get my back in the office. We were going to war. You got to get on that plane. Then I got listening to it and getting the gravity of what really went down. I thought, oh man, God, that was so stupid. The whole operation, I just thought, wow. And what did surprise me, because here I was in the unit, didn't have little bitty, teeny weeny, it's a bitsy, tiny, tiny, tiny little cheap parts to make my rifles work. I go, yep, problems all the way across the military. You can't mobilize an army that's not equipped properly. Jimmy Carter learned that, even that smaller strike force. So they were looking at sending a bigger operation. That was we were part of the contingency planning, but they elected in the last minute to send the Delta Force, and they totally botched it. It's a botched operation. And it didn't surprise me at all. Kind of like Putin going into Ukraine. That's what Jimmy Carter's army was like, guys. Sad thing was Jimmy Carter was a naval officer. But the army under him was a very ragbag outfit. Of course, we're talking post-Vietnam War. All the sergeants were Vietnam veterans at the time. All right, Hans, come back in if you get a chance. Of course, you can always leave it playing, maybe. Basically, it's just all we need is new taxes, right? Or some hopped up stuff. Console headphones are strangely quiet. Everybody's holding their breath. See what happens with this hydrogen flow. I'm not seeing any issues on my console. Everything looks normal. Everybody's quiet. Been watching console, listening to them talk. Actually, believe it or not, I've evaluated some documents this morning while I've been watching the console, listening to talk, listening to this other thing, and talking to y'all. I'm looking at some documentation at the same time. So I am what, 1, 2, 3. I'm fourplexing this morning. Uh-oh. Let's see. Bang. Thank you, Hans. You beat me to it. Yeah, hidden. Good, good. That's what we need. Hidden. They got to be hidden from the channel. They got to be gone for good, not timed out. Somebody comes here with that kind of stuff. We don't just time them out. We hide them from the channel. They're gone for good. That first offense is a capital offense on my channel. You come in with porn stuff. Your first offense is a capital offense, and you're. Thank you there, Hans. You're right. They're not welcome here. We don't need that kind of mess around here. We are not looking for that. We are a family channel, a family group. We don't need that kind of mess around here. But Draw McGraw. Hey, we had a guy who was in charge of our drawings on the Aries program. His name was Steve McGraw. We called him Quick Draw McGraw. Hans took care of those sickos. Thank you, Hans. Hans was just about to leave us, and on his way out, he knocked them out. Good job. Good job, Hans. Yeah, I'm fourplexing this morning. Looking at the document, listening to the console, chatting with y'all, and listening to the thing going on there with Artemis. Now, when the Soyuz vehicle gets up to space station in a couple of hours, they will switch the video over to the rendezvous docking and probably the crew entry. I don't know what point they're going to switch that video, but they'll cover that on this channel. And then if this is still going on, they will switch back to this. This is definitely running behind what would have been the schedule. If we were trying to meet a 90-minute launch window with this kind of issue, would have been having a problem. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea. Let me scroll back up. I'm surprised I didn't have hers up. There she is. Yeah, she definitely gets a wrench. She's good. Thank you for the recommendation. Sierra Star is a mod. Yeah, she's a mod on my other channel, I believe. I like Sierra Star. She's good. All right, Hans, take care, man. Come back when you get a chance. You did your duty today. Is Rose still with us? I haven't seen Rose in the chat for a little bit. You still in the house, Rose? Sierra Star, you have more than earned it. You're a great person. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the support I got from you too. Yeah, we're down to 15 watching now. Yeah, this tank test is a slow affair. It's fraught with some problems though. We got issues. It's a good thing they're doing this. You know, they thought today might be a launch day, but they really needed to do this test. And if they don't succeed, they'll probably recycle and do another test. And it's probably going to be on what was the next scheduled launch date, which is the 27th. If we succeed with this, we might be launching on the 27th. The next fallback date is, unless they can redo this again before the 27th, they might be able to do that, but they got to have time between doing something like this and the actual launch. And there's a few days they got to have in the middle to cycle all this stuff through. Now, the other thing is they've got to, if we don't make it by the 2nd of October, I would say we're probably going to be rolling back to the VAB. Oh, the sun's awesome. Desert may be gone. Oh, yeah, that's right. Had to do some chores. Yeah, she said that. I forget. She did. She told us. A fourplex in the day, so forgive me if I forget a couple of things. Multitasking, fourplex.
Update on the resumption of flow into the core stage. We are now in LH2 fast fill. We are currently now in LH2 fast fill. This after a troubleshooting plan was put into play to try and reseal a leak around an 8-inch hydrogen fuel line that developed after the previous transition from slow fill to fast fill. So again, currently we are now in fast fill on the hydrogen line.
That's good. Oh, cross your fingers we don't get a leak. Yeah, so that's causing moisture to condensate on the camera lens. There, guys. Are in fast fill. That's an encouraging sign. Hope we can stay there. We'll know in a couple minutes. But she's going to be leaking. It'll be doing so in a hurry. Okay, guys, I have to be quiet a little bit. I'm doing some reading. I am reading some documentation. Oh, yeah, we're losing a lot of viewers here. Only 10 watching. I'm sorry, guys. I can't talk continuously. I am working too. And work takes priority. I'm monitoring console and reviewing a document. Watching y'all in the test from the live stream.
Okay, we'll get an update on the flow of liquid hydrogen that has resumed into the core stage after we had a stop flow with a leak. It has resumed in. We are currently at roughly 14% filled on the liquid hydrogen side after getting back into LH2 fill.
That's good.
So there was a discussion between engineers and the launch director about getting data about this pressure assisted seal that leaked. The moment that it leaked, they're actually currently pretty close to the point of having the same amount of pressure when the leak started. So they're currently watching this very closely. And at this moment, their data is telling them that they're less than a 0.5 percentage point concentration of hydrogen on the leak. So there is a very small leak, less than 4%, which is the constraint. But they are tracking to see if it's following the increase of pressure. SL's chief engineer and others requested that they be able to gather data as they raise the pressure, and they're currently doing that now. They want to gather data to see at what point the leak changes with an increase in pressure. During the first run, they went straight to the roughly 10 psi, and they went from slow fill to fast fill, but in this case, they're stepping it up very slowly. And so the chief engineer for SLS, John Blevins, and the EGS chief engineer requested and got approval from the launch director to have a contingency plan in place if the leak reaches an more than 10% concentration of hydrogen inside that cavity for more than 5 minutes. They want to see if it goes up to 10% and stays less than 10%, 10% or less.
Wow.
For five minutes. If it reaches that level, they want to be able to gather data on this pressure assisted seal to see how it's performing. If it goes above 10, they're going to go into stop fill and revert. The launch director says that if they also see a sharp increase, she wants measures immediately put into play to stop the leak. This plan is all in the name of gathering data about this seal, which has been troublesome. And in a previous launch attempt, if you've been following the Artemis 1 program, it created it caused a scrub back on September 3rd. And so the team really wants to closely watch what's happening as they raise pressure and the flow increases hydrogen into the rocket through that umbilical line that you see there. The tail service mast umbilical is the gray protrusion on the left. The lines go into the rocket on the right. And the area where the leak is right up against the rocket at the plate that connects those umbilicals right there. There's a shot of it to the rocket. Again, they detected a leak at 5 minutes after 10 a.m. Eastern time, and it created a stop flow. This time, they want to maintain a slow flow, track the pressure, track the rate of leak, and then gather the data that results from that. That's currently the contingency plan that's in place and has been approved by the launch director as they raise the pressure to get to a faster rate of fill on the hydrogen side. Currently, we're at 17% full on the hydrogen side, and on the liquid oxygen side, we're at 89%. The goal of today is a cryogenic demonstration test to tank all 4 cryogenic propellant tanks, super chilled propellants, into the rocket to determine if a repair to a seal on the hydrogen line into the core stage is going to hold. They encountered another leak today, but again, they are watching that closely.
It's mighty fine, Elton.
as they are slowly raising the pressure, which results in more propellant going into the tank at a faster rate. Stand by for more updates. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Now, there are several comm loops in different disciplines on the console. There is the launch director. There is like I'm on the there's avionics loop. There's avionics system safety. There's loops for the core stage, a loop for the payloads, a loop for ICPS. Of course, the Orion people have their own loop. There's Kennedy got their own. There's several different loops. Some of them intersect. I'm hearing about 2, maybe 3 different loops on my console. We don't listen to all of them at once because you couldn't hear it. I mean, it would drive you nuts because everybody's talking all over each other. I get some talking over each other now, but I'm not actually in on the cryo-fill loop. And I hear it when it comes up to the launch directors. And I'm hearing some of the discussion from that loop, but not every little piece. And I get a lot of stuff for this guy does, but I didn't. Some of this, I was hearing the talk about the pressurization of the fill tank itself, but I'm not getting everything. Nobody can listen to every single little thing going on in these loops. I mean, you would go mad. It'd be like trying to listen to a dozen different conversations simultaneously. Yeah, and Elton gave us a good laugh. All right, now we're talking. All right, good. Good. I'm hearing good news, guys. All right, they're thinking.
Update on the fill rate. You're currently
Thinking is that the QD is
pressure
conditioned.
required for fast fill operation on the liquid hydrogen side. We currently reached that pressure. And still showing around half a percentage point concentration of hydrogen inside the can where the leak is. Again, we are fully in fast fill on the liquid hydrogen side with just a very small leak being detected in the can. Correction, not in the can, within inside the QD cavity where the connection point is, right up against the rocket.
Bye, Cha-Cha. Thanks for joining. You're always a ray of sunshine when you come in. Plus, you got all the sun. She's also a ray of sunshine. So several of y'all. About to kick start it. Got a fair bit of liquid hydrogen in the tank now. 27% on liquid hydrogen. LOX is getting close to being full. We're talking about a bleed system kickstart. Guys are making progress. So far, we made it farther than we have in the previous
Okay, the
test.
launch team just updating the launch director on a plan to proceed to the next milestone, which is the kick start bleed. The
I was already telling you about
engine
that.
bleed kickstart with the liquid hydrogen. So in order to do this, there are several lines that pull the liquid hydrogen back out of the rocket after it has run through the engines. They want to make sure that they can get this bleed started and going. This is part of conditioning, thermally conditioning the RS-25 engines at the bottom of the rocket, the 4 RS-25s made by Aerojet Rocketdyne on the core stage, which is built by Boeing. There they are, the 4 RS-25 engines. So the kickstart bleed was a major milestone that they wanted to get to in this particular cryogenic demonstration test. So they're going to pre-chill a 4-inch and a 6-inch bleed line that comes off of these engines and then vents that or bleeds that liquid hydrogen out of those engines. They need to condition the engines to get them ready to start. And this is a test of that, the initial part of that bleed. It's a pressurized bleed to get it going. They close the vent, the liquid hydrogen vent, the gaseous hydrogen at that point when it's venting out. They close that vent to pressurize it. And then a small amount of liquid hydrogen is then bled through all 4 of those engines. Currently, they're managing a very small leak. Stand by.
It seems to be managed. We're filling these tanks up, making some progress. Of course, then we had a little bit of a small leak in the initial launch tip. We got it filled
so
up enough. It was
currently,
the engines that gave us a problem. The
we're at
next time we had a big
35%
leak.
full on the liquid hydrogen side,
Yeah, that's
and they are monitoring a leak that is less than 1%. So engineers and safety, they're comfortable with that. The margin, the area of concern is when it goes over 4%. However, in order to collect data about this seal, engineers have sought and got approved a contingency procedure to allow the leak percentage to go up to 10% for no more than 5 minutes, after which they would go into stop flow and
we would do that crib board.
secure the vehicle and stop proceeding with hydrogen flow into the tank.
Need some flex seal and some duct tape,
Again,
right?
that's to collect data. Okay. Okay, and I've just heard that the bleed kickstart has now begun. Again, the kickstart bleed, running liquid hydrogen now back through the engines and then off the rocket, has begun.
Yeah, and you can see it come through the engines. It's really picking up there.
Over on the liquid oxygen side, they have reached 98%. They have transitioned from fast fill to topping. So they are 99% full on the liquid oxygen side. Okay, we're programming note. If you're watching us on NASA TV, the public channel, we're going to be transitioning back to coverage of the Soyuz mission to the International Space Station. We are going to go into live coverage of the docking, and we will be continuing our coverage, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, on the YouTube channel at youtube.com/NASA-Gov video.
Supposing y'all would rather see the docking than the
Again, we will continue coverage there. But in the meantime, our NASA public channel We'll
I am
pick back up
listening to
with coverage
console. I will
of the
still be on
Soyuz mission
task
to the
with
International
the
Space Station.
field
This is
operation.
Artemis Launch Control.
Anything major happens, I'll let you know. All right, I'm gonna mute your music, because that might get me a strike. They happened to me once before. All right, so guys, we're about to watch the Soyuz MS-22 dock to the International Space Station. Then I'll come back here. Now, if y'all had rather, I'd go back over and you can watch the tank and test continue, but all you're going to see is pretty much what we've been seeing and just a blow by blow. I can still give you that and we'll come back to it. We watched these guys launch about 3 hours ago. And now they're getting up. They catch up to the space station rather fast. That's a quick catch up. They had a 90-second launch window and they nailed it with no delays. I'll be catching that in a minute. Just hang on. You'll be seeing a space station docking. I have worked many years on the International Space Station project. I did start out robotics system integration. Then I worked on the nodes program. On nodes 2 and 3, I actually picked pretty much the layout of the architecture and the pinouts, the connectors and everything, what went where, and oversaw the prime contractor, Alenia, and come up with contingencies for how to connect and disconnect things for the safety organization. I did several things on that program. I was quite involved in the nodes program for nodes 2 and 3. Node 1 was already built by Bowen, but nodes 2 and 3 were built by Alenia. I got console talking now. So, yeah, actually, part of what I did was supposed to have been done by this guy named what was his name? I want to say Roberto. I don't know if that's his name or not. I have to think about what was that guy's name. No, it wasn't Roberto. Gee, Italian guy was supposed to actually pick all the pinouts, but he kind of just left it to me and I did it. But I kept hitting him up for inputs. I needed from my products I was developing, and he was dragging on. He said, "Well, you pick them." It's his job, but I did it. And make sure all the pins are the right size. Hey, Granny Lana, yeah, we're still here. Welcome back. We're about to show this docking with the International Space Station. Then we'll come back to the tank fill. I'm listening to the tank fill. I'm on console right now. right, we're coming into the Russian Soyuz docking.
Good morning once again from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we are closing in on the docking of the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft and its 3 occupants to the International Space Station. The docking that is scheduled at 12:11 p.m. Central Time, 1:11 p.m. Eastern Time, following the spacecraft and the crew members' launch earlier today from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. You're here in Mission Control in Houston, where the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is on duty, as they have been for the past several hours, overseeing the activities of the International Space Station's Expedition 67 crew. On console, leading the Orbit 2 team at this hour is Flight Director Allison Bollinger at the bottom of your screen, joined to her right by veteran astronaut and spacecraft communicator Jessica Meir, who is talking to the station crew as the morning progresses, and she'll be on through docking and the opening of the hatches to allow NASA's Frank Rubio and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin to board their new home in orbit for the next 6 months, hatch opening to take place at mid-afternoon. Across the Atlantic Ocean at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, flight controllers are keeping close tabs on all of the systems aboard the Soyuz MS-22 following its launch and flawless insertion into its orbit, its preliminary orbit about 2.5 hours ago. That all went by the book, no problems reported. And in fact, about 20 minutes ago, a ship-to-station link on VHF communications was established, and Sergei Prokopyev, the Soyuz commander, talked to the space station commander, Oleg Artemiev of Roscosmos, saying, "Are you ready for us?" And he said, "We are ready for the new crew to come on board." That was at a distance of about 90 kilometers. The Soyuz is now about 23 kilometers away from the International Space Station. All of its systems are up and running in good shape, including the core's automated rendezvous system that basically is a radio communications system that bounces radio signals back and forth between itself and the International Space Station to maintain navigational position and the closing rate on the International Space Station itself. This rendezvous and docking is all done automatically, except in the unlikely event that a problem would occur with the core system. Prokopyev would take over manual control of the flying of the Soyuz vehicle for its docking to the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Today's journey for Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopyev, and Dmitry Petelin began at 8:54 and 49 seconds a.m. Central Time, 6:54 and 49 seconds p.m. Baikonur time, just about 7 minutes after sunset in the Central Asian desert, as the engines lit and the Soyuz MS-22 was airborne, climbing out to the northeast from the launch pad at Baikonur. A flawless climb to orbit. Everything worked perfectly for all 3 stages of the Soyuz rocket as it executed all of its ascent performance activities in good shape. 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch, the 3rd stage engine shut down, and the Soyuz separated from the 3rd stage, deploying its solar arrays and its navigational antenna for the rest of the flight to the International Space Station.
And velocity is -30. We get SR 7.7113, and
As the Soyuz was climbing to orbit, Samantha Cristoforetti, the European Space Agency astronaut on board the International Space Station, who next week will become the Expedition 68 commander, shot a spectacular picture of the plume of the Soyuz MS-22 as it climbed into an orbital sunset, saying, "We had a spectacular view. Sergei, Dmitry, and Frank," meaning Prokopyev, Petelin, and Rubio, "will come knocking on our door in just a couple of hours. looking forward to welcoming them. Samantha Cristoforetti has been a stalwart in providing spectacular photos from the International Space Station of activities both on Earth and in orbit throughout the course of her stay on orbit. Of course, Cristoforetti, Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, all part of the Crew 4 Space Crew Dragon crew, will be coming home in early October as they bring to a close almost 6 months in orbit on their own. The occupants of the Soyuz spacecraft, Frank Rubio on your left, Sergei Prokopyev, the Soyuz commander, in the center, and Dmitry Petelin on your right. They boarded their Soyuz vehicle several hours before launch, strapped themselves into their respective seats in the descent module of the Soyuz spacecraft, and settled back for the 8-minute, 45-second ride to orbit, which again went off without a hitch. No problems reported whatsoever. The Soyuz has been executing a series of so-called impulse burns of its engine, essentially in a stair-step fashion, raising its altitude to match that of the International Space Station, which is currently flying over the South Pacific at an altitude of 258 statute miles, about to begin a southwest to northeasterly track that will carry the two vehicles across South America and then back out over the Atlantic Ocean. Docking again is scheduled at 12:11 p.m. Central Time, 1:11 p.m. Eastern Time. The Expedition 67 crew on board the International Space Station that is awaiting the arrival of their 3 new occupants that will increase the population of the station temporarily from 7 to 10 crew members from left to right. It's NASA's Bob Hines, European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, Denis Matveyev, Oleg Artemiev, and Sergei Korsakov. Those 3 Roscosmos cosmonauts will be coming home on September 29th in their Soyuz MS-21 spacecraft for a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan, but not before a week from today. Artemiev hands over command of the station to Cristoforetti in a change of command ceremony. Again, at the right of your screen, second from the right, is NASA's Jessica Watkins, and Kjell Lindgren is on the far right of your screen. That's the Expedition 67 crew. At the time that Artemiev, Matveyev, and Korsakov undock from the International Space Station a week from now, that will formally begin Expedition 68 under the command of Samantha Cristoforetti. This crew, these 7 crew members, will be greeting Rubio, Prokopyev, and Petelin a short time from now after they dock and perform leak checks on both sides of the docking interface, pressurizing the small passageway between the Soyuz and the Rassvet module of the International Space Station before hatches will swing open and the 3 new crew members will enter their orbital home for the first time. This is the first flight into space for Rubio and for Petelin, the second for Sergei Prokopyev.
20.1 velocity. We copy Altai.
Once the Soyuz spacecraft reaches the neighborhood or the proximity of the International Space Station, it will execute an automated fly-around of the station, about a 52-degree fly-around that will precisely align the forward docking probe on the Soyuz with the Rassvet module. That fly-around to begin about 26 minutes from now. That will result in a short period of station keeping, allowing the flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center to assess the Soyuz systems before the approval is given to proceed on with final approach and finally the docking. Once contact and capture occurs, there'll be a period of a couple of minutes to allow the relative motion of the 2 vehicles to dampen out against one another at the docking interface before the forward docking probe is retracted to basically pull the Soyuz into a hard mate to the docking surface of the Rassvet module. That hard mate then will be followed a few minutes later by the closure of hooks on both sides of the docking interface, and the leak checks at the vestibule or the passageway between Soyuz and Rassvet can get underway.
Altai 1. Velocity is minus 15.2. Signal acquisition is in place. The space station is a bit to the right and higher than the middle of the display. We copy Altai.
The interpreter is talking, basically providing the interpretation for Sergei Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander, who sees the International Space Station through the viewfinder in his sextant on board the Soyuz MS-22 vehicle. The Soyuz is right on course, closing at the appropriate rate. That rate will close and slow considerably over the course of the next 30 minutes or so.
Monitoring the activation as well as the transmittal of the closed system. Copy, standing by.
Prokopiev reported a short time ago that all of the systems are in great shape, that the station was growing bigger and bigger in the field of view. At the time of contact and capture, the rate of closure will have slowed to a glacial 1/10 of a meter per second right before contact and capture. That is the appropriate rate.
It's
And
not too
again,
glacial,
all
by
of
the
this
way.
activity is being conducted automatically. In the unlikely event a core's automated rendezvous system problem would crop up, of course, Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander, whose call sign is Asia, Prokopiev would take over manual control of the flying of the Soyuz for its final approach and docking.
And we are seeing the parameters for S1. The crew member is reading the parameters. Now it's a bit better than before, but still kind of from afar. We copy. And the space station is in the middle of OSCA display.
This view now from a camera on the Soyuz MS-22 vehicle, the familiar engineering crosshair overlay that shows right in the center of the crosshairs the International Space Station, as Soyuz now is closed to less than 8 kilometers away from the International Outpost. On the lower left-hand corner of your screen, you see the two values. 7.8 is the distance between Soyuz and the station. And just below it, where it says minus 10.7, that's the closure rate in meters per second of the Soyuz as it hones in on its target, being the International Space Station.
Of the target display, 2 numerals 7 are visible. Copy.
You don't know me, Mom? This is the Soyuz spacecraft going to the International Space Station. We're about to dock. We saw it launch earlier this morning. The Artemis 1 tank testing is still going. The liquid hydrogen tank is over half full. There's debate about how to best proceed to safely detank it when they get done, or do they want to continue because they have a slight little leak, nothing like.
After docking is complete and the leak checks are conducted to permit the opening of the hatches between Soyuz and the International Space Station later today, there will be a mandatory safety briefing. that will be conducted by Oleg Artemiev, the Expedition 67 commander, to orient the newly arrived crew members on the various paths and escape routes on the International Space Station and other safety elements. That's a traditional mandatory briefing that takes place right after docking and hatch opening. Again, this will be familiar territory for Sergei Prokopiev, the Soyuz commander, who will be arriving on station for the second time. This, of course, the first flight for both NASA's Frank Rubio and Roscosmos cosmonaut Dmitry Petelin.
We got about 3 different loops talking simultaneously. I'm trying to listen to, guys. Thank you, Jeremiah. 50 states, 50 lights.
Altai 1, range is 6 kilometers. Range rate is negative 6.9 meters per second. Station is in the middle of the target screen.
Station just a little blip right in the center of the crosshairs. You can barely see it.
Copy that, Altai.
Prokopiev providing the Russian flight controllers and Korolev an update on status. Everything is right down the middle, less than 6 kilometers away from the International Space Station, closing at a rate of just under 9 meters per second. We're about 17 minutes away from the start of the Soyuz fly around in the neighborhood of the International Space Station. Again, a 52-degree fly around in terms of its angular rate that will precisely align the forward docking probe on the Soyuz with the Rassvet module docking port on the Earth-facing side of the station.
A lot of discussion on loops. We're looking at increasing the pressure on the quick disconnect. It's supposed to be a pressure sealing seal. The more the pressure they have, the better it seals. We're not seeing that. They've still been able to fill without a major leak. They're going to try to up the pressure just to get test data. There is some risk that it might cause a worse leak problem.
The range is 5 kilometers.
So we're having a lot of discussions about that.
Range rate is negative 8.6.
Y'all ever hear what I'm
in
saying,
the
guys?
middle of the target display. 207.
Sorry, I was facing the
Still
way away
remain
from the mic. Can y'all hear me?
Copy that, Altai.
The Soyuz is going to the space station. Our other rocket will go to the moon when we launch it, but this is a tanking test for it today.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to take this view from the external camera on the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft. Now about 4.5 kilometers away from the International Space Station, closing at a rate of 8.5 meters per second. The space station in the middle of the crosshairs on this engineering overlay. Looking back at Soyuz, we don't have a view from station cameras yet, but we will before long. Looking back at the approaching Soyuz as the Expedition 67 crew under the command of Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Artemiev.
standing by for burn number 3. Nominal time inaudible. Range Altai copies. Range is 4.5. Range rate is -8.5. Standing by for burn number 3.
These burns being referred to by the interpreter are very small course correction maneuvers from the Soyuz engine, basically fine-tuning its approach to the International Space Station, just 3.8 kilometers separating Soyuz from its destination. The International Space Station and Soyuz currently flying over southern Brazil to the west of Sao Paulo at an altitude of 258 statute miles, moving from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. We're inside 13 minutes prior to the beginning of the fly around of the station by Soyuz. That'll take about 4.5 to 5 minutes to complete, resulting in a very, very brief period of station keeping to allow the flight controllers and Korolev to assess the relative position of Soyuz from the docking port on the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the station. Once that has been accomplished, approval will be given to press ahead with final approach. That will be about a 10-minute very slow transit to complete the trek from the launch pad at Baikonur to the Rosviet module, and a docking scheduled at 12:11 p.m. Central Time.
Altai 1 speaking range is 3 kilometers. Range rate is -8.3. Acquisition nominal station is in the middle of the target display. 3 numeral 7s are visible. Occasionally I see numerals 3-7 at the end of the sequence, but then it changes back to 2 numerals 7. Copy, please check. Inaudible. Please say again. Please confirm TDU repress is illuminated. Affirmative. SKD cover open is illuminated. Copy. You did not deactivate KTO repress after turn number 2, correct? Negative. KTO operation in progress. Maneuver is in progress. Station out of field of view. So is off, standing by for DSO reacquire. Repress is illuminated. Copy. DSO synoptic is on, standing by for SKD. SKD operation is confirmed. Time of ignition 19:40:15.
And with the International Space Station flying 258 miles over northeast South America, there is our first view of Soyuz MS-22, just hours following its launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, closing in right at the appropriate time and at the correct rate of closure, moving methodically towards its docking to the International Space Station. We're expecting the fly around by the Soyuz of the station to begin around 9 minutes from now.
station is in the middle of the display. GSS synoptic is on, range 1750, range rate inaudible. 2 numeral 7 visible, acquisition nominal. Copy. Altai, as required, you can adjust your lighting. Let's say again.
Less than 3 hours after their launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, Frank Rubio of NASA and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin, right there in the field of view, strapped into the center section of the Soyuz MS-22 in the descent module. Prokopyev at the controls as the automated rendezvous of Soyuz for its docking to the station's Rassvet module proceeds on track.
R5 in work. Image is bright and clear. Copy.
And the view from Soyuz's external television camera of the station, as we are now just about 1 kilometer separating the two vehicles, Soyuz closing at a rate of about 4 meters per second.
Excellent.
Here she comes.
Range is 1340, range rate -4. Acquisition nominal, 2 numeral 7 visible.
Dr. G-Man,
Copy.
J-Man. Jeremiah, thanks for stopping in. We got a station docking coming up, then we'll go back to Artemis 1 tanking test shortly. This is probably a little more exciting. I'm listening to tanking tests right now. They're trying to make some big decisions about how to feel, what to do, and when to do it. Well, they're filling. They're just making sure they want to ramp the pressure up, test the seal. But there's been discussions, will that cause a problem for detanking? I think they're good with it. It seems like they're proceeding that way. It's like we're okay, good. They're still on the 1% leak, and they
Here in Mission Control, the
No
flight
pressure.
control
That's
team
looking good.
belonging to the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers currently assessing the status of their systems and their readiness for Soyuz to make its final approach for docking.
Braking on depot.
We're about 27 minutes away from the anticipated time for contact and capture. Soyuz now about 970 meters away from the station as we are about 5.5 minutes away from the start of its fly around of the complex.
Retrograde burn continues, range 900, range rate -2.7. Range 830, range rate -235, station in the middle of display, acquisition nominal.
And peering from behind one of the solar arrays on the station, there's a Soyuz MS-22 closing in for the start of its fly around of the station.
Burn duration,
Small impulse burns, mid-course correction burns to fine-tune its path to the station being executed automatically. The International Space Station Flight Control Team in Houston is go for docking. That will be relayed to the counterparts at the Russian Mission Control Center.
Range 700, range rate -2.3. MRM-1 docking port is visible. Braking is on, PPO thrusters are operating. Range 650, range rate -1.7.
650 meters now separating Soyuz from station. The two vehicles flying from southwest and northeast over the South Atlantic, soon to cross and traverse the northwest corner of the continent of Africa.
Into the fly around zone.
.540 meters separating the two vehicles, closing at a rate of 1.5 meters per second. We'll start the fly around by the Soyuz in about 2 minutes.
550, range rate -1.5. Range 500, range rate -1.5. Signal acquisition nominal. Range 450, range rate -1.5. Range 415.
415 meters separating Soyuz from station as the two craft fly just to the west of Senegal.
Set. Generating fly around.
And the Soyuz has initiated its fly around.
Fly around at progress.
52 degrees of phase angle on this fly around that will result in the precise alignment of the Soyuz's forward docking probe with a Rossviet module on the Earth-facing side of the station.
TPO thrusters in operation, gaining velocity for fly around, range 350, range rate -079. Range 315, range rate -0.73. Standing by for K15 indicator illumination. Copy. Please continue monitoring. At 19:15, message appeared, shares the failure. Required dynamic Steph depot at 19:53. Copy. Fly around, continuing in automatic mode, range 250, range rate -.46. 2 numeral 7 visible on the display. Depot operation in progress. Approaching MRM-1 docking port axis. Standing by for K15 indicator illumination. Observing minor oscillations in the SCA docking port image. Currently, we are at the center of SCA on MRM-1. Inaudible. Standing by for pre-chow indication on course.
This is Mission Control Houston, 228 meters separating Soyuz from station. That call that you heard just a moment ago about an SDK failure was sensor only related, pertaining to a thruster on the Soyuz. However, the thruster continues to operate normally, as do the rest of the Soyuz systems, continuing its approach under the automated guidance of the Corps' automated rendezvous system. Everything in good shape, as we are anticipating the start of station keeping here a few seconds from now.
Is in progress to align with target. Standing by for hover in the cone message. Range 215, range rate -.15.
A great view of the Soyuz MS-22 flying 258 miles over Morocco, moving from southwest to northeast. Docking scheduled about 16 minutes from now.
Copy. Activate illumination.
All right, Ace, where's the smoke?
For the
Where's the mirrors? That'd be some fancy mirrors.
illumination is activated for the VSCAP. On your go, ready to send pre-shell command. Copy. You are go to send pre-shell command per page 54.
With the right software, you can watch Space Station fly right overhead.
Time is 19:55:45. Sending pre-shell command from INPU to command send. Test depot instruction.
That call on sending a pre-shell command is the transition of the Corps' automated rendezvous system to receive telemetry from the Corps' system on the new pre-shell node module, to which the Soyuz MS-21 spacecraft is currently docked. That'll be the ride home for Artemis,
Step away for a couple
Medvedev,
minutes.
and Korsakov on September 29th. The Core's automated rendezvous system is rock solid at the moment, guiding the Soyuz to a precise alignment with the Rosviet module, which will be the docking port for the newly arrived residents, Rubio, Prokopiev, and Patelin.
Final approach is in progress.
And approval has been given for final approach. So no need for station keeping. We are on final approach for a docking by the Soyuz MS-22 vehicle to the International Space Station.
Range 150, range rate -.89. Range 130, range rate -.72. Docking port is off by half a reticle to the left from the center of the VSK. Range 115, range rate -.56. Docking port. One reticle above the center of VSK. Target is Tally Ho in the middle. Range 100, range rate -.58. Outside.
Flying over the Mediterranean, the Soyuz MS-22 moments away from docking.
Copy 2007. Range 85, range rate -.5. Target one reticle below the center of VSK.
A little over 3 hours following its launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome, Soyuz now 80 meters away from docking.
.70. The target is practically in the center. -60 meters, -20 range rate. The target is in the center. Copy. .56, final approach, and the target is in the middle. We're expecting the SVP activation.
About 50 meters separating Soyuz from station, passing across the Adriatic Sea.
Inaudible.
This view from Soyuz looking down at the docking port on the Rosviet module.
The LED is on. Inaudible. We copy.
пересветкой нужно выбрать изображение.
Now we display illumination is expected any moment, and we're selecting the display. We copy.
Выдал R5. Еще.
R5 command has been sent. Range is about 30 meters, 30.
Да, обратно.
And shall I do it back? Yes.
Вот так, оставляем.
Just like that. That looks great.
Пересветку оставили 2 штриха.
So we have the display illumination has been left with 2 bars. We copy
35 meters now separating Soyuz from station, closing at a rate of about 1/10 of a meter per second, which is the perfect rate of closure for contact and capture.
it is in the center,
Автоматическое
and we continue automated final approach.
движение.
The range rate is 0.13. We copy.
Визуально дальность в районе 25 метров.
Visually,
В центре кресты собраны.
we see the station and the rate. The range is about 5 meters. The target is in the middle, and the hooks have been collected.
About 25 meters separating Soyuz from station. Perfect alignment at this moment, closing at a rate of 1/10 of a meter per second.
Inaudible. Baba Air is on,
Это СВП.
so we are ready for the instructions from SS Web. We copy.
Шесть.
The
Левее.
target is a bit to the left,
Центра.
about 1 cell from the VSK display.
Дальность порядка 12 метров.
Range is about 12 meters.
Кресты собраны. Мишень на одну клетку.
The hooks are collected, and the target is to the left by 1 cell format.
Дальность
Range is
порядка 10 метров.
inaudible.
Мишень в центре.
The target is in the middle.
Just about 12 meters separating Soyuz from station,
The range is
methodically closing towards an impending docking to the International Space Station.
Полклетки правее от центра ВСК.
and the target is about half a cell to the right from VSK display.
Дальность около 4 метров.
Range is about 4 meters.
Полклетки правее.
The hooks have been collected, and the target is a bit to the right on the VSK. We're expecting contact.
Flight controller standing by for contact and capture.
Range is 2. Expecting contact. The target is in the center. We've got it.
Contact confirmed. Capture confirmed.
And we're going.
Docking confirmed at 12:06 p.m. Central Time, 1:06 p.m. Eastern Time. Soyuz MS-22 docked to the International Space Station over southern Russia to complete a journey of just over 3 hours in duration.
Yay. Made
We're
it fast.
working per the procedure. Okay.
Artemis
On
is
ENP2,
still on a tanking
please
test.
select the SSP format display.
Unfortunately, I'm about to have an IT mandatory software update in an hour. and I
copy.
can't hit the snooze button. Wow, what would happen if I had a mission critical computer and suddenly it had to restart right in the middle of a mission? How stupid software. How do we get in this process?
So the parameters have been recorded. 236. Fuel 512. We copy.
The next step will be the retraction of the docking probe.
Inaudible.
After a relative motion between the two vehicles dampens out, that will bring the two docking surfaces into contact with one another to initiate the closing of hooks.
Is on. Yes, so we are deactivating. Altai, Moscow, go ahead. Altais are here, go ahead.
Once again, about as textbook as they come, a flawless launch from the Baikonur
Dr. G,
Cosmodrome, an uneventful rendezvous and
They give
docking
me
to bring
my
Frank
computers
Rubio of
stupid
NASA
Microsoft
and
computers.
Roscosmos cosmonauts
And I think it's our own
Sergei
IT
Prokofiev
department
and Dmitry
that pushes these
Patelin
restarts, 'cause
to
they
the
want to
International
make sure
Space
that all
Station.
security software
3
is up
hours,
to date.
12
I don't think
minutes
this
from
is
launch to
coming from
docking.
Microsoft.
Contact and capture occurring at 12:06 p.m. Central, 1:06 p.m. Eastern.
It's pretty goofy to have to deal with stuff like this. I think I might just hit the restart. button
Docking
on that
probe
one. It
currently
sounds kinda
retracting.
slow in the loops at the moment.
Altais, Moscow, go ahead. We're ready for the first set of measurements. We're ready to copy. Pressure 2029 mm. The crew is reporting pressure values in BEO 861. Altai, please continue reporting and your narrative on the hooks driving.
With the docking probe having retracted, hooks will drive now to form a hard mate between Soyuz and the Rassvet module docking port.
Altai, Moscow.
Well, the loops are fun. I've hit restart
Go
now.
ahead.
It's on
Go
my work
ahead.
computer, not
Altai
the
1 is
one you're
here.
on.
Altai, what step are you on? We're expecting the message that hooks are closed to come up. We copy.
Artemis 1 is fueling.
So
We are feeling the booster
C13
there.
is
They're
on
thinking about
and
ramping up
18
pressure.
is no longer lit up. That
That's
is
what they were talking about on the feeling.
correct. S13 is in place.
Открытый квадрат. Ожидаем.
So hooks are open. We're expecting the message that hooks are closed. We copy.
Hooks are closed, locks it in. Some things have bolts, some have hooks. Yeah, I just hit it. I'm resetting my work computer.
Есть загорание D15, крюки закрыты.
So I can't
D15 is
listen in
lit
on the
up.
loops now
Hooks are
for Artemis
closed.
for a few minutes.
Защелки стянуты, выдвинуты.
And the latches have been extended. And the latches have been taken in place.
And we have confirmation from telemetry and from the crew on board Soyuz that the hooks have closed. So we now have a hard mate between Soyuz and the Rassvet module.
Altai, Moscow.
На связи Алтай-1.
Go ahead. Altai 1 is here. So we're expecting the next set of measurements.
Сейчас, через минутку.
Give me just a minute, please. We copy. Yes, we still have another minute to go. We copy.
Есть загорание D17, защелки стянуты.
Yes, we have the message lit up that the latches have been extended. We copy. We copy all Altai.
This is Mission Control Houston. The Soyuz MS-22 with NASA's Frank Rubio and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin on board completed a 3-hour, 12-minute transit from the launch pad at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan to a docking a few minutes ago at 12:06 p.m. Central Time, 1:06 p.m. Eastern Time at the Rassvet module, Earth-facing port of the International Space Station. Everything went flawlessly from launch, rendezvous, docking, all of the activities by the book. No issues whatsoever, as the 3 crew members now will work through leak checks on their side of the docking interface before they pressurize the small passageway between Soyuz and Rassvet that will be the precursor to the opening of the hatch on the Soyuz side of the docking interface. And Oleg Artemiev opening up the hatch on the station side of the docking interface to allow the 3 new crew members to come on board. And that will mark the beginning of their 6 months on board the International Space Station.
This don't affect my stream that you're
so we'll
on.
be back
Talking
a
about
little
my
over
work
2 hours
computer's
from
gotta
now
be
at
shut down.
2:30 p.m. Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time on
When
the
I'm
public
listening to the
channel.
loop on the
with our
actual,
hatch
I'm on
opening
console,
coverage.
guys.
Following today's docking of the Soyuz MS-22 to the International Space Station.
Trying
The
to
public
relog
channel
in
now goes back to the Kennedy Space Center, where continuing coverage of the Space Launch System cryogenic tanking test has been ongoing throughout the day. We'll see you at 2:30 p.m. Central, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time for Soyuz hatch opening coverage. In the meantime, this is Mission Control Houston.
We're about to go back to the pad. All right, I'm going to stop the sound here. Sometimes they play music on the NASA loop that gets me strikes. Yeah, well, they're still filling. They're just playing around with testing things like maybe upping the pressure. Oh, I got sound. Just reboot. Why is it not letting me type? Oh my God, what's wrong with this thing? Y'all are not on my NASA computer. Y'all on my personal computer. Oh, we just lost a couple of people. Yeah, my work device. Y'all are not watching me through my work computer. I cannot do YouTube through my work computer. Y'all are on my personal computer, guys. I have two personal computers. I got a desktop that I'm streaming on, and I got a laptop that I'm watching the chat on. And I got a personal computer that I'm doing my work on, and I got two screens for that. That work computer is what's giving me the fits. All right. My back end. Let me see what's happening here. Got to rejoin my meeting. Join offline. It's not showing I'm online yet. What the heck? Just type in everything. It should be. Ah. Connect. Why? My VPN is not wanting to connect. Let's trying it till it hits. So I have to use a VPN to sign in to work. There we go. So I got to reopen all my stuff. Bed meeting soon. All right, Aisley. Federal government? Yeah. Yeah, that's a very simple rocket. That's the rocket they've been launching since the 1960s. They've literally launched hundreds and hundreds of those. Okay, now we're back to the tank and test. Let me unmute. There we go, guys. Now we're back to SLS Artemis 1. Yeah, I've still not got back on the network. Oh, yep, the market doesn't do a tank and test. It might. Yeah, I expect the market's going to be doing some tanking, but it ain't going to be filling with liquid hydrogen, that's for sure. It'll be defilling with dollars, emptying dollars. Okay, let's stop that. I just connected. Good. Join my meeting again, I think. Very good. I'm back online now. My day job back on console. That sound turned on. We're not talking on this station yet. Yes, Granny, I'm working from home. Sick? No, I'm not sick. Don't think. Not much sleep. Been up since 4. It's like the leak has actually decreased. It never got over 1%. So maybe this thing's finally sealing a little bit under pressure. That's a good sign. Maybe we'll still be able to pull off a launch on the 27th. I hope so. Can y'all hear me? Kind of talking over my shoulder. Can y'all hear me? Thanks, Elton. Thanks, Mark. Randy. Sleep is but a dream. Amen. Just I don't dream enough. Thanks, James, Jesse. Looks like we'll be able to accomplish the objectives today. It's really looking like it. That's good. That means we'll probably want to check a few things out, like what's really going on with the seal again. But we may be go for launch on the 27th. Of course, we still got to get the waiver from the range. I hope we're launching on the 27th. Sooner we get this bird in the air, the happier I'll be. Provided it flies safe. You know, a lot of clouds there. It's typical range every day down there. You know, it's noon. It's 1:30 p.m. almost there. Yeah, when I was in Florida, every day it rained.
This is Artemis Launch Control here at Launch Complex 39B. You're looking live at the Space Launch System rocket. Stand by. Okay, we're getting some good news from the liquid hydrogen team in regards to the leak that they were looking at early on in this operation, loading the core stage. And that is the leak reversed its trend where previously,
That's what I said.
when pressure increased, the
Got
leak
better.
increased. But now they are seeing a trend for this particular seal that when pressure increases,
Once we got some
the
more
leak
pressure on it.
decreases. This is,
What
as
it's supposed
engineers
to
say, the way that it's designed and intended to work so that it conforms to the area that it is sealing, that quick disconnect connection point for the liquid hydrogen line. And so now both tanks in the core stage are in replenish and are stable. Next up is loading the upper stage of the rocket. And right now, teams are conditioning the areas around the engine to prepare them for loading liquid oxygen and hydrogen. And the team's discussing a plan with the launch director just moments ago on one of the main test objectives, which is to do a pre-press test on the liquid hydrogen tank in the core stage after they get the upper stage into replenish. And this will put a fair amount of pressure on that connection right there that you see there, which is the umbilicals. They contain the LH2 8-inch line that we've been talking about, but is now sealing pretty well. The pre-press test is a test where they pressurize the core stage tank by closing the vent, which prevents the boil-off gas from escaping. And then more pressure is added with helium to get to the tank to flight pressure for engine start. This is an important moment to reach. You have to have those engines conditioned at the right temperature in order to start them up. Those RS-25 engines, which are just below this point right here. And then once they get it to that point, there's a control loop that cyclically pressurizes the tank, opening the vent valve, which then controls the temperature around those engines, saturating those engines with liquid hydrogen so that they are at the right temperature to start them up and launch. Of course, today is a test. It's a cryogenic demonstration test to show both that the leak has been repaired from the previous launch scrub and to go through some test objectives which haven't been met in previous launch attempts or wet dress rehearsals. And so the team is proceeding forward. Once this pre-press test is completed, they won't have to do it again. Once validated, the launch team will be able to adjust the pressure during the high flow liquid hydrogen engine bleed inside of terminal count. That's the final 10 minutes of count. And that's when it's critical to have those RS-25 engines that you see right there at the bottom in the center, 4 of them, to be the right temperature for launch. So the situation taking a very positive turn here today as the launch team is pushing forward with loading the upper stage and moving to the next milestone, which is the pre-press test. Those RS-25 engines that you're looking at right there, they are known as staged combustion cycle engines. They burn liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen propellants at a very high pressure. At full throttle, the 4 engines will give SLS about 2 million of its 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Those SLS engines start in a staggered fashion. First engine 1, then engine 3, then engine 4, and then engine 2. And they start up approximately 6 seconds before booster ignition. And during ascent, those engines can gimbal or pivoted to direct the thrust and steer the rocket. To learn more about the Artemis 1 mission and the SLS, and go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis. Again, the website is nasa.gov/Artemis. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Okay, good news, guys. I will have David Pine back on my channel tonight. I will interview him at 7 Central Daylight Time. It will probably be a recorded briefing, so it'll probably be going up before 9 or 10. But I will have David Pine on air tonight, guys. So stay tuned. It's going to be relative to Putin's speech. I think our risk has just ratcheted. Hang in there, Granny. So things are looking better for Artemis 1. The status is we have the liquid hydrogen tank getting filled. Engine cool down is cycling. Engine 3 is taking a little longer as it had before, but they worked that into the procedure to give it a little extra time. So all things are actually looking pretty good right now. Looks like we'll meet all our objectives today. And if the range gives us the go ahead, we will make an attempt to launch on the 27th. Now that doesn't mean we won't have some other problem on the 27th. It's always possible. This liquid hydrogen seal, which was almost problematic today, may be worse then. I mean, it's kind of the case last time around. The time we had to scrub because the engine didn't cool down adequately. The liquid hydrogen was flowing okay with a slight leak like it has today, maybe a little less. And then the next temp, it had problems, but they did believe they had found foreign object debris, what we call FOD, in the seal. That's what they said. They found FOD. And they got it cleaned up, put a new seal in. These seals have to seal. And sealing means you got to be malleable enough to, when the interfaces are mated, to close all the holes and gaps between the non-perfect world that we live in. And what happens is it's hard to find a malleable seal that's anything that's still malleable at minus 423 degrees. Liquid hydrogen is a bear. And that gum, a mosquito would probably throw it off. Lord knows we got lots of bugs in Florida. Mosquitoes, flying roaches. We've had a woodpecker try to make a nest in the external tank once. I guess I thought it found a nice big tree. Wow, biggest tree I ever saw. It's a perfect place to make a nest. Made a hole in the insulation. Yeah, dug a hole out, full nesting hole. Yeah, David should be interested. Now, David and Lee would probably come to blows if they got together. They don't see eye to eye, but they wouldn't come to blows, but they wouldn't get along. Can't claim everybody in my community agrees with each other 100%, but that's okay as long as we get along. Certain main tenets that we need to agree to, and one of them's prep and pray, right? That's in Wing Greg's community. Got a lot of challenges ahead of us. Of course, the ultimate prep is have independent settlements out in outer space. If the whole world goes wonky, you got a community living somewhere else. That's maybe the ultimate survival tribe. I just hope we get time to do those kind of things before things get nutty. Well, I just noticed that IT services come out with an email saying that they would freeze their computers from updates during the next launch attempt. Why didn't they do it today? And why didn't they send us out in the previous launch attempts? I was worried about this happening then. That's what they should have done all along. Wow. Yeah, you're right, Jesse. I guess you got to be logged in though for the update to work. Holy smoke, guys! They should give you more opportunities to say snooze, not just two. I hit it twice this morning. Last time it didn't give me an option. Yeah, I made a pot of coffee this morning. I think I've gone through the biggest part of it. Put myself on the cup right now. Make another pot. Rolling blackout. Oh my God.
The launch team just gave the go for loading the upper stage with liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Again, it just gave the go to load the upper stage with liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. This comes just after completion of the purge sequence. They purge out any contaminants from the RL-10 engine. That's the engine of the ICPS, the upper stage that's contained at towards the top of the rocket. That's going to be responsible for pushing Orion into its destination, the translunar injection towards the moon.
Watch those gauges. Yeah, I'm hearing talk on the loop about using cameras down at the engine section. What do you got? Somebody go stick some thermometers right on the engine. A little robot running around with a camera. A little robot down there with a camera in one hand and a spray container of Fixil in the other. Just kidding. Yeah, have a little fun, right, guys? Well, things are going well so far. Just cross our fingers and hope that we can actually pull off a launch on the 27th. This is the first time you're going to try to launch a vehicle like this. It don't normally go on the first try. Must be the first flight ever of this vehicle. Yeah, work drone. Tesla's supposed to be unrolling his Optimus, unfurling his Optimus robot either today or tomorrow. Actually, should buy one and send it down to the pad. No, you don't want any humans down there. It's dangerous on a rocket like this, even to be up in a capsule. Well, at least if you're on the capsule, you got a launch escape tower. If the rocket goes kablooey. The Russians actually had a rocket catch fire on the pad, and they escaped with their launch escape system. So it has happened on one occasion. The launch escape system saved
The LH2 main
2,000
propulsion system showdown is in
I think it was
work.
3 actually.
The LH2 main propulsion system in the upper stage is now in work.
The rocket caught on fire and they got away just before it blew up. They had a pretty hard landing. Now, a launch escape system is a dangerous thing in and of itself. Most launch abort systems have an only 80% chance of surviving. That's playing Russian roulette again. We have a revolver with less chambers than the revolver you're playing Russian roulette with when you get on a regular rocket. It's all Russian roulette. The question is, what's your odds? Work drum with Flex Seal and WD-40. I don't forget the duct tape. That's what we used to call it when we're doing our own rockets, the rocket tape. The Gorilla Band's pretty tough, brand. Gorilla tape, that's some tough stuff. Yeah. Be very dangerous, especially a full field rocket like this. It's got the energy of a small atom bomb. You got to get the heck away from it. This thing's got quite a launch escape system on it. Someone showed, so they actually built a shield to go around the capsule, and they pulled it away so that the plume from the launch escape system don't cook the capsule. This is the most powerful rocket ever to date. If it flies, it will be the most powerful rocket ever flown at 8.8 million pounds of thrust as opposed to 7.5 for the Saturn V. Artemis, the booster, super heavy booster, I think it comes in at 16 million pounds of thrust. I need to go back. It's either 11 or 16. I think it's 16. They got 33 engines on that. So far, they've tested 7 engines. Firing 33 engines is wow. You're right, Dr. G-Man. It makes water. It'll explode, but after it explodes, what do you got? Water. That's what you get when you combine O2 and H, right? H2O. That's what comes out the exhaust of the main engines. Water. Solid rockets. Yeah, they're comes out of those engines is kind of nasty. They do give a lot of thrust. The Block 2 version of this vehicle will have a rocket boosters redone. They'll bid it. Some people are hoping they actually come up with some liquids for the strap-ons. I would hope they're fly-back strap-on boosters with wings or something. Just use a couple Falcon 9s. I think that's what the thrust on a Falcon 9 is. Well, the Saturn V S1C stage had 5 F1 rocket engines on it. It's the heaviest lifter we've ever flown to date. The 2 solid rocket now, the SSMEs, the RS-25 engines, they're actually fairly low thrust, comparatively speaking, but they're the most efficient engine ever devised. Most of the thrust you're going to get when this thing launches out of the 8.8 million pounds of thrust, 7.2 million pounds of that will be coming from the solid rocket boosters. The solid rocket boosters themselves give you almost as much power as the Saturn V did. They're going to be producing 3.6 million pounds of thrust apiece. Now, the ones on the shuttle produce 3.3 million pounds. So these are more powerful than the ones on the shuttle. I've been to a shuttle launch, and I've been to a fire in the big solid rocket booster out in Utah. On the moon, get some cheese. There you go, Richard. That's why Jethro Bodine wanted to go to the moon, right? He's a hungry boy. All the cheese they could eat, and moon maidens. Beverly Hillbillies was pretty funny, was it not? So we got some new people joining. They're running behind schedule a little bit on this test today because just being a caution, they had some leaking earlier on. They seem to have resolved. So they're proceeding, and we think we'll accomplish all the objectives of the test today. Hope in the launch attempt on the 27th, we don't get behind because there's only a 90-minute launch window, if I recall correctly, for the 27th. So we got to have all the ducks in a row.
You're looking live at the Space Launch System rocket here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida at Launch Complex 39B. The top is the Orion spacecraft. We are currently in the midst of the Artemis 1 cryogenic demonstration test. And so far, so good. We've got the first stage completely tanked and in replenish. It's in a stable mode. That was a good operation and some good engineering that we observed as they tanked this rocket. Liquid hydrogen was tanked completely without any issue. The liquid hydrogen showed a leak, but then that leak managed to get to a point where engineers were able to manage it a lot better. It's reduced now. It's reversed its trend of increasing when pressure increases. And so now that leak is something that they have behind them at the moment. And so now they're proceeding on with the chilling down of the main propulsion systems in the upper stage. And we just got a note that the liquid oxygen is now in fast fill for the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. That's the upper stage of the rocket that you see right there. The venting that you see is the liquid oxygen that vents out from the top of the tank there from the core stage. That's normal. With liquid oxygen in replenish, the boiling of the tank below must vent off the super cold gaseous oxygen. So that's what's happening there. And as soon as that super chilled gaseous oxygen reaches the atmosphere, it condenses the water vapor in the air, and that's how you have that that plume there. So the plan is once the upper stage is tanked and in replenish mode, the launch team wants to proceed on with an important milestone called the pre-press test. Stand by. A quick update from the launch team. The team reporting that they lost boot containment on the ICPS LH2 QD boot. That's the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the upper stage. Quick disconnect that feeds the liquid hydrogen into the upper stage vehicle. This is something they've seen before. They went straight to their pre-plan. They're working that now. Not going to discuss this on the anomaly net. It's something that they expected, they've seen before, and they've got a pre-plan that they're going to work to get containment. Again, lost boot containment, which is the air that's contained inside the boot, where that hydrogen quick disconnect goes into the ICPS. They got a pre-plan, and they're working that. Otherwise, as the upper stage loading continues, the plan is once the upper stage is in replenish mode, they're going to proceed forward with a pre-press test of the core stage. That pre-press test is pressurizing the tank by closing the vent on the liquid hydrogen side to prevent the boil-off gas from escaping. And then they're going to get the engines into a high flow bleed. And that high flow bleed is important because it's triggered inside of terminal count when it's critical for the RS-25 engines to be the right temperature for launch. So that pre-press test is still ahead of the team, something they're looking forward to. It's a big milestone here, one of the main test objectives of the day. The SLS rocket will launch an uncrewed Orion spacecraft from Launch Complex 39B if this test is successful. Launch Complex 39B, of course, is NASA's modernized spaceport at Kennedy. Once this rocket does launch, the Orion spacecraft will be sent into orbit around the Earth. It will deploy its solar arrays, and then the upper stage that we're fueling right now The interim cryogenic propulsion stage will give the Orion spacecraft at the top of the rocket the big push called a translunar injection needed to leave Earth's orbit and travel towards the moon. The stats on the ICPS, on the LH2 side, it carries 10,000 pounds of liquid hydrogen. On the liquid oxygen, it's 53,000 pounds. Much smaller tanks than the core stage. If you'd like to learn more about the ICPS and the Artemis mission, go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis. You see it on your screen there, nasa.gov/Artemis.
I've got a video, shows it all, guys. Go check out my video, Artemis 1 rocket. I walked through the whole rocket, described it all. Uh-oh.
We are currently in fast fill for liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on the upper stage of the Space Launch System rocket.
Yeah,
Again,
we
we are
are
currently in fast fill for both tanks in the upper stage of the rocket. Good looking shot right there, looking down on the rocket. The ICPS is connected to the Orion spacecraft right there at the top of the rocket. And the propellant that's flowing through the umbilical lines right now is flowing at fast fill. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Hey, Brian, how you doing, buddy? You know, Saturn V took off slow initially. Kind of expecting this might take off a little faster than Saturn V. It's all thrust to weight. That's how fast you're going to take off. Thrust to weight. To fly, your thrust has got to be higher than your weight. Yeah, clear day. Hey, Brian, thank you for the gifts you sent me. I did a covered opening it in the video. I waited for you for a while to show up. I figured you'd catch it, view the video later. I don't remember which one it was in. But Brian sent me a nice package. He sends me stuff from time to time. Well, that liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen might eventually join up, make some H2O. Oh my gosh. You have an engineer claiming at upper stage we bought from ULA. Our management thought they could get by buying it like a pig in a poke. So we still had to put a lot of effort in oversight. So it's not clear that we saved any money doing that in my book, but we also went having to accept a bunch of things we not have ordinarily accepted. What? This is basically a Delta second stage with an extended fuel tanks. Second stage. This is, you know, it's the upper stage in the center. See, the strap-on boosters aren't really considered a first stage in this, but they perform the function of a first stage. That fourth stage keeps burning all the way to orbit. And then the interim cryogenic propulsion stage actually circulizes, does a perigee burn, circulizes the orbit. Does a burn to keep the perigee from being too low, it's the apogee burn really. Circulizes the orbit of the spacecraft, and then it does the translunar injection. It's got an RL-10 engine in it, but there's some complaints being made about its ability to handle low temperatures with its fuel system. So we'll see how that goes. So far, they are filling. We got some engineers who are not happy with the system. Yeah, I showed the animation of the launch vehicle in the previous video, and I described this vehicle some degree of detail, more probably than some of the other YouTube channels have done. Yeah, they may have to roll this thing back if that storm gets too close to Florida. We're hoping for a launch on the 27th. That might be an issue. Ryan saying a lot to match. Well, we don't have a launch window now for the moon. I think we've passed what would have been the launch window for the day. They wasn't intended to launch today. They just wanted to get this tanking test done. The whole concept was to launch on the 27th. Although from looks of it, maybe they should have launched today. Everything seems to be working today. It may not be working on the 27th. And then again, we might have weather concerns too. Find some flint. Those SSME engines are now what's called RS-25s, which is known as space shuttle. They actually have external igniters that light them. They have sparklers up on them. They're not restartable. The RL-10 upper stage engine is a restartable engine. It has to be because it's lit in space and it refires in space. It was also true of the J2 engines that flew on the Saturn V rocket. Mark T says, hi, Greg, just waking up and getting my coffee. So far, it's looking good, Mark. They had a little bit of a slow start, but they got things worked out. Where are you located, Mark? It's waking up there. It's 1:30 in the afternoon here. I got up at 4 this morning. How in the world did a hurricane get to be named Invest 98? That's a weird name for a hurricane. Yeah, gosh, I hope not. That's the last thing I need. Yeah, we're not needing water around here. We've had plenty of rain this year. Oh my God, Federal Reserve rate boost interest rates again. Go off your credit cards if you can, guys. An ion engine don't produce enough thrust to land on the moon. They're very low thrust. You crash in the moon, you crash and burn. So you don't want an ion engine on the lander, but it's good for one point in space. You might can land on an asteroid with enough ion engines, maybe. Overnight shift, Delaware, okay. Checking on your speed square. Should be straight up and down. You can see the boil off going on at the interim cryogenic propulsion stage there, ICPS. It's because of all the
Quick update.
cryogens are putting in it.
The cryo loading for the upper stage, we are still in fast fill for both LH2 and liquid oxygen. Again, we are in fast fill for both tanks in the upper stage of the Space Launch System. We got about 20 minutes left, it looks like, for upper stage loading.
It's a smaller stage.
And then the team will look at starting the next milestone, which is the pre-press test of the core stage.
Jason, welcome to the room. Jason, Green Country Agroforestry is in the house. Everybody, check out his channel, subscribe, do it now. He's got an awesome channel. It needs to be 100 times bigger. Blow it up, guys. Get in there and subscribe to Jason. He covers some really good stuff. Jason is one smart man. Is really brilliant. If a rocket scientist is telling you somebody's smart, take it to the bank, guys. It's a good guy too. Smart and a good guy. You can learn a lot from Jason at Green Country Agroforestry. Well, an ion engine can build up a lot of speed, but it takes them a long time. They have such low thrust. They're highly efficient. They use their thrust fuel very efficiently, so they can build up a lot of velocity over a long time because they just keep thrusting. But they have very low thrust, not enough to land on the moon. Hey, Jason, you're awesome, man. I appreciate what you do. You bring a lot to the table. Fellow wizard. Things are working. Yeah, they're a little behind. They had, some things they were concerned about early on. But everything's working now. The cider transfer, demonstrating an auto siphon. Getting a sneak peek at a new feed filterizer. Well, gee there, Jason, maybe you can do a tank fill for something like this yourself. Just demonstrate it with cider. Go need some cryo cider. Cryogenic cider. Cryo cider. There's a whole another market, guys. Or maybe at least have a cider slushy. Might be popular in the hot months. That'd be a good hit for the farmers markets. Apple cider slushy. Oh, Brian, I don't think that'd make any difference. This ain't going to give you any thrust. Do a vinegar baking soda rocket. There you go. Sugar rocket. I just want to do a hybrid rocket with taking a tree and drilling a port down the center and throwing nitrous through it, burning a tree out from the inside out. Is a hybrid rocket. You have to put a case around it. At some point, it would turn to splinters, right? Once it burned out of that. Be a lot of fun, all right. It'd be a good redneck rocket. Nitrous to take a piece of a pine tree, cut it off, pour some nitrous into it, light it. Then need a little solid rocket motor or something for that igniter to get it burning. There you go, Jason. Baking soda from Elements in Nature. That would be a good video from several respects. We need baking soda. Nobody knows how to make baking soda. That would be a really good resource there, Jason. Jason does some good stuff, guys. It's my sugar rockets as a kid, Granny. The baking soda vinegar rockets. All right, it's just like the ones you'd pump up water and turn loose. Bottle rockets, of course. Yeah, you have a lot of splinters. Make a good redneck rocket though, right? Tree rocket backfires. Yep, lots of splinters. Make a good redneck video though, right? Mentos and Coca-Cola. That's basically a water rocket, isn't it? Cola rocket. No joke, you make a rocket out of Coke. Moon Swiss. Hey, Wisconsin to claim the moon. That's why the cow jumped over the moon, huh? Now we know. Why did the cow jump over the moon? That's why Alabama actually has a road named after a cow. It's called Lily Flagg. She was a famous milk cow way back. I guess that's how come Huntsville come to be a moon rocket building town. So far, the only moon rockets have been built in Huntsville. Well, Russia tried one, they blew it up. The only successful moon rocket started in Huntsville, Saturn V, and now we got another one, and we hope it succeeds too. Cross your fingers. Of course, SpaceX may eventually have a moon rocket. That's what we're intended to use as our lander, so they better hurry up and get that super heavy going. So far, they fired 7 out of 33 engines on it. They still got a long way to go. Short time to get there. Now is a great time to get out there and learn as many self-sufficiency skills as you can. You got that right. So if we get reset, it won't take 4,000 years to get us back to space exploration. There you go. That's a good one. You can eat cheese if you cut the mold off, but not in the deli. Farmer in the deli, farmer in the deli. Nelly in the deli. Whoa, Nelly, the horse. Put a horse in the deli, you got Nelly in the deli. I'm being silly, guys. Been up since 4 this morning. Very little sleep last night. That's what, and Rock Cosmos in Kazakhstan. That's Cosmos. Yeah, we'll probably get a view of, in a moment, they'll probably cut to the crew entering the space station from the Soyuz capsule that launched this morning. If you go back in this video, you will find the launch of the Soyuz rocket, and you will find them docking with space station. And shortly they'll have when they open the hatch and go inside. So, there, guys, we don't know what's coming. We're looking at possible war with Russia and China, guys. I'm hoping that'll happen, but you need to consider some prepping skills. They may come get stuff from you, but they never take your knowledge away from you as long as you're breathing. Oh yeah, moon boots. Actually, we had a boot that we used in Alaska one that we called a moon boot. It had a plastic bottom on it. It was mainly fabric above that and laces to tie it together. That's our main civilian boot. We weren't wearing our military garb. Pretty good boots. They look kind of like a boot an astronaut wore on the moon. Those are our nickname for them, moon boots. Oh, that's another document to evaluate. It's quiet at the moment. Well, Russia is joining up with China for exploration. They're probably not going to pull out of the International Space Station like they said originally. Yeah, Dr. Chima, that red horse may be mounted. We've certainly had the wars and rumors of wars. Economy is on the slider. Yeah, I can see mass starvation coming this winter. This year could be a roller coaster. This year could go out really ugly, guys. Next year could come in even uglier. Just think about all the potential food shortages due to what's going on. Yeah, you're right, Brian. You got to live up north to know what a moon boot is. Been there, done that. Even had a t-shirt. I wore it out. Moon boots. Yep. Yeah, if I hadn't been to Alaska, I probably wouldn't know. I don't know why they always called it 4 horsemen. Anytime you go to Revelations, I count more than 4 horses in that lineup. It's quite a few. They don't get any prettier as they go. I have to ask my brother about that. He's a preacher. Jimmy, why do they call it 4 horsemen? I can't count. What's the problem? There's more than 4 horses in that story. Maybe the story just gets too grim. People can't read past the 4th horseman. That may be that. Yeah. Which horse is a white horse? Is it already rode? It's a horse of conquest. No, Mickey Mouse boots. Yeah, moon boots had a plastic sole with lace attachments in it, and all the uppers was made out of basically insulated fabric. It was devised for very cold weather. The Army had a white plastic boot called a bunny boot. It was inflatable on the inside to give you it's a vapor barrier boot, so you had an air layer inside of it. But it had a valve on the side because if you were to jump out of an airplane, that would swell up when you hit the ground, the boot would bust. So they had to open the valve for people to jump out of airplanes wearing. So they got a valve on each side, the outside side of the boots. I used to have a pair of them. I wish they'd kept them. In fact, I wish they kept all my Arctic gear. Yeah, I think 7 is the actual number. You're right. It's what I think. I think it's 7. War, famine, pestilence, and death. Yeah, but it don't end there. Don't end with the 4. There's like 7 horses in there. Yeah, that's about the right order too. What's going to follow war? A famine. What's going to follow the famine? Disease. People's immune systems are down. Chunks of ice hanging off the nozzles. That's not good. It's on there. And after pestilence, and after war, famine and pestilence, yeah, of course, people can be dying in droves. So that's a logical order to follow there. right, so Jason, what's the word hell that we use in the English language comes from Anglo-Saxon, which was the name of a Nordic god. So hell is actually the name of a god, Nordic god. That's not the Hebrew word for it.
top of the hour, 3 p.m. Eastern time, as you look at the top of the rocket, the Space Launch System at Launch Complex 39B. We're currently in the midst of a test to demonstrate the cryogenic loading of the world's most powerful rocket, the Space Launch System, the moon rocket that you see right there. Currently, you can see we are venting off liquid oxygen at the top of the rocket, venting both the core stage, which is fully tanked, and we're venting off the upper stage. If we go back to that upper stage shot, just want to point something out. You can see the venting from this wide shot, but as you look there, you see the two small plumes at the top. That's the vent for the liquid oxygen tank in the upper stage of the rocket. And currently, we've been loading liquid oxygen for about 54 minutes into the upper stage, and we're about half full. So a little less than an hour left to complete the final load in that. The upper stage LOX is a 53,000 pound tank, much smaller, but the flow that goes into the line is also not as fast as it is for the core stage. And then, of course, you see the plume in the lower, just below those upper plumes. That is the core stage liquid oxygen venting now. Just super cold gas condensing water in the atmosphere. That warm Florida air, which we're about 77% humidity. So lots to see there. And then you see the two small ones at the top venting out. Those are for the ICPS, the upper stage. Everything nominal and looking good there. In fact, there's a close-up shot of it. It's a great shot by our team here at NASA TV. And you can see the propellant lines that go into the ICPS. Those umbilicals pull away, of course, once we lift off the rocket. Today is a test, though, a test only, going down to the completion of a pre-press test on the core stage. And then our test we complete. We've got a little bit to go on the liquid hydrogen upper stage. That's about a half hour left. So we're looking good there. Everything proceeding nominally there so far for the upper stage. Just to recap on the lower stage, had a really smooth loading of the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage, but then on the liquid hydrogen, ran into a leak, had a stop flow. Then the engineering team warmed that line up in an attempt to reseat the hydrogen line that goes in and connects to a seal that's right against the flight plate there. They were able to get it, to get that leak to substantially reduce. And as they increased pressure, got it to the point where the leak started coming down, which is what they want to see. They've been managing that. And it's been all good from there. Tanked the entire liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage. And now both of those tanks are in replenish. Got a little ice there at the bottom of the two nozzles that we can see. Actually, we see three nozzles, three of the four nozzles of the RS-25 engines. A little ice formation, not a problem, say the engineers. That's all normal.
You don't get ice.
While we're looking at the engines,
the humid Florida air.
I just want to make a note, those engines, as part of the Boeing core stage, engines are designed by Aerojet Rocketdyne. And those engines have a history going back to the space shuttle program. And just to name them off as you see them there, all the way to the left is engine 3, which has the 4-digit identifier 2058. Engine 3 was involved in 6 flights during the space shuttle program, and all 6 of them were flights to the International Space Station. Behind engine number 3 is engine number 4 with the 2060 4-digit identifier. And 2060 was involved in 3 flights during the space shuttle program, including the last one, STS-135. Space Shuttle Atlantis, which launched from right here at the Kennedy Space Center in 2011.
Thank you, Kathy. I was thinking, I didn't know.
And then
that
moving to the right
shield,
in the foreground,
yeah.
That's engine number 2, 2056. It was involved in 4 space shuttle flights, including the Hubble telescope servicing mission.
Yeah, those engines have all
Great
been
mission
used.
that was. A lot of history there with that engine. And then last but not least, and not appearing in your picture, right behind engine number 2 is engine number 1, 2045. Engine number 1 was involved in 12 space shuttle flights, including John Glenn's flight, the late senator and astronaut. And it was also on the final space shuttle mission. Quick engine history there. Thanks to folks from Aerojet Rocketdyne for providing that information. Weather turned out to be good for today. Really good day for tanking. Had some storms offshore, but those were of no consequence to the loading operation. We moved right past that. You can see some clouds in the distance, even given some rain at this point, but launch weather officer is monitoring all of that. At this point, it's no impact, and we are green to proceed. The next step is the pre-press test of the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. And that is the final test of today's tanking mission. The pre-press test will involve the pressurizing of the LH2 tank and bringing it up to flight levels. So what this pre-press does is it mimics what happens to the LH tank in terminal count. It'll close the fill and drain valve. They'll terminate replenish. Pressurize that tank to flight levels, and then do a high flow bleed check. This high flow bleed will flow liquid hydrogen through those engines at the bottom to get them in the proper thermal condition for launch, get them at the right temperature before they start flowing minus 423 degree Fahrenheit liquid hydrogen through there, along with liquid oxygen at minus 297. And when they combust, it'll be fast moving water vapor that'll come out of there, totaling about 2 million pounds of thrust. That's during launch. But the pre-press test, which is coming up, which will be a one-time test only, was a big moment that launch team is looking forward here to starting up. It runs about an hour. Of course, we'll be tracking all the milestones along the way. Things are looking good here at the launch pad for the SLS rocket and today's test so far. That's all for now. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Probably go shortly over to the. Hey, thank you, Jason, for hiding that one. Holy smoke. Saw that. Good job.
When this rocket is ready for launch, it will be the first in a series of increasingly complex missions. Artemis 1 will provide a foundation for human deep space exploration and demonstrate NASA's commitment
He's reading now.
and its capability to extend human presence to the moon and beyond. About the Artemis 1 mission and the Space Launch System, go to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-Roman numeral 1.
my mentor in my NASA experience was a guy who was a Apollo engineer. He was directly in charge of development testing of the F-1 rocket engine, the NASA side. And great mentor, but he was also a deacon in a Baptist church and very fascinated by timelines. And he was the one to point out to me that the word for day in the Bible was the word, Hebrew word yom. He said it literally meant a period of time. He and I think some other people much earlier had told me that the part of the Bible
We're currently in topping for the liquid hydrogen tank on the ICPS, the upper stage there. Currently in topping for the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage of the SLS.
so that period of time in the Bible where it talks about the creation, the word used there has like dual meaning also. I think it can be became or something like that. It infers to the possibility of a prior existence. And you got to take another thing into account. Most tribes, you can see the catenary wires above in this scene. Those are the ones that protect against lightning strikes. They don't give you 100% protection, but they help. You got to also consider that most tribes refer to themselves as people. If you weren't a member of their tribe, you wasn't people. You wasn't a human being in their estimation. So they had a way of dehumanizing tribes that weren't them. So if you're the first person that existed, then you're the first member. You're the founding member of the tribe. Many ways to look at it, guys. It's hard to say what it means. Yeah, they went to the land of Nod and found wives. So. Something more to that than what some people seem to interpret, or at least seems to be the case. Some people think if you're working NASA and working rockets that you can't believe in God. I knew a lot of the old Apollo guys, and they were the furthest thing in the world from that kind of a notion. Even Wernher von Braun was he got quite involved in church. I mentioned George von Pragenau. Yeah, he was quite involved. So yeah, any notions of disbelief or non-belief, it didn't fit the guys I knew. Not most of them. Whether you want to believe yourself or not, that's up to you. I'm just telling you, a lot of people, a lot of the skeptics of all this seem to think that all this is rooted in atheism. That is not true. There you go. I always found it interesting as a young lad that even in the Bible, life started in the sea. The first life's in the sea. And humans were the last thing to come on the scene. That kind of sort of, for some part, matches up the textbook. There's a lot of details to fill in between there and here. People may not agree or disagree with. Yeah, it took a lot of faith and courage to do that stuff. Amen says all the sun. Well, yeah, there's that reference in the Bible, days 1,000 years. But literally, the word yom just means a period of time. It may be used to describe a day because a day is a period of time, but it can be used to maybe to describe an epoch or something far bigger than we can imagine. I always, when I was a young guy, I used to look at it like this. I used to ask myself, now, if I were God and I were going down to a bunch of sheep herders, would I be talking to them about quantum physics? Would I be talking to them about relativity? No. I'd put it in real simple terms, something they could understand, because that's all they needed to know. How would you explain creation to your 4-year-old child? Very simply. Well, that's about it. Progression in a slideshow, there would be light, a picture, then darkness. There you go. There you go, Jason. And the first words were, let there be light, which is also interesting because matter is in essence frozen light. It is like light. You can actually make mass from light. E equals mc squared. If you release the energy in matter, you're going to get light and a lot of heat. Let there be light. Yeah, where'd he get his wife? It said he went to the land of Nod. I don't know. Wasn't there then. You got to remember too, we get these words handed down to us to a lot of generations, rewritten, reinterpreted. So I got to wonder how much integrity there is in the message. Just kind of like, the old example where we'd be in a classroom and told everybody, when somebody in the line would be given a word whispered in their ear, and they would have to whisper it all the way down the line and experiment to see how close the final word coming out matched the original sentence. Now, it's kind of a case study of gossip, and never have I heard the emergent sentence match the beginning sentence. Often far, far changed. But also, if you go back to the Sumerian, look at the Sumerian. The Sumerian is very, very, very similar. The biggest difference between Sumerian and Genesis is in Genesis, we end up with one God. Even though Genesis in the beginning says, let us make man in our image. And Elohim is plural. Is that right, Jason? The telephone game, that's right. Thousand was an assumption. I think that, like the timeline is more it could be, or some other period of time we just don't know. There's more that we don't know than there is that we do know. And the biggest question is, why should we even get hung up on that stuff? Too many people get so hung up on these little minutia items, they make molehills out of it. I don't think that was ever intended. It was never intended to get so caught up on these things. And it's like a major distraction. What's the central point of the message? What is the central point? What are you missing when you get so wrapped up around minutia? Of course, I shouldn't be preaching religion here. This is not a religious channel. And a lot of the followers of this channel probably be far from it. Although most of the people in the room now are core people from my Green Grapes channel. We're more accustomed to that. I had somebody else join us or somebody rejoining. I'm going to kick back up to 14:15. All right, guys, for those just joining, here's the word. We are doing a tanking test of the Artemis 1 space launch system.
A quick programming note. In just a few minutes, we are going to be switching our coverage here on NASA's main public TV channel to coverage coming from our friends at the Johnson Space Center, covering the Soyuz launch and docking to the International Space Station with its 3 new crew members. Here at Kennedy, we'll continue coverage at the link you see on your screen below, youtube.com/NASA Gov Video, GOV, VIDEO.
Yeah, mute that sound, might get a copyright strike. So what they're doing is they're switching over to show the crew making the entry into the space station from the Soyuz rocket. We're going to open the hatch and enter into the note. Yeah, for this crew enters in the Russian section. I'm still calling them Soviet. It shows I'm old school. This was written by Winters. Oh, that's true too. Conquered may be erased or demonized. That's what happened to us Southerners, right? Yeah, Kathy. When I was a kid, my buddies and I had a joke. What was the fastest form of communication? It was telephone, television, and then there was telewoman. Sorry about that. That was a joke us boys had amongst ourselves back in the day. It was our grandmas. Holy smoke, boy, they would get on the phones. They'd burn them phone lines up. They'd be telling all kinds of stories. The community was not safe on the old party lines. We're not having a launch of the Space Launch System, not Artemis 1 today, but if you go back and rewind the video, we did have a launch, and it was in the video of the Soyuz rocket. And and then we also showed it docking the International Space Station. Now you're about to see the crew enter the International Space Station. Take a little time because they got to open the hatches. They got to open the hatches, and then they will enter. This should be different from the entry we normally see because we're used to seeing them come into Node 2 from SpaceX Dragon capsules, and they used to from the space shuttle. But the Russians will be entering through the Russian segment. So the Russian segment is going to look a lot different. It's not as roomy as the American segment. Mrs. on the phone. Be good, folks. Yeah, you're right, Jason. Sorry, I'm not trying to be misogynistic or however you'd say that. Just a joke amongst boys. Back in the day, back in the 60s, maybe early 70s, probably early 70s. I turned 10 in 1970. I was 9 when we landed on the moon, and I remember it well. I was very happy to be alive in that moment. Very thrilled. As a 9-year-old, I had the notion that I was living to see the moment out of what I consider to be 4.5 billion years of Earth history. I was living to see the moment that in my short years, which is such a narrow slice compared to, even if you think the world is only 6,000 years old, 9 years is nothing. I was getting to see the very first time life from our world reached out and touched another one. And I found that very thrilling. Hindsight, that may seem kind of deep for a 9-year-old. Will you accept that premise or not? Oh, you're right, Kathy. I won't deny it. So I'm not trying to be misogynistic or however you'd say it. That was just a joke amongst us boys in the day. Oh yeah, the guy that built my house, he had to be the biggest gossip I ever met in my life. He told me everything about everybody in the community, more than I ever wanted to hear. Of course, when I lived at Fort Greely, see, Fort Greely was a small community. And about Fort Greely, Alaska, there was probably about 2,000 people that lived in 100 miles. If you drew a circle with a radius of 100 miles from Fort Greely being the center, there probably wouldn't be but 2,000 people in that circle back in the day. Everybody knew each other a lot more than you would want to. All the wives told all the secrets on all the each other and all the husbands. I tell my wife I didn't want to hear it. I knew way too much. Here we go. So yes, let's put the sound back on. Oh, still playing music. Here we go.
Good afternoon from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
See, that's a lot
You are
tighter
looking
than
live
those two.
at
That's in the Russian
Expedition
section.
67 Commander Oleg Artemiev of Roscosmos.
And there's much
As
room
he
in the
is
Russian
at the
section.
hatchway of the Rosviet module of the International Space Station. Just beyond that hatch is the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft
Look
and
back
its
at
three
some of
new
my videos
residents
of
for
where
the
the
International
Crew
Space
Dragon was
Station,
docking.
who arrived at the
Crew Dragon, I
station
got that on
and
my
docked
channel.
to the complex
Lot
at
more room in those
12:06
videos.
p.m. Central Time today, about 2 hours and 24 minutes ago. They're docking after a flawless rendezvous took place following their launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan just after sunset at 8:54 a.m. Central Time, 6:54 p.m. Baikonur time. The vehicle rose to the northeast,
Everybody's
arced
got
out
their own
over the
bottom.
northeast.
You're right,
All of the ascent
Jesse.
performance activities for the Soyuz vehicle were perfect as the vehicle Soyuz spacecraft itself separated from the third stage of the Soyuz booster about 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch. Solar arrays and navigational antennas were then deployed, and a pre-programmed series of rendezvous burns were executed by the Soyuz vehicle to fine-tune its path
It took
to
them
the
3 hours to
International
catch up to
Space
the space
Station,
station. They
with
did
again
pretty quick.
docking occurring at 12:06 p.m. Central Time, 1:06 p.m. Eastern Time. Once the docking had occurred, there were leak checks at both sides of the docking interface by Soyuz Commander Sergei Prokopiev on the Soyuz side of the docking interface. On the station side, Oleg Artemiev, who you see there, conducted leak checks on his side of the hatchway. And a short time ago, the Rosviet hatch was opened, as you see there. Artemiev is now just simply waiting for a few final procedures to be executed by Prokopiev before he opens the Soyuz hatch, allowing the three crew members to float inside and be greeted by their Expedition 67 counterparts. On board the Soyuz, NASA's Frank Rubio, in his first flight into space, and first-time flyer Dmitry Petelin of Roscosmos are awaiting entrance to their new home for the next 6 months. Prokopiev is in the second flight into space in his career, having spent time on the International Space Station several years ago. The trio, once inside, will receive a safety briefing from Artemiev, which is traditional and mandatory for all newcomers to the International Space Station before the crew members settle down for a meal and move into a deactivation period for Soyuz systems, as well as a pre-sleep period for the other members of the Expedition 67 crew, including NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins of NASA, and Samantha Cristoforetti of the European Space Agency. She will take over command of the station from Artemiev on September 28th, on the eve of the departure of Artemiev, Denis Matveyev, and Sergei Korsakov of Roscosmos, who will board the Soyuz MS-21 spacecraft that is docked to the Prishal node module for their trip back to Earth and a completion of a 185-day mission, that to take place on September 29th.
Alex, we can see that you started turning. The hatch is open.
The hatch is open.
Some
We
will
copy
monitor it.
and we're monitoring. We can see that. Okay.
And with that, the hatch has been opened to the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft at 2:34 p.m. Central Time. Again, hatch opening occurring at 2:34 p.m. Central Time, as the International Space
Come
Station
in.
flew 258 miles over the South Pacific.
That was, I don't see mission control. Go back to the station. So,
We're in a momentary loss of
Loss of
our
signal.
downlink video capability from the International Space Station. We'll be getting that back momentarily. Again, the hatch was opened at 2:34 p.m. Central Time, 3:34 p.m. Eastern Time.
Like the television video image disappeared in KU band. It's not the camera, Alex. Because so everybody left their vehicle, I mean the arriving crew. And everybody's very happy.
everybody go sign up for Jason's YouTube channel, guys. Everyone, go there. Do it. Do it now. Don't wait. Don't
Well,
forget.
we didn't see that yet, so let's all go to the service module. So not doing anything here yet, right?
Jason's got a great channel and it's
No,
underappreciated.
no,
He
everything
needs,
is in the
I
service
need to
module.
blow it up.
All right,
Subscribe.
turn on the 201, let it be operating.
Best channels
Okay,
on YouTube.
let me just get there.
You should have 400,000 subscribers, 500,000,
Understood.
million. No, it's good. It's got a real good channel, guys.
1946, and it will be in spectrogram 1 already,
He
okay?
puts out good, solid information.
We'll wait for you in the service module.
And unfortunately, we did not see the crew actually come on board the International Space Station. We had lost our video downlink capability as we handed over satellite capability on our tracking and data relay satellite system. So all three crew members from the Soyuz MS-22 are now inside the International Space Station, and they will press ahead with a safety briefing and other activities that will lead towards the end of their first hours on board the station. Frank Rubio of NASA and Roscosmos cosmonauts, Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin, now part of the Expedition 67 crew, having floated on board following the opening of the hatch to the Rassvet module and the Soyuz spacecraft, the Soyuz hatch opening occurring at 2:34 p.m. Central Time. So with that, a very brief hatch opening for us today, and that'll wrap up our coverage of the arrival of Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin to the International Space Station. We'll send it back now to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for continuing coverage of the Space Launch System cryogenic tanking test on both the public and the media channels. But for now, that's it. The new 3 crew members on board the International Space Station following a flawless launch and rendezvous and docking to the International Outpost. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Thank you for that, Jason. Oops. All right, we're about to go back to the Artemis 1. I'm on console watching all the tank data right now. There it is. I will unmute it now. She's on pad. She's fueled. I think tanking is pretty close to complete on it now. Let's see. I see some indicators all saying 100% on the 4-stage tanks. Not 100% on the upper stage. But it's getting there. Space Odyssey 2001 was the movie.
And welcome back to those watching NASA Television's public channel. We are live at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for the final moments of a cryogenic demonstration test
Can y'all hear him?
of the Space Launch System rocket.
Do I need to
The
up
final
the volume?
test and pre-pressurization
Hey,
of
it's
the
coming
core
out.
stage liquid hydrogen tank. This is something that would happen in the final minutes of a countdown to get the engines ready to go.
All right,
The
that's
tank is
good.
pressurized. A high flow bleed is drawn through the 4 RS-25 engines. And then once the temperature
All
is
right.
right, the engines are lit. 6
Good
seconds
job,
later,
Kathy.
boosters ignite and the rocket lifts off. Today is just a test
All right, Joe, just watch you up and note.
of a procedure that happens in the final 4 minutes and 40 seconds of terminal count. All is going well so far.
Hey, when he starts out talking, it's low and it just builds up. If I turn the volume up too much, it drowns out my headphones. I got to be able to listen to the loop. I can't let him drown me out. I'm multitasking today. Quadratasking. Oh my gosh.
LH2 core stage tank pressurization has begun. The replenish valve has closed. This is the one that replenishes liquid hydrogen as it boils off and just replaces what is lost. The fill and drain valve is now closed. This is the one that filled it to 100% or close to 100%. This is the 8-inch line right there. That's now closed. And the vent valve towards the top is closed. And so now the tank is pressurizing.
All right, a lot farther than we got before.
Engineers watching the telemetry and data closely,
Except for green run, we did it in green run.
as are we.
The same booster fired in green run, guys. Same engine, same booster, everything identical. At least for the core stage. Coming back in here. Thank you, all the sun, for getting them out of here. I had dinner with Lee Leitner, I believe is his name. No, Lee Boxleitner. He was the main character in Babylon 5. He actually had to come up on stage after me and said I was a hard act to follow. I ran a MC the award ceremony. Never been actually, honestly, I've never been a big science fiction fan though. When Star Wars first come out, I thought it was goofy. But I got hooked into the storyline at the second version when I discovered that Darth Vader was
is monitoring the leak at the QD.
Luke
It's
Skywalker's
right above
daddy.
its
That was kind of
4%
got to put an interesting
hydrogen
storyline twist.
concentration threshold. But the team does have a contingency plan to allow that to happen for no more than 5 minutes. The tank continues to pressurize and it is stable. The leak is stable at around 4%. Celox just came in with a report that they have finished fast fill. That's the liquid oxygen in the upper stage. They are in replenish now.
Stage is finished filling. One megabyte for every second. Wow. Well, it was the first depiction of what we would call a Bernal sphere space habitat, rotational space colony, which I think is the most realistic. I like that part about it, but I never really watched it. Star Trek, I'd probably say I like the Shatner version better than the Picard version. Although you never really have the commander of the ship on ever away team going down and risking his life. That never happened, but still, it was a lot more interesting. Car was a little too laid back. Actually, I think the original series was a lot better series. Character development, the interplay between the crew. Next Generation was kind of like Love Boat in space. Deep Space Nine. Yeah, it might have been. You know, I never really watched it. I didn't really watch any of them a whole lot, to be honest. It took me a while just to be able to watch any of that stuff. Because Star Wars first come out, I go, you know, I'm hearing all the explosions and seeing lasers. And one, you can't see a laser in space. Two, you won't hear no sound. And you fly through shrapnel, it's going to destroy you. So it didn't make no sense to me. I thought it was goofy. It took the second version for me to realize, okay, it's got a storyline. Storyline's cool. Now, Star Trek was real cutting edge. It was done in the 60s. We hadn't even flown to the moon yet. My favorite, 2001: A Space Odyssey. They tried real hard to be accurate to the engineering on it, but the story in the end was just weird. The Star Child, I mean, once he went inside the monolith, it just weirded out.
Update on the pre-press test, the engineering for the launch team has achieved the pressure they were looking for in the engines, the RS-25 engines, through the high flow engine bleed. They've got it to the proper delta P they were looking for. It's a tight range, but they've got it in spec. Big accomplishment there. You see the cryogenic team in the middle there, monitoring the test. The test is now complete. The test is now complete. And there was a leak that was in the 4% range. This is from the quick disconnect, 8-inch QD right there at that location, but it was stable throughout the test, which is a good sign. Stand by.
Bye-bye, Kathy. Thanks for joining us.
Now, with the test complete, the liquid hydrogen team is preparing to get back into loading the core stage. Part of this pre-press test is they closed off the fill and drain, which is basically the fuel line that puts liquid hydrogen right there at that location. Now they're going to reopen that valve to put back the propellant that was lost while they had it closed up and pressurized during the test.
They're wondering if this has gas they're detecting, and now at 4% when pressure goes up and then it stabilizes. They're thinking that it might be a first time seal thing, a new seal. They're not sure. Sometimes these kind of things happen. Second set of 2 seals on this thing. Obviously, you got to do something.
With the pre-press test complete, the LHY team now wanting to get
At least
the
they
upper
showed them.
stage into replenish.
We'll get more data as this stuff detanks and how these seals hold up. That's going to be a good data point. They probably won't be live here for the detanking. We'll probably go off. I don't know if I want to be, I doubt if I'll be in console for that part, but I wouldn't rule it out.
and we are back in replenish on the core stage. Core stage liquid hydrogen is now back in replenish. The team working now on the upper stage that you see there. Trying to get that upper stage LH2 dialed in. There's a loop that adds propellant, and it's gone over the amount. And so they're just trying to get that calibrated so that it settles the LH2 tank at exactly 100%. They're currently working that right now.
There you go. Thank you there, Jason. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button, folks. You know, they got 58 likes. There's only 11 people in the room. People cycle through. Don't mean everybody in the room hit the like button. Far from it. I imagine through the course of the 8 hours we've been online, there's probably been, there might have been 200 or 300 people come through this room. All right, we had a couple leave. We got someone else enter. So recap, this is a tanking test. This is not the launch, although we did have a rocket launch in this video. We had a rocket launch of the Soyuz rocket. We showed it docking the space station. They tried to show the crew entering the hatch, but they lost the signal at the space station. So if you watch this video through and through, you did get to see a space launch today to the ISS. This rocket will go to the moon when launched. This is a test of the tanking operation. Tech was not good enough then. Well, they had a problem with the tracking data relay satellite, TDRS. It should have captured most of that. Back in the early days, there were a lot of blackout periods for spacecraft. You know, we relied on ground stations like Canberra, Bermuda. The ground stations, we didn't see what was going on in these spacecraft. They still have the ground stations. I don't think they're as up and ready as they were back in the day when that's all we had. But we were mostly relying on the TDRS satellites now, which were launched by the Space Shuttle. When the Space Shuttle program first started, they didn't have all that. They launched the satellites to do it. TDRS. Of course, the Space Shuttle then quit launching satellites because it was deemed to be not worth the loss of human life to be launched at satellites can be launched by an expendable launcher. Oh, we did have some on Apollo. We got to remember the Apollo first stage was a kerosene engine. It wasn't liquid hydrogen. It did have liquid hydrogen upper stages, but not as much as this core stage. So the seal probably wasn't as large. But and those other boosters were smaller. I don't think the Redstone rocket with Mercury was, what was that? It was not liquid hydrogen. Titan had quite a different fuel in it, which was, it had it's real nasty fuels of Titan rockets. That was the main rocket for the Gemini era. Although the Atlas was the first rocket used. The Atlas, I believe the Atlas actually had a liquid hydrogen in that stage. John Glenn wrote in the Atlas. So the first two rockets to launch Americans were Redstone rocket, the Mercury program. Then John Glenn wrote an Atlas into orbit. And then Mercury, Gemini was mostly launched on Titan rockets. Titan 1, Titan 2, and so forth. Oh, film special effects. Oh yeah, they used cartoon cutouts, cardboard. And now special effects back in the day. CGI wasn't invented until what, the 80s? You see that thing between the engines? That's a rainbird.
I need to correct
That thing's
some
sticking up like a
information about
smokestack
the
that blows
hydrogen
water on the pad.
leak that was observed during the pre-press test. That was on the 4-inch QD for the engine bleed line. Again, that was for the engine bleed. It was a stable, but different leak, not on the 8-inch fill and drain. 8-inch fill and drain was isolated. It wasn't in play. But that leak was observed in the 4-inch QD quick disconnect on the engine bleed.
John Glenn was a Marine aviator. He starred in a game show. He was real popular in some game show, I guess because he was already a public figure. He got selected into the Mercury 7, I believe. Yep. He was one of the first 7 astronauts selected by NASA. So he got to be the first American to orbit. And then he also finally, he got elected to the Senate, Ohio, and he eventually got to fly again on the space shuttle. So he skipped Apollo, he skipped Gemini and Apollo and went and flew on the space shuttle. I think he was our oldest astronaut back in the day. Now we had a woman fly on the new Shepard rocket. It's probably the oldest person. I don't know her name. Old Shatner was pretty close. He was pretty old when he flew. Hal wouldn't let back in there. That's right, Jason. You got to believe in time travel. All right, question. Would you go back to the 1960s if you could? All the knowledge you'd be able to take back, you could probably become a rich person. But then you'd have to go through everything all over again. Would it be worth it to go back to the 1960s if you really could do it? Yeah, AI is still a fantasy. Well, there is a tool called AI, but it's not sentient. It's not self-aware. Now, we have some awesome chat bots, a lot of capability, and they make themselves sound like they are. But that's what they're supposed to do. That's how they're designed. It's what their algorithms do. They're very sophisticated with chat. It don't mean that they know squat. Exactly. We can simulate intelligence, but it's not intelligence. Exactly. I'm not worried about an AI apocalypse. I worry more about the man behind the curtain. Who's really controlling it? AI is a tool. Bingo, exactly. Thank you there, Jason. If you could go faster than light, you could travel in time. Some physicists think that they discovered evidence for a universe parallel to ours that is running backwards in time. Now, if you consider it's possible at the other side of the speed limit, the speed of light limit in the universe, there could be universes called tachyons, where the tachyons, at their lowest rest state is infinite velocity. The tachyons would map out every possible pattern because they fly in every direction. Therefore, anything that could be or would be there, but running backwards in time. Be a good place for the boat of God, right? The know all be all. I forget if that's how he traveled back in time in interstellar, maybe. Well, he used a black hole, which warps space time. But they showed the world, the universe is a multiverse. And I think I would submit to have free will, you got to have a multiverse. I've been planning, I've talked about that on Rex's show. I've talked about it on Jeffrey Daugherty's show. I have mentioned it somewhere in some of my videos in the past. I'm going to do a specific video on that one day. I've got a bunch of charts to talk about multiverse. One day I'm going to do a video specifically on that. It's a great cosmology video. We started on the charts. Some of this stuff just takes me a long time to produce. So much work that goes into it. Ben, hey Ben. Ben Husett made my spaceship models, my starship models. You see the two that are usually behind me in my room? He made them both. He also made me a chess set. One side of the chess set is American space vehicles, and the other side of the chess set, the other team is Russian space vehicles. So Ben, you came in a perfect day because we are showing American assets here, but we also showed a Soyuz launch today in this video. We showed it docking on the space station too. I know Ben from way back in the L5 Society and National Space Society days. Ben used to go around and film all these international space development conferences. And I chaired the 1993 International Space Development Conference myself. And that's probably the oldest video you'll find of me on YouTube. Is me, probably the oldest video you're going to find of me on YouTube is where I gave the opening for the 1993 International Space Development Conference. And among other people, I actually introduced Lori Garver, who later became the deputy director of NASA. Good, really good to see you, Ben. So they got have a real good chapter up there in Minnesota. Yeah, they're fun once you can once you learn how to get over the bad science, then they're a lot of fun. I had to learn how to do that. But Interstellar was one of the cool ones. Showed rotational space habitat. I think that planet near the black hole would have been a lot more severe than how they depicted it. They showed it pretty severe. The giant waves. I think it'd be even worse in reality. What I like the best about the movie The Martian was the fact that they weren't growing in an inflatable greenhouse. He grew inside a rocket stage with windows on top. An inflatable greenhouse wouldn't last on Mars. For one, the plastic would be destroyed by the UV from the sun. And two, all the dust storms would rip it to pieces. And three, you couldn't handle the thermal differences, the temperature. You can't grow anything in a greenhouse on Mars or the moon. Not the kind of inflatable greenhouses all the artists show. Never work. But my universal habitat will work on Mars or the moon or in Alaska or Alabama or Arizona. Optimizing communication protocol does not make you sentient. That doesn't mean AI can't be dangerous, by the way. Just because it may not be self-aware or sentient, don't mean these algorithms could not pursue programming objectives or self-set program objectives that could be exceedingly dangerous to mankind. But I'm still more worried about the man behind the curtain.
Okay, the cryo team just updated the NASA test director
Still worried about
on
this
the results of
has
the
gas leak
pre-press
we talked about.
test. Currently, we are back into nominal auto replenish for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. That's good news. Engineers report that the pre-press test went very well. They were able to dial in the bleed position on those engines. The pre-press control, in fact, got them dialed in pretty quickly. You may remember I mentioned this test was scheduled to take about an hour, and it took far less than that, less than 15 minutes. Engineers say that that pre-press control got them dialed in pretty quickly, and they were able to raise and lower the pressure within the range, within the desired range, just to get a feel for its limits.
You're right, Jason.
And how it moves within that range. So it went
That's
really well. They've got that part dialed in. The liquid hydrogen team also addressed the increase in concentrations of hydrogen detected during the pre-press. This is the leak. So they reported it got up to a little over 5% in the cavity. This is likely the 4-inch bleed QD. This is the line that carries the liquid hydrogen out of the engines after they've run through the engines and super chilled them. They saw it go a little over 5% during max pressure on the bleed system. But as the flow continued, they reported that the leak rate lowered on its own through no input on their side. If we were in terminal count, which is what this was testing, it would have been a violation and stopped the count. But
they weren't in the count.
For the ground rules that were set for today, they were within those, and the launch team's looking forward to getting back that data and taking a close look at it. Currently still dialing in the LH2 load on the upper stage. Still working that replenish in the upper stage, but the hydrogen team reporting that they're almost done with that. And so we're looking to get confirmation of that. Once we do, we've asked Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the launch director for the Artemis program, to come in and give us a report. And then we'll close out the show. She's currently talking to the launch team, as you can see there, next to her assistant launch director, Jeremy Graber.
Yeah.
Look forward to talking to her in just a bit. For now, this is Artemis Launch Control.
Daydreaming. Brutally honest. Okay. I don't know if I'm on the verge of dismissing this or not. I've been on this for over 10 hours now. I don't know how long we're going to run. Hope we're done before 5 at least. All good, Jason. Let's see here. Access documents. I think they may be close to releasing this. Yep, look at towers. Yep. Might be more fun. Oh, Jason. Sounds like they're trying to wrap things up. Put a bow tie around this. Maybe they're going to release it shortly. My company, we're not supposed to work beyond 12 hours unless there's some special waiver. I think it's supposed to be pre-approved for it, but sometimes that's not practical. I personally, working out here in my worm farm, would work 16-hour days, especially when I had 140 pounds of worms to harvest. Jason, you accomplish a lot. All right, they're starting to turn some people loose. Good job, Jesse. Jesse, from your comments, I know you're a pretty smart guy. Jason's brilliant. Two real smart cookies. One of these days we'll all have to get together. I hope one of these days to have kind of conference, maybe we'll call it a rendezvous. We'll meet outdoors somewhere, like the old mountain men rendezvous. I think that's the way I shouldn't have an indoors hotel conference. You know, and Wise Owls offered her place to do it. So one of these days we'll have a meetup. We might do it at Wise Owl's place. We'll have a rendezvous outdoors, camping out, cooking. Maybe we'll find a stage or two outdoor stage where we can get up and talk and have lessons, survival, training, prepping. What do y'all think about that, guys? At least for the Green Griggs channel. Well, that just means you're smart enough to make really legendary mistakes. We all do it. Nobody's perfect. Oh, it's getting really quiet here. Oh, so I'm glad you're with us. Black powder rendezvous. Hey, yeah, we need to do some black powder stuff. Heck yeah. Blow doctor said, hey, I love black powder. I was building black powder stuff when I was a kid. I love that stuff. I've always admired the mountain men. Black powder rendezvous. Talk trapping. Mountain men did. Mountain men did, right? History. Jason, I know you'd have some good topics. Gardening, bushcraft. All right, we're saying we'll try to work a path forward to get to that 27th launch date. So we got to get range approval. Tomahawk. There you go. Tomahawk, axe throwing. Yeah. Fortunately, my buddy and I have wives that make sure we don't get out of hand. That may be a good thing to have. Yeah, I haven't got one of them. I don't have a spousal unit. I'd be careful. I might accidentally pick one up at an event like that, right? Some of the ladies in my chat room, you coming to visit. Might accidentally pick up a spousal unit. Kick the tires and light the fires. Send her up. I hope we're doing that next week. Tuesday. It'll be less than a week away if we can pull it off. I'll have to get up real early. I probably won't even go to bed Tuesday, the night before. Yeah, I do. Actually, I do. I had a lady come from some miles away, propose to me. They say they're complete with their objectives for today. Objectives are complete, according to the net I'm listening to. So they're happy. They got everything filled. Next stop, the moon. Let's hope. Gigi, you might coming over here to Mormon country. Uh-oh. Yeah, I got 40 acres in Mormon country. That mean I get to have more than one wife? If mice is a plural for mouse, is spice a plural for spouse? Guys, I don't know if I can handle one wife. Multiple wives? Yee, I don't know. I'd probably run for the hills. I'd go hide out in the woods if I had multiple wives. That's the way the world should work. The ladies should get in line for the men of value. There you go. Well, thank you, Jason. Now, what would a mountain man wedding look like? Probably an Indian wedding. That's the case, strike the match. But still. I think we're about done here. They're trying to wrap this up. I don't know how long they're going to continue the video here, but we're shutting things down, starting to, for most of the teams. There'll be a few hanging on. Cutting off safe and sequence. Now, my chief safety officer has not released this. So he ain't even talked about it yet. Maybe asleep. I don't think so, though. Just kidding. Yeah, I think we can have a lot of fun with the rendezvous. It should be kind of a festive educational experience. Festive, fun, and educational. Cookouts, bonfire. There you go. Don't cut your beard there. It was an ex-girlfriend that got me to grow my hair and beard out. She was 20 years younger than me, and so I kind of paid attention to her. But I did not, she wanted to marry, and I did not take her up on it. I thought she was a little too crazy for me. They're dealing with the safing systems. They're turning things off. Some things.
Okay, we got an update now from the liquid hydrogen team reporting that they were able to get their replenish loop dialed in, successfully making some adjustments to that, and they're happy with that. And so they're reporting a successful completion of that objective and all objectives for the test today. Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson just completing the conversation on the loops.
I've already told you all that.
With the
We
launch
accomplished
team.
all our objectives. They have beat them in the
And
bunch.
they report to her that they met all
I'm on
of the
the
test objectives for today's cryogenic demonstration test. At that point, a go for cutoff was given,
Yep. So we told
and
you
that
all
puts the ground launch sequencer into a safing sequence, which comes just before they begin detanking the vehicle, draining it of all of its super chilled propellants, all 4 tanks in the upper stage, 2 tanks in the upper stage, and the 2 tanks in the core stage. Good news there all the way around. Charlie Blackwell Thompson now getting ready to do a debrief for their team. While we await a final closeout interview for our broadcast today. Stand by. This is Artemis Launch
Even if
Control.
they dismiss us, if this broadcast is still going, I'll keep the line open. I might even come here on live for a little bit with you guys. They got to go to drain. They're about to drain these tanks. Of course, I told you all objectives are met before he said it. Like I say, I'm on the loop. I'd love to go to a proper mountain man rendezvous. You know, the proper mountain man rendezvous, they actually partied. Probably traded furs too. That's what we need. We need a mountain man rendezvous. ICPS was not fired up in terms of what everything turned on. It's a tanking test. We didn't turn everything. Yeah, they partied pretty hard. I don't know if I can handle that kind of partying. Ain't that young anymore. We don't want to get anybody hurt. They did have a lot of fun. I bet they did some axe throwing and shooting and God knows what else. It'd be a good, we could have good sidebars for tribe planning too. Email the tower for 3 months without a razor. I got 3 or 4 loops talking simultaneously in the console. All right, just got the word. I've been released from the tanking test activities. I'm going to sign out from my day job. I have put in a few hours already, but I will stay online for this other stuff. I might can give y'all a little more attention, although I got a crew outside. I probably need to feed a late lunch to. Let's see here. I got to find my time card. Presently signing out for my day job. $15,400 time on deck. My time. 10:07. So that'd be, wait a minute. I gotta go out for vacation. .4. Oh, I've had several work days. I work longer than this. Work late in the evening. All right. 10.7 hours a day. That ain't nothing. Money for nothing and chicks for free. I want to be on TV. All right, I have signed out. I have completed my professional NASA contractor duties. I've sat here and listened to the console all the way through. I monitored the monitors. I actually worked on some other documentation on the side while I was talking to y'all and monitoring this other stuff. So I am multiplex today. So we got that done. Document last modified 25 August. All right, guys. I'm in for vacation for the next 2 days. So I got to go plant garlic. I see the video is still active. So I'm gonna leave you guys online. I may step outside for a minute. Hey, we got 60 thumbs up. That's good. I bet half the people in the room now hadn't even gave me a thumbs up though. I assume we probably had 100, 200 people sign through this room today. All the sun, how you doing? Got a lot of work done today while listening. Very good. Yeah, I've done that. But you have too. I want my MTV. Money for nothing and chicks for free. So happy you're off work. Now you can be fa la la la. Hey, I do that anyway. Hey, y'all know me. I like to cut up and laugh. Unless it's, there's times when you really can't, when they're really putting the screws to you tight and you're really super stressed out. And I get that way from time to time. Work gets me stressed sometimes. Sometimes super stressed, especially when you got a deadline that you just couldn't possibly meet and everybody's expecting. It's like, there's no way in the world we can get here from there. There ain't a road from here to there. There ain't a bridge from here to there. What are you doing? Good, thank you for the thumbs up there, guys. So we're going to leave it on here because they're still live with the feed here. We'll leave it up for a minute. Ann says, good day to you, ladies and gentlemen. Just checking in. Duty calls me here at my ranch. Got to run for now. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, amen. Thank you, Hans. Fazioli. How you doing, Fazioli? I ordered some worms the other day. Will be a nice addition to my garden. What day did you order? I shipped some worms Monday. There was one person ordered on Friday. No, there's one person ordered Sunday night, but it was after I already got packed up and everything was ready to go. So I got 3 orders in the mail right now. 2 are shipped. Everything that was ordered before noon on Sunday got shipped. Although on my website, I see the deadline is cut off Friday, but our orders have been a bit thin so far. So, yeah, I'll have to pull it up. Do a pumpkin chunkin. Hey, a lot of my buddies love those pumpkin guns. That's kind of like rocketry on the side. Guys, I'm going to stick my nose outside and check on my crew here. I got a couple of ladies working for me outside. I got to make sure they're not turning blue on me. And see if they're hungry. If they are, I'll give them some fried chicken. It's probably Sunday. What time would it have been? I'll log in and see what I got over here. Log into PayPal here. Hang on. Money for nothing and chicks for free. Now, what other space YouTubers or prepping YouTubers sing to you? Maybe that's my problem. Maybe that's why my channels run into so much flack. Is that why I run into so much flack, guys? What's wrong with me? What? Oh, hey, I must have got another order today. Oh, payment for pepper jam. Okay, what? Oh, a bunch of people ordered seed today. Very good. Got some big seed orders. I don't normally get but $40 for seed about every month out of all my seed advertising. Okay, is your name Alex? Alex Calizoli? Are you Alex Calizoli? I had Chickadee Skincare, Robert Stearns, Alex Calizoli, and Frank Johnson. Frank Johnson gave me a donation. So, Fazioli, are you Alex? Oh, I shouldn't have seen you on there. The one's headed to Michigan. Yes, sir. All right, we got you. You're in the queue. You're in the queue. Michigan. Be running your worms up. I got to put in some codes for the people that got shipments headed to them. Some people will be getting their, somebody's getting their worms today and somebody else is getting them tomorrow. I need to put the numbers in. I hadn't done it yet until the PayPal, the tracking numbers. I usually do that earlier. I've just been so wound up. So much going on. Granny says, I love watching your channel. Thank you, Granny. Doctor said I'm alive. Well, that's good to know. All right, he's not doing much talking here, but we're still showing the feed live. Oh, thank you there, Fazioli. Fazoli, not Fazioli, it's Fazoli. Okay. I used to know a guy named Grazioli. So excuse me if I occasionally throw in an R or extra I. He was one of my best friends, Grazioli, Chuck Grazioli. Met him at Fort Greely, Alaska. He moved to Alabama for a while. He's up in Missouri right now. Chuck Grazioli. I had Ed Cocker came down here from Alaska too, but he moved to Kansas first. Grazioli. Yeah, he was one of my best friends. Him and Ed Kiker. All right, guys, I'm going to step away for a couple minutes. Y'all can talk to each other. I'm going to check out my crew outside here, my worm crew. I got two ladies working for me. Another lady was supposed to show up to work on my mushroom house. It's so far behind. It's got a leaky roof, guys. Can't do nothing in there just yet. Yeah, my channels, you're right. All the sun, y'all much. Thanks, Greg and Mach. Yeah, thank y'all all were. I'm going to leave it up here for a little bit. They're still detanking. Maybe something, might come up. I'll leave the link going here for a little bit. I'll come back in. Maybe when I'm getting ready to, if I decide to take the link down, I will probably show my face first for a minute or two and talk to y'all. Tonight I got an interview with David Pine on Green Greg's. Don't forget the Green Greg's interview with David Pine. We probably won't go live, but I'll probably post it afterwards. The interview starts at 9. We usually talk for an hour. It'll take me an hour, hour and a half to get it all uploaded. But I probably won't want to stay up super late tonight. So I don't think I'm going to be doing any 9 o'clock videos tonight or midnight videos. I might, but I kind of doubt it. I know Wednesday night is a typical night for me to do a live session. If I do, it will probably be earlier. I might even try to do something else here on Galactic Greg's. There's plenty of material to cover. I want to do some, I still need to work on my charts for the Chinese space, Chinese moon base. What worries me about China on the moon, how they can rule space from the moon. I got some calculations I need to work on a little bit more for that. So, but I'm going to run outside and check on my crew. You guys can chat amongst each other, keep each other satisfied there for a few minutes. I shall return. The famous words of General MacArthur, I shall return. Or translated into Terminator or Arnie Schwarzenegger, I'll be back. I'll be back. Or maybe I'll be Beethoven. We'll see in a minute. I shall not be, I shall not be. I shall not be.
This is Artemis Launch Control at the completion of the Artemis 1 cryogenic demonstration test. I'm Gerald Nail with NASA Communications, and with all of the test objectives met, we have Charlie Blackwell Thompson with us, the launch director for the Artemis mission. Thanks for being here, Charlie. Charlie just wrapped up comments with her launch team after a long day of testing and a challenging day at times, but overall, a lot of success. I want to get your thoughts, Charlie, on how the test went in your mind.
Well, I think the test went really well. We went into this test, we wanted to learn, we wanted to evaluate the TSMU, the LH2 TSMU under cryogenic conditions, understanding that we had done both an 8-inch and a 4-inch seal removal and replacement out at the pad. And we got into our loading operations. We had a new loading procedure that we had in place. It was very purposeful in the way in which we went through the loading ops. We wanted to be, we called it kinder, gentler, where we really monitored the temperatures and the pressures across the interface. And once we got into what we call our fast fill operations, we did notice as the pressure came up that we did see a leak in the plate cavity at the 8-inch QD. We went through our pre-plan. We have utilized it a couple of times where we stop flow and we allow it to warm up and then we reinitiate. When we reinitiated flow, we began to raise the pressures back up to get back into a fast fill configuration, and we are successful in that. So we did not see the same leak signature, which was wonderful. It allowed us to go through our loading profile all the way to core stage replenish. We also loaded the upper stage today as well, went through our kickstart bleed, went through our pre-press test. So all of the objectives that we set out to do, we were able to accomplish today.
And it was impressive just to watch and take in and listen to the engineers as they work through those leaks. Again, just impressive work. I wonder what your thoughts are on these seals, which, as you mentioned, were replaced. You're learning a lot. There's a lot of data yet to look at. What are your early thoughts about how they're behaving and what a path forward might be?
Well, I think you got to always take the data and go look at what it tells you. One of the pieces of data very encouraging to me was as we raised the pressure, we actually saw the leak go down. And
on the 8-inch QD.
yes,
Yep.
And so this is a pressure seal, pressure assisted seal. So that was very encouraging. And then we saw the leak rate really taper off. So we'll go take all the data from this event, the early data, the data all the way through loading, through our pre-press test. The engineers and the team will go take a close look at that and evaluate what we learned today. And then we'll certainly be applying that as we get ready for launch.
The big question is, as you just mentioned, getting ready for launch. What does that mean? And what are the chances for a launch here on the 27th?
Well, I think we'll take the data and we'll go see what it tells us. I am extremely encouraged by the test today, getting through all the objectives, and we're setting up in our scrub turnaround to begin replenishment ops in preparation for our launch day. We'll, like I said, we'll go take a look at the data. I think I don't like to get ahead of the data. And so I'd like the team to have the opportunity to go look at it, to see if there are changes we need to make to our loading procedure, our timelines, or if we're good as is. But I'd like the team to have an opportunity to look at that before I speculate.
The last question on the team itself. As we encountered that first leak, you could kind of feel the room deflate just a little bit. And then as they worked it and got past it, there was a lifting, so to speak, of the room. But talk about kind of what you went through when you were observing this and what you saw your team and how they reacted.
Well, I'm really proud of the team. I think they reacted well. You're going to be disappointed when you see a leak, and I think that's normal. But what they did is they went and looked at what are our contingency procedures? What do we have in place? How do we work our way through it? And they went through those ops just as I would expect them to do. And we were successful in managing our way through it. And you're right, as we began to see that those contingency procedures were successful, certainly there was a lift within the room. But I couldn't be more proud of the team today and the work that they did.
And so now you march on and get that data, take a look at it, and see where it leads us. Charlie Blackwell Thompson, Launch Director for Artemis, appreciate you being here. Thanks for taking the time. And that'll wrap it up for us here at NASA TV and the Kennedy Space Center. Our test coverage complete today. And stay tuned to all of our social media channels for more information and updates about where we go from here. I want to just say that with regards to the Artemis program, it is a new era of lunar exploration. NASA and its partners will lead humanity forward to the moon and prepare us for the next giant leap, the human exploration of Mars. If you'd like to learn more about Artemis 1, just go to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-the Roman numeral 1. For all of us here at the Kennedy Space Center and NASA, I'm Daryl Nail. Have a great evening.
All right. All right. Stop. Let me move my shield here. There we go. Stop share. Hello. I ain't got my stage lights on. Let me get my stage light remote control. Yikes. Let me end that video. Hang on, guys. It's making a lot of racket. I don't hear that. All that stuff. Holy smoke. That's all potential strikes. I got to get rid of that. Hello. Use my trusty dusty remote control here. Stage lights on. While they were talking, I ran outside and checked on part of my crew. I got somebody else I got to go check on in a minute. But look what I found outdoors. 21 persimmons. Check it out. 21 persimmons. No, it's 22 in here. There's a couple more on the ground I didn't pick up. I'm going to eat these. A little bit too much. I've been trying to be on a no carb diet. I've been basically being a carnivore, but last week or so, I've been making an exception for all these persimmons. And this is the seeds I've already collected, guys. I plan to plant this stuff. And maybe I can sell some persimmon trees and spread them around. Everybody can use persimmon trees. These are great. And they're ripe. We haven't got frost. These get ripe earlier than the ones I'm used to from back home. I'm gonna set these up here. Now this is my work computer. This is where I was on station, 2 monitors, monitoring all this. Of course, that's done now. That's off. Well, it's still kind of warm. I'm gonna turn this fan up. It's got in the 90s today here. One of the warmer days we've had in a while. It's been being cool. I see. Let's see who's in the chat room here. Elton, Granny. Hope it rains like a lot. Yeah, we don't need a lot of rain here. In fact, I've still got a roof problem I got to get fixed. Thanks for sharing your channel there. Everybody check out Jason's channel over Green Country Agroforestry. He's got a spectacular YouTube channel that needs a lot more subscribers. He deserves a lot more. He covers really good topics. He's a really smart guy. Really a lot of good practical stuff there, guys. Jason knows everyone have a fantastic day. You too. Like I just sent myself a note to remember. Yeah, let's see, Brian, funny, Greg, let's practice our Arnold accents. I'll be Bach. I don't know. All right, guys, we still got 13 in the room. So, guys, here's what's cooking. Tonight on Green Greg's, we got I'll be doing an interview with David Pine. I interview him at 7. We'll probably record it and upload it. So it'll probably be 9-ish, 10-ish when it gets uploaded and turned off for you guys to see. You want to see that because this is vis-a-vis what Putin was talking about. I will be doing a video. Actually, I got materials to do a couple other videos. I just haven't uploaded like a a food forestry video. I did some videos in that like the weekend before last, and I just got to kind of, there's kind of disjoints. I'm going to have to run it through an editor. Anytime I got to edit something that's in danger, it'll never happen unless I just do another and shoot it straight through. Sometimes that's less aggravating than editing stuff. There's a lot of, most YouTubers edit the heck out of their videos, and it really is the thing you're supposed to do. But when you only sleep 4 hours a night, spending 3 or 4 extra hours editing videos, no, I can't do it, guys. Sometimes you just got to take what you get. Blinded by the light. Anyway, so yeah, I'm not going to sing the rest of that one. Anyway, well, guys, it's been quite a day. Started really early. Isn't that beautiful? A big bowl full of persimmons. I'm going to do a video on green Greg's called Food Forestry. I got a pear tree back there, a little pear tree. It's bearing like crazy. I got 3 pear trees that are bearing. One maybe made a pear or 2. So I got 4 pear trees in the back. I got 2 giant fig bushes. One's like enormous. So a lot of other things. I got an orchard that needs some cleaning up. But guys, we've been having a fair time here today. Y'all kind of got to watch me through a good part of my work day. I started it a couple hours, well, a little over 2 hours before I started the video here. I think it's 2 hours or a little over an hour and a half. I forget. Time's running together now. It's been a long day. What we're going to do, like I said, I'll do that video with David Pine. I've got some other video stuff to upload. I've got something else scheduled for Galactic Greg. So I'm planning to do the video on, there's 2 projects I'm working on for Galactic Greg. So I'd like to get them done before long. One, I want to talk, will they grow here? Yeah, they probably will, Granny. They probably will. I can sing a couple of seeds. You can try them out. What we need to do here is, I've got a video on this China thing I want to do. The threat of China being on the moon by themselves, what they could do, how they could really dominate the world from the moon. That is something I'm going to do. And I've also got, I want to talk space politics. How we got to the point where we have both commercial space, where we got a spaceship under development, and we've got at the same time Artemis. And I played a big hand of that. And I detailed an article here in Ad Astra magazine. A lot of the Shakers and Quakers out of the space movement started in the National Space Society. I was chairman of the executive committee, executive vice president, chairman of the policy committee for 10 years. So I've got a lot of experience building rockets, being a space advocate, activist for decades, and also professional space. So I've got a lot of expertise in these areas. And as you know, Green Greg's, Galactic Greg's, Allison always alliterates, and I've been doing it for a long time. Concerning constellations, cancellation, Congress, and camels. And every bit of that worked its way into this article. So, yeah, part of my sense of humor too. My Nordic poetic style, my sense of humor. Anyway, guys, I think we're about to call it a day here. But just giving you kind of an idea of some of the videos coming up. We will be covering how we got here politically. We'll be discovering how space politics really works, which a lot of your professional paid space policy people don't even understand. But I got it, guys. I'll explain it to you. We'll be explaining, eventually I'm going to do some basic videos just to explain rocketry, the basic fundamentals of it. And I'll kind of build up into more advanced stuff on that. I'm going to do some sciencey topics too, probably. A lot more space stuff to do as this Artemis mission starts out. I will be covering it as it goes along, if it flies successfully, and we hope it does. That and the payloads, maybe we'll get some more payload people. You need to watch my video with Les Johnson. He's a good friend of mine from, how big Les? Is he late 80s or early 90s? Known him for a long, long time. And his wife was actually a member of Hal 5 before she ever met him. So Les is a great guy. I really think the world of him. Him and his wife are 2 great people. They make a great couple. Let's see. So you want to watch that. So yeah, I think they will. Granny, I think they will. We've been streaming now for 9 hours. I don't think it's my longest stream, but you can't go over 12 without getting subscribe. It don't fly so well with YouTube if you go over 12. I don't even think they'll count your time, view time. So I really appreciate everyone. I thank y'all for coming here. I thank you mods. You mods have been busy today because we had all those crazy porn chat bots coming in here. Y'all dispatched them real fast. I thank you for that. We keep a family channel here. All my channels are family oriented. We don't want that kind of mess on my channels. So thank you, mods. And thank you everyone for giving me the thumbs up. If you're not giving me a thumbs up, throw me one real quick now before we end the video. Or you can come in, those of you watching later. Well, I need all the help I can get with algorithms. And we're trying to start some worm beds. That's good. We need to start building up this channel. There's a lot of videos in here that are an hour long. Go in and just watch them, let them play. I need some watch time, guys, because I'm trying to get this channel up where we can get monetized. Maybe this channel won't get picked on like my Galactic Green Grig, my Green Griggs channel. Maybe this channel won't be picked on the same way. That channel is shadow banned by YouTube. All kind of people tell me they're not getting notifications. So, and most of you are subscribers to that channel. So if you're not, check it out. But also go ahead and check my video. Go ahead and check my channels every few days to see what my latest videos are, just in case that you don't get a notice. I have a good one, says Brian. Thank you, Brian. Brian, in one of my live sessions, I showed up in your last box of gifts and goodies. I figured you'd watch it because you usually do watch them. I didn't see any comments from you. So thank you for all that stuff. I thank everybody here. Those of you that have ordered worms, Fazoli. I want to say Fazioli. It's Fazoli. Appreciate that. Anyway, everyone, thank y'all so much.